Chapter 1, Prologue. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Along the Witch's River, a single boat floated gently forward, yet no boatman was in sight. Two people were on board the boat, a middle-aged Taoist who had a full head of white hair and a girl of about 12 or 13, whose beauty was already evident. The evening mist enveloped them as the bright moon glowed overhead. "Look! That's King Feather Mountain with its magnificently tall peaks and clear waters. Behind the foggy terrain are mountains that resemble dragons and stretch on for thousands of miles," exclaimed the middle-aged Taoist. "Dark altars sect owns hidden Millet Mountain, and is renowned across the world. Generation after generation of masters were produced there. And now, Master Xia has the good fortune of inheriting both the King Feather Mountain and his teacher's title, Shrouded Enigma. He will finally become a true sovereign, which means his mortal body will become saintly, he will become an immortal. This event is a rare occurrence. That's why we're here, to attend the biggest gathering in the world," said the middle-aged Taoist, tears falling down his cheeks. The young girl replied, "Teacher, you're upset again. Since ancient times, Taoist masters could live up to 1,000 years old, but how many actually became immortals? There's a destiny for everyone, and one day we too shall find our paradise, become human deities and live long fulfilling lives. Besides, being upset will do you no good, so, stop it, teacher." Just as she had finished speaking, the boat reached the shore. The middle-aged man wiped his tears and smiled before proceeding ashore. The moon shone brightly, and the night sky was peaceful and serene. In contrast, the foot of the mountain was bustling with activity. People were setting up stalls, selling items they no longer needed, or trading for spiritual pills and magic stones. There were several female Taoists crowding around stalls, looking at jewelry and ornaments, picking some out for purchase. These people may either be rogue cultivators or disciples of small insignificant sects that have come to join in on the celebrations. However, most of them would not be permitted up the mountain. Let's not bother ourselves with them and head straight up. The mountain range extended endlessly beyond what their eyes could see, and you could often see Taoist disciples guarding these areas. They all donned the same traditional blue robe tied with a golden crane belt. As several Taoist visitors drew closer to the disciples standing guard, they took out their invitations, which were either red or white, and handed it over to the guards. When the middle-aged Taoist handed over his red-colored invitation, the guard at the entrance didn't dare show any disrespect, bowing and exclaiming, "It's masterly. Please enter." Comparatively, when receiving the white-colored invitation, the guard just showed a smile and said, "Thank you for coming, visitor. Only one guest is permitted." After crossing the entrance, they passed through different mountains. There would occasionally be clouds floating by, as though the mountain immortals were welcoming them. As they were walking, Masterly pointed out to his disciple, "Look, those are members of the Paradise sect." Although the roads along the mountains were long and winding, the palace built right at the peak was still visible from there. It had hundreds of towers, each surrounded by flower gardens. The one right in the middle stood most prominently. Many lanterns surrounded it, with one almost every few steps, resembling a sky full of stars from afar. The wind carried the happy welcoming sounds of instruments and jovial singing as hundreds of Taoists walked in briskly. Some were talking, others were pretending to sleep. There were even some engaged in discussions about the Tao. Thousands of Taoists attaining enlightenment, how glorious, the middle-aged Taoist praised endlessly. Tao Palace, underground corridor. The majestic hallway was 9 meters in height, and 15 meters in width. A pair of Taoists walked across the corridor through a black door at the end. The door covered in golden nails on both sides opened slowly. Behind the door stood 2 huge statues in full body armor and golden spears with the gusto of fearsome warriors. They had formidable, murderous auras about them. The Taoist walking in front wore a silk robe and a traditional cap. He had long hair tied up into a bun and looked no more than 17 or 18. A man around 20 years of age followed closely behind, looking very deferential to the one in front. The true sovereign, Shrouded Enigma, has arrived. At a glance, a stone table with metal cuffs was used to restrain a man was visible. A faint fire on the brink of being extinguished glowed below the table. Although he had not been burnt, a look of anguish was evident on his face. His lips were chapped and dry. The blood on his body trickled drop by drop into the fire. As it did, red sparks burst forth and formed runes, which imprinted itself onto the body of the restrained man. These runes were a bright ember, circling the strokes of the writings. Upon closer inspection, these writings appeared to be lines of intelligible words. Defying dark altar sex laws, showing open defiance towards the sect leader, trespassing on King Feather Mountain, resisting arrest, acting disgracefully. Using Dao arts, the chains shackling the man were transfigured into poisonous snakes. These snakes were constantly tormenting the accused. As soon as the numerous cuts on his body began to heal, it was ripped open again by the snakes, causing blood to gush out. At this point, the person who was to attain immortality, young Master Xia, arrived, much to the delight of the crowd. As if he sensed it, the accused also raised his head from the stone table to look young Master Xia. Pei Zi Yun, a Taoist, shouted, "You're still being stubborn? Song Ji. Xia Changdong." As young Master Xia entered the prison, Pei Zi Yun, whom raised his head, never would have imagined that the person accompanying the former would be Song Ji from Free Cloud Sect. This was the same person who had looked after him, the same person who swore to him that he would revive Free Cloud Sect. But shortly after learning of his secret, Song Ji was also the person who sold him out to the Black Altar Sect, despite being his own trusted senior brother. The three men exchanged glances, young Master Xia wearing a look of playful cheerfulness. "Pei Zi Yun, Yisur has already left for Hidden Millet Mountain," one Songji said coldly. "Today, young Master Xia will attain enlightenment, your death draws near." Pei Zi Yun lifted his head as huge beads of sweat formed at his forehead. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at the two men before him. With much difficulty, he finally managed to speak. "I shouldn't have trusted you, you gave away my secret." "Oomph, that's your bad luck." Songji roared with laughter. "You had a spiritual gift, yet didn't inform your masters. That only goes to show how disloyal you are. Anyway, even if you had listened to your masters, this day next year would still be your death anniversary." "Alright, let's not speak of anniversaries. With a destroyed body and soul, what need will there be for memorials?" Songji spoke through gritted teeth. His hatred for Pei Zi Yun was intense and unrelenting. Bam! Just as those words were spoken, the sky became darker and the wind blew harder. Thick black clouds gathered across the sky, dividing the expanse. In an instant, these dark clouds enveloped the entire night sky. Young Master Xie, who was exuding an aura of arrogance and complacency, suddenly put his fan away and removed his playful expression, replacing it with a chilliness in his eyes. "Alright Songji, return to the main hall and host the grand meeting." Noticing the abrupt change in young Master Xie's demeanor, he left swiftly without a word. After a moment of silence, young Master Xie sneered and said, "Pei Zi Yun, you're indeed blessed by the heavens. Today is actually the day the Tao laws would be passed, and the skies should be clear. But since you're going to die, it became overcast with clouds. Look at this." Young Master Xie pointed at the plum blossom in between his eyebrows. "This gift can also be called the plum blossom theft, as it can steal innate gifts. This spiritual gift that even the ancient records have no account of was originally yours. After taking it from you, I become the first Taoist to achieve immortality in less than 10 years." After hearing this, the blood-soaked criminal raised his head and began to struggle against his shackles. "Pei Zi Yun, you're such a worthless person. You had a gift like this and wasted 10 years, especially the first 5 years, doing nothing. I don't believe you're ignorant of its existence, yet you barely used it. Yi Sur, who has a huge destiny waiting for her, was your childhood sweetheart, yet you lost her too. Your teacher was an elder of Free Cloud Sect who taught in Snail Village for 3 years. All you had to do was show some signs of your gift, and you could have been admitted there, but you let him down. 10 years of wasted time, your entire village was annihilated. Yi Sur has left you, and merely to gain entrance into Free Cloud Sect, you took 5 to 6 years. However, when you did, you caused them to decline. Look! Even your beloved senior brother has to rely on me instead of you. You are such a failure. As young Master Xie spoke, he inched nearer and nearer Pei Zi Yun. He bent down till he was almost whispering into the latter's ear. The bloodied Pei Zi Yun fiercely struggled and glared at this evil man before him, his heart burning with rage so intense, it almost surged out from within. Your own woman, you were unable to keep by your side. Your own sect, you were unable to defend. You weren't even able to retain possession of your own innate spiritual gift. Young Master Xia laughed. Just for an insignificant theft, you willingly swore to sell it to me. Do you know how stupid you are? If it could be taken forcefully, then it's just a worthless inanimate object. I'm about to become immortal, and you can only sit here in jail struggling and wailing. Looking down on Pei Zi Yun's expression, young Master Xie started laughing again. Deciding to torment him no further, he frowned and said, "Look, my time to attain enlightenment has come." In the spiritual realm, spiritual energy began surging violently and a ray of Tao light descended from the heavens. Many of the people gathered at the foot of mountain gasped in shock. Even the Taoist elders, who were leading the procession, became astonished when they noticed the ray of Tao light. This was immortal enlightenment descending from heaven, a step taken to unify the heaven and the earth, to fuse the sun and the moon. Ah, young Master Xia exclaimed as the spiritual ray descended from the heavens onto his body. Millions of stars fell onto the empty ground below, as gold sparks fell like rain. The entire jail cell was illuminated. Suddenly, Pei Zi Yun began to laugh, his expression frenzied. What are you laughing about? Young Master Xie straightened up as a look of unease spread across his face. I'm incompetent, but I've indeed discovered my plum blossom gift long ago. I was, however, stupidly afraid of it, because it could take away anyone's hard-earned knowledge in Tao arts just like that. That's unfair. Heaven freely gives and does not take, yet willingly suffers the blame of others. Point 2 That's why my mother died in extreme poverty, why I had to ask Yi Suer to leave me, why my teachers were destroyed, and why I'm in such a situation. But, I've spent 7 years in jail, reflecting in agony over these mistakes. Do you think I haven't learned? Do you know why I had to suffer just to wait for this moment? Do you really think I would still be afraid of death and beg for my life, at this point? Pei Zi Yun said coldly. All of a sudden, a booming roar sounded. The skies laden with dark clouds parted and made way for a flash of lightning that illuminated the entire night sky. Pei Zi Yun's body started undergoing a transformation. A multitude of stars showered upon him and entered every orifice of his body. Second by second, he seemed to be growing at an inconceivable speed. No, this is impossible. You don't have the ability to absorb spiritual energy. Besides, you've already sworn to transfer your plum blossom. How can there be remnants of it left? What I've transferred was just the flower, but the roots are still there. Yes, your restraint on me is horrifying. All the energy I absorb will be extracted by you. However, this time, I did not absorb energy for myself. I did it for that point 3. Obviously ordinary energy would not be able to activate the roots, but you just had to humiliate me while gaining your enlightenment. I've waited for this opportunity. As Pei Zi Yun's body continued to absorb the stars, trickles of blood rays started to leak out and black strings formed all over him. The strings expanded rapidly with each passing second. Young Master Xia, there can be no flower without the roots. Watch me vow to take away everything from you. Pei Zi Yun's body started to split open inch by inch as flesh and blood became indistinguishable, and yet there he was, still laughing in maniacal frenzy. No! Young Master Xia stopped hesitating, and with a wave of his hand, and a flash of his sword, severed Pei Zi Yun's head. The head soared towards the sky as fresh blood gushed out. Just as the head was in midair, the look of anger and craze was replaced by an expressionless stare, looking right at the sky. The one who bears the same name and will inherit everything from me, undo all my regrets. Boom! A roar of thunder echoed across the mountains, shaking the ground beneath before a flash of blinding light was emitted. and all that remained was a mushroom cloud. One literal and metaphorical sense that she had left him for another man, i.e., the person who had acquired Hidden Millet Mountain and thus was at his stronghold. 2. Chinese proverb meaning bad things can happen to good people. 3. He meant he collected the energy for the plum blossom / to activate its roots. Chapter 2, Crossover. Chapter 2, Crossover. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Train Editor. Snail Village. The night sky was calm and clear of clouds. Moonlight passed through the gaps between the branches of the trees, illuminating the ground. Zhang Dashan stood atop the lookout post surrounded by fences made of thorn bushes and mud walls. The fences stretched across the entire perimeter of the city, forming the village's basic line of defense. He wore nothing but a thin singlet, with a short bow slung across his back. Although spring had just begun, the cold still pierced his bones. Zhang Dashan looked up to the sky and muttered disappointedly, "It looks like the rain will continue eluding us tomorrow. What will become of the crops?" To make matters worse, those black wind brigands still insists on taxes. Zhang Dashan thought aloud, anxiety written on his face. The coming of spring brought no rain, and the crops were on the brink of withering, compounded by black wind gangs' extortion. What an awful situation this was. Zhang Dashan was drowning in worry when he suddenly retrieved the bow from his back. He pricked his ears, listening intently, eyes shining with vigilance. In that instant, he heard horses fast approaching. Zhang Dashan peered into the distance and exhaled cold air, his heart thumping in nervous anticipation. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly sounded the bell. Not good, not good. The bandits from Black Wind Ridge are approaching the village. The tolling of the bell shattered the tranquility of the night. It was akin to dropping a bowl's worth of water into a pan of hot oil. Footsteps were heard, and lights came on and the villagers were roused with fear. News of the approaching bandits spread to every corner of the village like wildfire. The old, the weak, women, and children started panicking and worrying. These bandits came for their taxes only a few months ago, and now they're here again? Women muttered angrily under their breaths as they hurried off. Hide the money. Hide the women. The women of the village hurriedly took their belongings away and instructed their own daughters to start hiding. The young men of the village, however, gathered around the village entrance, with machetes in hand. Apart from the common villagers, several other men under the command of the chieftain made their way towards the entrance as well. Each of them had well-built and strong bodies. Instead of machetes, they armed themselves with swords and hunting bows. Chief! Over there! Zhang Dashan pointed, and several people looked toward the direction of the bandits who approached leisurely, talking and laughing. As they came nearer, the light from their torches confirmed they were bandits from Black Wind Ridge. They were easily identifiable due to their black robes prominently embroidered with a wolf sigil. The middle-aged bandit riding in the center seemed to be leading the two others slightly behind him. His face bore the signs of his age, while his eyes emitted an icy stare devoid of emotions, the blade by his side always poised to strike. Ha ha ha, third elder brother, we've been up in the mountains for far too long. We only see this village a few times a year, and they sure look prosperous now. The voice came from a burly bandit as he impassively scrutinized the villagers, hastily climbing up the mud wall. They could even build an outpost and a mud wall. We should start increasing their crop taxes. Apparently we didn't take enough from them last year. There were merely 3 bandits, but it was enough to send the entire village into warlike chaos. Who else hasn't arrived? The chieftain asked as he furrowed his brows and examined those present. At times like these, regardless of whether a fight actually broke out, all the men were expected to show up to face the bandits. All are present, except for Widow Zhuang's son, a scholar. He'll be taking the imperial examinations and is sick. At this moment, the middle-aged bandit fearlessly entered the village and started laughing. Traitorous village! I dare you to shoot arrows at me. The clamor in the dark gradually began to subside as people scrambled about. A villager shouted, "The bandits are here! The bandits are here! Listen up, Villagers, hand over this year's taxes, and give up your beautiful women. We just paid our taxes recently, and don't have money now. Sir, have mercy. Cut the crap. Give us your money and women or try to kill us, but we, the Black Wind sect, will kill everyone here, not sparing even animals. What's that sound? A youth opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. The faint light from the sky outside illuminated the room. A beam supported the roof, which was fashioned from old tiles. There were some cracks on the wall, plugged with twigs and grasses to prevent the wind from entering. The windows were paper thin and in poor condition. It was rare to see such a poor village. He couldn't help but wonder, where could I be? As he thought that, he felt an inexplicable ache across his head. His chest felt hollow and everything went blank. The pain felt thousands of times worse than a hangover, and cut right to the soul. It felt like his world had been ripped apart and formed again. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he panted, gasping for air. All he could hear was the commotion unfolding outside. We can't fight them. Black Wind gang number in hundreds, let's just hand the girl over. Chieftain, she's but an orphan. I'll be ashamed to meet her parents. As the commotion persisted outside, the youth's survival instincts finally kicked in. He stumbled out of bed. Feeling as if sickness had taken over his body once more, he moved carelessly. He discovered the shoes he had on were made of cloth, thin and undersized. He was wearing a plain handmade shirt that was gray with age and rough to the touch. How to describe it? The traditional robe he had on was of a variety of styles from across provinces with various tribal styles. It looked like a weird cosplay clothing. Washed and starched numerous times, it gave a strange sensation that couldn't be ignored. Thinking like this made his head hurt, and whatever was locked up in his mind was raring to be set free. The din from outside had still not abated. Open the door, Miss Sue. Open the door. Sue-san, even if you don't want to open the door, you must. Your neighbor Pei Zi Yun is sick and unable to protect you. The people were causing a racket that could be heard from next door. It sounded like everyone was talking at the same time, using different accents. The youth instinctively understood what was being said. Shadows moved past the door and footsteps belonging to some 20 to 30 men were audible. He furrowed his brows and muttered, "Are they filming a movie or what?" After listening to the incessant knocking next door, the youth, without thinking clearly, walked steadily to open his own door. He felt a timely relief from his sickness, augmented by the sudden strength in his limbs. Raising his arms, he felt a strange sense of vitality and felt puzzled by his suddenly clear vision. It was akin to removing a foggy rain-soaked pair of glasses to perfect vision. At this moment, remembering, the youth looked down. The feet in his shoes were pale and fair, and clearly did not belong to him. The legs looked feminine and thin. I'll be. The youth's hands roamed around his chest, then he sighed, his expression turning weird. Raising his hands to get a better look, he realized that this was the body of a strong young person. Calluses were scattered across his palms, probably a result of working on the fields or wielding a sword. As he stared blankly for a few seconds, his attention was drawn to the piece of firewood in the fireplace, where a knife was lodged, its blade glistening. Bam! He gently opened the door and peered outside. The background of mountains was visible, a sight to behold. This was a small village atop a hill. Villagers were scampering about, coaxing a woman into coming out, to no avail. The women of the village could be heard shouting, "Ye sewer, if you go to Black Wind Ridge you'll have delicious meals and spicy drinks, don't be afraid." Why is there no sound? Let's not waste time talking. Being a foreigner, she won't appreciate your kind words. Since everyone in her household is dead, we can knock down the door and tie her up. Oh, but she's holding a pair of scissors. Let's keep our voices down, we wouldn't want to alarm her neighbor. The kid next door has affections for her, and once he's agitated, he's capable of anything. Besides, he's a scholar. Have we crossed over? Spoke a worm which gently descended from a bamboo leaf and climbed onto the face of the youth, who stood there like a statue. His head was burning, and everyone treated him as if he wasn't alive. At this point, as if the crowd's discussion had managed to agitate the girl next door, she wept gently, and the sounds of her cries felt familiar to him. Her words reached his ears. Brother Pei, 1. The sound of her cries conjured the key to his past self's memory vault and unlocked it. Boom! I vow to reward you, but only if you can complete my missions. To protect the one I love and to exact vengeance upon my enemies who took everything from me. Doing so will restore peace to this chaotic era of cultivators. He continued, you, my successor, have a very interesting thought process. And if you succeed, you will be able to obtain my plum blossom. Buzz. A sharp pain pierced between his eyebrows as his body went stiff, and his breathing stopped. The moonlight shone through the bamboo leaves and reflected on the forehead of the youth, right in between his eyebrows. All of a sudden a transparent image of a plum blossom appeared, a single petal becoming faintly discernible. No! In an instant, memories both familiar and foreign began flooding him, until nothing was left except a ray of crimson light. The youth shivered and subconsciously touched his neck before getting consumed by his memories once more. This was a slow and long dream, spanning a person's entire lifetime. Just like him, he was also called Pei Zi Yun. This world followed the laws of the Tao. This person from the past was gifted with a spiritual gift at birth. However, ignorance, weakness and unreasonable actions caused a 5-year delay before he was finally admitted into a Taoist sect. It was only after much difficulty that he could finally walk the Tao, only to ultimately be betrayed by the senior brother he respected. The memories came flooding in once again. Innate spirit gift? After the treasure had been taken, what was left were mere spiritual roots. A wish for rebirth. Hence, I granted his wish to be reborn and arrived in the original owner's body but 10 years earlier? I traveled back in time. His body felt sore and weak, his head hurt so bad, it felt like it was about to split apart. Countless memories combined repeatedly, as his spirit began to take shape. Emotions joined the fray as well. There was love, hatred, disappointment, and longing. Right before his eyes stood Yi Su'er. Is he being awakened by Su'er? Yi Su'er, his childhood sweetheart? To be apart for so long and to finally be reunited in a strict cultivator sect. Both of them were unable to forget each other. However, he was filled with fear and apprehension at accepting her romantic feelings, her past, future, body and soul. The memories continued streaming in, halting only right before death. Old enemies facing him, the plum blossom meeting its roots, lightning rays bursting forth. Everything became a void. No! His past self's wish had been granted. Boom! All of a sudden, a small, white plum blossom appeared before his eyes, expanding rapidly before turning into an information interface. It was almost transparent as it floated around. Details began to form before his eyes. Name, Pei Zi Yun. Power, none, parasitic. Race, human. Occupation, scholar. The youth looked at his skill set, blurry-eyed but still focused as it gradually got clearer. It was a pair of gray symbols of a book and a sword. As the symbols appeared, his thoughts formed a line of words. The 4 books and 5 classics, initiate, rookie. Free cloud sword technique, initiate, rookie. Following that, a line of red words appeared on the information box. Mission, save Yi Su'er. The transparent plum blossom lingered between his eyebrows, not moving an inch. As soon as the ray of moonlight shifted, the plum blossom disappeared as though it was never there. 1. Brother here does not necessarily refer to any kinship. It is just an affectionate term used to describe an older man, even if they are in love. Chapter 3, Bandits. Chapter 3, Bandits. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Train Editor. While in a daze, he remembered details of his own previous life. His name was also Pei Zi Yun, but compared to this trash, he was actually a legend of sorts. After having a row with his family, he left home for Shenzhen 1 at the age of 17, with only 10 grand on him. He had to eat his meals from a styrofoam box and sleep in the basement of the stock office he worked in. Just after a year, he earned 500 grand despite being self-taught. However, soon after, he lost everything in an unfortunate warehouse explosion. He decided to return home and reflect for over a year. Fortunately, his glib tongue helped him make friends easily, and he managed to borrow 50 grand to reinvest in stocks. Even though the market was bearish too, he was able to earn a whopping 3 million, over 30 times his initial capital. Due to his success and prominence in the stock market, he was threatened and had no choice but to work for a giant organization as a trader and to assist in money laundering operations. Although his interests were also aligned with the company's, he did all of these begrudgingly until a car crashed into him, sending him flying in the air. Before long, the youth's vision focused on the mission objectives before him, the message that was received and entered his vision. I was already dead, but the original owner devised a way to bring me into this world, and this plum blossom spiritual gift became a sort of system based on my own memories. The youth opened his eyes and found himself in a bamboo forest, taking in all these memories and emotions. Has the mission failed, and the plum blossom been lost? Just as well, the timing wasn't right, and the original owner had been a fool. 50 men of the village have been intimidated by 3 bandits into yielding, giving up money and handing over the women. The original owner had been a scholar yet did not have the wisdom to properly handle the situation. Idiot. Although this world is ruled by laws of the Tao, the laws of the court punishes fiercely too who would dare defy them. The forces of the capital are presently focused on cleaning up the important areas of the country and thus have yet to suppress these bandits, but it's only a matter of time. The Black Wind Brigands will sooner or later meet their doom. The original owner was a scholar and a high scholar, who was well versed in the arts of war. Even if his arms had only the strength of chickens, he should have found a way out of this. Now the situation is such a mess, he truly is an idiot. If I had been here 3 days earlier, I would have easily devised a way out of this critical situation. Now, I have to give my best, and it's still going to be tough. Although he was just a stockbroker and not a general ready for battle, what he was truly good at was being swift and decisive. He tightened the straps of his robe and swung his knife. A bamboo shoot fell to the ground. Nearby, the woman behind the door was still desperately thinking of a way out of this mess. She overcame her fear and decided to present herself as weak and pitiful to gain the sympathy of the mob. She didn't want to have good food or spicy drinks, so she begged, "Uncles and grandfathers, I beg you, let me go. If I were to go with them I would surely die." The sound of crying could be heard from inside. The cries of the young woman could be heard all the way to the bamboo forest, where the youth was sharpening his newly made bamboo spear. The villagers will be waiting till daybreak before handing over the goods and women because dealing with them at night causes them a fair bit of distress and uneasiness. I still have some time left. The youth stilled his heart. Clutching the bamboo spear in one hand and the knife in the other, he walked straight into the forest. Although the mud wall surrounding the village was effective in scaring off tigers and bandits, he knew that there were many holes in the wall. Climbing over it would not be difficult. As Pei Zi Yun wriggled past the wall, his entire body, including his face, was covered in mud. Using the moon as his light source, he walked along the village stream and stared at his reflection in the water. What he saw gave him a shock, as mud covered his entire face and served as a camouflage of sorts. Apart from those who were close to him, who else would be able to recognize him? When he reached the outside, he heard the sound of merry laughter. The bandits were camped right outside the entrance of the village, intimidating the 10 young men of the village, even managing to convince them to give up a few of their chickens. They were sitting by the fire, contentedly roasting the chickens. The village was not big, and with the moon looming overhead in the west, the wall on the northeastern side of the village casted a shadow. Using the shadow as a cover, he stealthily crept towards the village entrance, with a weapon in hand. Right at the entrance of the village, the Black Wind bandits were currently cooking their meat over the fire. The chickens given by the villagers were not big. The feathers were all plucked and their entrails were removed and thrown aside. Using their daggers, they made several incisions on the chickens, added pepper and salt and left it by the fire to cook. The fat from the chicken was dripping into the fire, issuing a sizzling sound. At this point, up on the village's mud wall, Zhang Dashan viciously sharpened the wooden stick he was holding, accidentally shaving off the point of the stick. Watching those wretched bandits roasting their chickens made him go into a fury despite his fear. Those were the mother hens reared by his family for laying eggs. However, the minute the bandits demanded for chickens, someone took his egg-laying hens, tied their legs up and threw them over the wall. Zhang Dashan raged with fury, taking his anger out on his wooden stick, incessantly sharpening it, cursing under his breath, "These imbeciles, these imbeciles." Pei Zi Yun inched closer towards the village entrance and looked at the three bandits. The moment he set his eyes upon them, memories of his previous life flooded back into him, instantly. A middle-aged bandit was flanked by the two other bandits, who looked like they were trying to subtly protect him. He donned black robes and even when he laughed, his eyes maintained an icy cold look. This man was the third elder of Black Wind's sect. In his memories, he recalled that it was he who took Yi Su'er away from the village, thus becoming a huge regret of his life. Watching the bandits sitting by the fireplace, Pei Zi Yun caressed his bamboo spear and stiffened his shoulder. This wasn't the most appropriate time to attack, and so, he stood still and hid himself from their view. The chickens had been cooked and was ready for consumption. A yellowish gleam from the fats of the chickens was appetizing and clearly visible. The bandit who cooked it took it from the spitfire, tore a piece off and tasted it. Upon tasting it, he realized it was delicious. The chickens reared in the village had been raised in a special way so that they tasted better. Not daring to have more than he should, he hurriedly brought the chicken to the middle-aged bandit. As the middle-aged bandit took the chicken, he gave it a sniff. The aroma of such a well-cooked piece of meat intoxicated him. He tore a chunk of meat and began tasting it. It was savory and extremely pleasant. His appetite began to be whetted as he hungrily devoured his meal. The middle-aged bandit used both hands, working his way into the chicken, tearing apart a huge drumstick and gobbling it down. As if he was unable to resist the urge, he retrieved a flask from inside his coat, tilted his head back and drank his wine voraciously before shouting, "This is good." Pei Zi Yun crept into the bushes and used the immense foliage as his cover. The trees were tall and the shrubs were thick, providing adequate camouflage from the bandits. He hid below a tall tree, preparing himself for the kill. However, the distance between them was still considerable. While he was trying to close the gap, his grip on both the spear and knife clenched and relaxed several times, his palms sweating profusely. The original owner had discovered the plum blossom only 5 years after acquiring it and finally gained entry into a sect, so he could begin his cultivation. The original owner had known some fighting Dao arts, but he did not. Although the bandits were mortals made up of flesh and blood, so a stab into their hearts could kill them, he was too. The bandits were huddled together by the fire. Pei Zi Yun suppressed the almost uncontrollable urge to rush at them and kill them all together. He knew that he could kill at least one. 2 would leave him with no chance to escape. As for 3, he should be running for his life. Since brute strength will not work in this situation, he would have to use his wisdom to gain the upper hand. Pei Zi Yun concentrated on his memories and thought hard about how he could destroy his enemies. All of a sudden, it came to him. A room in his heart lit up, and he knew deep down what he had to do. In his previous life, he was weak and incapable. He had no way to overturn the decision of the mob and thus lost Yi Su'er when she was handed over to the bandits. When the village chief brought the women and goods to the village entrance, the bandits came out from the nearby temple. He could still remember the adjacent rooms in the temple that several people could sleep in. Although these bandits set a fire and cooked their meals in front of the village entrance as a show of dominance, he knew that sooner or later they'd to return to the temple to sleep. Pei Zi Yun sniggered icily, knowing he had a good plan. He went back to check on the bandits before swiftly returning to his hiding place to avoid possible detection. Just then, the elder bandit who was busily gorging himself suddenly got startled and swiftly turned towards the direction of Pei Zi Yun, staring into the distance. He picked up his sword and stood up before walking towards the forest. "Third elder, what's the matter?" one of the bandits, who was still holding onto a piece of chicken, asked frantically, watching his elder walk briskly into the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly followed after his elder. The trees in the forest were massive, each about 4 meters tall. The canopy of the trees almost blocked off the moonlight completely as big shadows were formed. The bandits stood at the edge of the forest and peered in. Without moonlight and hindered by the presence of shadows, they could not see anything. The third elder of Black Wind's sect felt something was amiss. He was certain he had seen someone observing them from afar, yet at this point there was absolutely nothing. His heart felt deeply unsettled. Without another word, he plunged into the forest, making as little sound as possible as his feet threaded gently into the darkness. When they took a closer look, there was still nothing. The middle-aged bandit refused to relax and gripped his blade tightly. Considering how he had managed to survive decades as a bandit, he had enough experience to trust his gut feeling. As he crept up gradually, the bushes before him abruptly rustled. "Someone wants to die," the middle-aged man shouted as his expression turned stone-cold and he brought his sword down with a heavy swing. A dull thud like bones breaking could be heard. Blood splashed all over his face, making him look exceptionally sinister. The bandit used his blood-stained blade to split open the shrubs and plants to get a better look at his victim. In a moment, the parted plants revealed a feral dog under the foliage. Its body was hacked into half and was twitching in its final moments. "Wow, no wonder you're an elder in the sect. Your sword techniques are deadly," each stroke claims a life. The dog's neck had been severed from its body with a single cleave. "Looks like another meal lies in store for us tonight," exclaimed the bandit who had managed to finally catch up and decided to bootlick the elder. He sniggered excitedly as he lifted the dog carcass up as if to weigh it before dragging it back to the fire and skinning it. "Dog meat can't be prepared with just salt. We have to bring it back to the temple to prepare it." The middle-aged bandit was taken by surprise. He had expected it to be a wandering person. Never would he have imagined it to be a wild dog. Nevertheless, it was a pleasant surprise. He sheathed his knife, wiped the blood off his face and drank deeply from his flask before looking up at the big full moon overhead. Pei Zi Yun watched from afar, dripping with beads of cold sweat. This bandit was indeed fearsome. His sword techniques were far from flashy, and were instead simple and straightforward. It was clear he had learnt them over decades of fighting, through life and death struggles. Pei Zi Yun thanked his lucky stars that he didn't advance further, for if he had, he was surely dead meat. He walked towards the temple door and looked up at the building. This was a temple that belonged to the locals. The walls surrounding it were run down, and had not been fixed in years. A few cracks and holes were visible, making for a good place to kill bandits. He further examined the terrain around him and noticed a few nooses lying around. All of a sudden, he heard fast-approaching footsteps and immediately stopped what he was doing. He pricked up and cupped his ears with his hands so he could listen better. The voices of the bandits were coming from outside the temple. Pei Zi Yun was regretful as he spun around and hid under the cover of darkness, his figure completely disappearing from sight. 1. A major city in Guangdong Province, China, and one of the 5 largest and wealthiest cities of China. 2. A bearish market or bearish economy refers to one that at the point of an economic downturn or recession, essentially an economy that isn't healthy. Chapter 4, Forest. Chapter 4, Forest. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Hey Third Elder, I didn't lie to you. The last time we came to extort from the village, there were spacious rooms here in the temple. We can sleep in them and get a good night's rest. As soon as day breaks tomorrow, we'll be re-energized to accept the goods and the women. Finishing his sentence, the bandit laughed wretchedly. The three of them entered the extremely spacious but somewhat dilapidated temple. A shrine stood at the front of the temple while the rooms were all further inside. In the middle was a small garden, where grass had grown to waist height due to neglect. After carefully searching the temple for any signs of habitation, the middle-aged bandit instructed the bandit next to him, "You begin your watch. He'll replace you in the middle of the night. Be alert at all times." As he finished, he turned around and strutted towards the rooms where he discovered the beds broken. There were some straw and dried grass by them. Gathering those, he started a fire before dozing off on the floor. The night was rather chilly, so the bandit's standing guard felt cold. He too started a fire and sat beside it, warming himself up considerably. Bored by the lack of things to do, he looked around. Pei Zi Yun stood still as a statue, quietly waiting for an opportunity to strike. He would wait for two of the bandits to fall asleep and for the third bandit to get weary while standing guard, and then he would strike. The bandit by the fire noticed that his clothes were stained with dirt and grease. He yawned in boredom and walked over to a corner to relieve his bladder. Pei Zi Yun heaved a deep sigh of relief, stealthily crept up to him, then stabbed him from behind, right through his heart. Ah! Although the bamboo spear wasn't very sharp, stabbing the bandit proved easy enough. This bandit had just felt a sharp pain through his chest, looked down and saw a spear protruding out of his chest. His lips quivered almost as if he was about to shout. However, just before he could scream, a knife swiftly slit his throat. All that was audible were gurgling sounds as his windpipe and vital veins were cut, blood poured out onto the ground beneath. Pei Zi Yun watched the body soften and drop to the ground with a dull thud. His eyes were like that of dead fish, bulging out of their sockets. As much as Pei Zi Yun wished to remain quiet, he couldn't prevent that sound. He had just killed someone. Before killing, he felt an intense rage and anger well up in his chest. Now, he just felt like he needed to throw up and wipe the blood from his face. Two more left. After killing his first victim, a flash of light gleamed across his eyes. Just then, the sleeping bandit abruptly woke up. Looking at the position of the moon, he knew it was almost his turn to stand guard. After sharpening his blade and stretching his muscles, he got ready to relieve his fellow sentry. As soon as he walked through the door, he saw the other bandit sitting upright by the fire, as if he had fallen asleep on the job. Wake up. It's time to change shifts." After saying that, he felt strangely suspicious, smelling the overpowering scent of blood. "Die!" Pei Zi Yun's bamboo spear rushed right at him. Pooh! This bandit had a much quicker reflex than his buddy and dodged the blow. He swiftly struck with his dagger, cutting the spear in half. At this moment, a blade slashed at his neck, attempting to end his life. The reflection of light blinded his eyes, so all that was visible was a shadow. The bandit leapt aside, dodging the potentially fatal blow. He licked his lips and smiled sinisterly, rushing forward. "Bastard, why don't you just die?" The commotion from outside roused Third Elder from his slumber. Barely making it past 2 steps, the bandit felt something jerk at his feet, and without enough time to react, he fell forward. "It's a damn noose." The bandit immediately reacted. This was a method commonly used by the villagers to capture wild animals. Just as he finished processing what happened, he saw the reflection of the blade where it met his neck. Fresh blood sprouted from the gaping wound on his throat. Bam! His body fell to the ground with so much force a cloud of dust billowed up. "Who is it?" The middle-aged bandit came outside and then shouted loudly. Witnessing his fellow bandit dropping dead onto the ground, he became fully awake in anger. He drew his blade and rushed out. He saw the 2 men he had brought with him lying dead on the floor, their blood spreading across the ground. In the distance, he spotted a shadow running, desperately attempting to make an escape. It was almost at the edge of the temple, heading towards the woods. The shadow showed that it was not a big man. In fact, he was thin and lanky, holding onto a bamboo spear and knife as he reached the forest. Little bastard, you dare to kill my Black Wind bandits and run? Die! The middle-aged bandit shouted. He looked around and instantly knew exactly what had occurred. His face convulsed with fury, eyes turning bloodshot as he dashed towards the target of his vengeance. Pei Zi Yun looked back and realized that the middle-aged bandit was almost caught up to him. With such speed, it was clear that the previous two bandits were no match for this man in fighting capabilities. In his previous life, the villagers willingly gave up the girl to the bandits. Thus, he had no interaction with nor knowledge of this middle-aged bandit's strength. This was indeed a ferocious and fearless bandit. On hindsight, he might have made a big mistake. In a few short breaths, the man behind was quickly catching up. Scoundrel, I know some Dao arts. Pei Zi Yun laughed coldly. The original owner had indeed known some Dao fighting techniques, but he had never practiced any of it before. There were, however, some moves that any normal human can use. Obviously, the strength needed was minimal. But here in the dense forest, just a little sluggishness could get him murdered. Trip and fall. Panting violently, he saw a fallen branch and pointed at it. This Dao art was etched very deeply inside his memory. It was a trick of sorts. Even a normal person with only a little spiritual energy would be able to pull it off. He had planned for the bandit to get entangled in the branch, and quickly finish him off after. In that moment, Pei Zi Yun's expression turned blank. The branch did not budge an inch. Go to hell! The bandit chasing behind him began to laugh as he slashed his blade at the direction of his prey. Without hesitation, Pei Zi Yun rolled over to dodge the attack, and a few strands of hair bore the brunt of the blade. He landed on the ground deftly before running back into the depth of the forest. Pei Zi Yun saw the bandit catching up from his peripheral view. He lunged into another roll, brushing past leaves and plants only to realize these plants were actually thorn bushes, pricking him. Leaves fell as he ran past. Pei Zi Yun continued running past the shrubs, then once again noticed that the bandit was quickly catching up. Without looking his back, he dashed towards the center of the mountains, where the forest was much denser. Shadows of hills and trees shaded the path ahead. All he needed was to stay ahead of the bandit for another 30 meters, and then he can hide within those shadows, providing sufficient cover for him to survive. Upon entering the mountainous jungle, the Black Wind bandit sensed something off. What lay ahead was nothing but trees and more trees. He noticed that the trees were not very tall, just very dense. He felt a sharp pain and realized that he had been pricked by a thorn bush. The bandit agitatedly plucked out the thorn on his leg as he let out a soft groan. He whipped out his knife and started hacking at the trees, causing the shrubs to fall onto the ground. Visibility was poor due to the lack of moonlight, which couldn't pass through the cluster of trees. However, he managed to glimpse the numerous thorn bushes surrounding him, clustering together. Pei Zi Yun did not even bother considering what lay ahead of him, as he continued his crazed run forward in order to survive. He took 3 deep breaths before pulling away for another 50 meters. Under the cover of the shadows, his back gradually became indiscernible. The middle-aged bandit still retained the icy gaze in his eyes, hacking and slashing the shrubs obstructing his way, until he reached a clearing and started chasing again. Pei Zi Yun took big gulps of air as he panted. This body was indeed very weak. Merely killing 2 people and running a short distance made his arms ache in exhaustion. His chest too was on fire and constricted. Pei Zi Yun was very familiar with these areas. Although he had been a scholar with a high scholar rank, his family was impoverished. There were many occasions where he had to ascend the mountain and help his family forage mushrooms, pick wild vegetables and gather firewood for their use. Due to his diligence and familiarity with this mountain, he could muster the energy to kill and run. Although adrenaline was still coursing through his veins, and his bravery has yet to desert him, he was exhausted. Every step was getting harder to take. The middle-aged bandit was fast catching up to him. There was approximately only 7 or 8 steps separating them. Due to the numerous thorn shrubs around, he did not dare to run blindly. Instead, he was hacking away the bushes and gradually gaining ground. He was at most 2 or 3 breaths away from reaching Pei Zi Yun. He's near now. He could hear the other's labored breathing. The thought of finally killing him sent waves of excitement through his body. He knew Pei Zi Yun was exhausted. With knife raised, he plowed on. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. I'm here. You're dead. 1 step, 2 steps, the knife swung forward as a flash of the blade gleamed in the darkness once more. In that instant, he felt something entangling his legs again and felt as though he was going to fall over. The blade, which was initially bound to connect with its target, now changed trajectory. It hit the branch of a tree, causing it to snap in two and fall to the ground. Crafty. It seemed like his prey kicked the branch over to trip him in an attempt to escape. Pei Zi Yun exhaled and broke into a roll, his knife raised, ready to kill. However, he noticed the bandit was already eyeing him, also poised to slash. Pei Zi Yun was shocked, seeing the bandit's blade almost upon him. A ray of light reflected off the blade into his eyes. The light momentarily blinded him as he felt intense pain deep in his eyes. He felt a jolt of fear in his heart, and his reflexes forced him into a roll. Forcing his eyes open, all he could see around him were broken branches and fallen trees, clustered between the bandit and himself. This was a good opportunity, Pei Zi Yun rejoiced. Picking himself up from the ground, he began running again. Moments before, if all had gone according to Pei Zi Yun's plan, the bandit would have gotten trapped by the rope and Pei Zi Yun would then be able to finish him off the same way he did the other 2 bandits. However, the third elder of Black Wind's sect had a lethal sword technique and had lightning-quick reflexes. Just as Pei Zi Yun wanted to finish him off, he was blinded by the reflection of his sword. This man indeed had years of experience fighting close combat and should not be underestimated. Late in the night. Snail Village. The voices of people began to die down as the night got later. However, there were still people keeping an eye on the entrance, ensuring the girl does not escape. Although there was no way she could escape without them noticing, they insisted on keeping watch. Brother Pei. Where are you? Yi Suer entered the house. The stillness of the house made her pause several times. Although she knew Brother Pei had no energy to save himself, she still felt a glimmer of hope. Even if it's to see each other for one last time. There was no reply, no sound. Her face gradually lost its color. All of a sudden, memories of her childhood began to flood her. Leaving her home in the middle of a winter night, getting caught in the deep pitfall of an animal trap, hearing the people searching for her walk past numerous of times but could not find her. How she cried and cried. Hearing the howling of wolves as dawn approached, a boy jumped in and knelt in front of the trap speaking in a hoarse voice. It was then she realized that there had been wolves nearby, and that the search party had been called off because it was too dangerous. But the boy was still there, fiddling with the trap in the dark. Albeit hearing the constant howling of wolves in the vicinity, he refused to give up. But the boy was stupid to actually jump into the trap and stay there with her. She vividly remembered shouting, "Silly," at the boy repeatedly to combat her own fear. Now, can't she even have that feeling anymore? As she opened her eyes, her quivering hands hesitated before pushing the door open. Illuminated by the moonlight, she saw no one asleep in the room. Because she wasn't met with the sight of Brother Pei ignoring her, the color of her face began to gradually recover, and she frantically searched the entire house. Where is he? He was here just now. After searching everywhere, she gazed outside, and a thought came to her. Her face turning pale, she exclaimed, "The knife has disappeared." Oh no, has Brother Pei gone out too? Without any hesitation, she nimbly sped off into the shadows, dashing out of the village. Chapter 5, Emotions. Chapter 5, Emotions. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Sha. The sound of footsteps drew nearer and nearer. Eager to clear the path, the bandit ferociously hacked at the branches and shrubs that had fallen between him and his target. At once, he saw the wretched boy pulling farther away from him. "You're very crafty, but where do you think you're going? I'm going to cut you in half with my blade." His sight was focused on the fleeing young man while trying to catch up. His stance started to relax as he moved his blade from one hand to the other, confident that the scoundrel before him was almost completely burnt out. He followed closely behind, hacking and slashing whatever obstacle came in between him and his prey. Hua! The forest was deep and dense. Even though Pei Zi Yun was very familiar with his surroundings, he still constantly checked the ground. There had been rumors that the forest was littered with unutilized animal traps, which he knew he could use to his advantage. It was such a shame that he did not have the luxury of time. The persistent rustling of leaves could be heard from behind and was getting too close for comfort. The bandit taunted, "You're not getting away, slave. Your time's up." With his body hurting from fatigue, Pei Zi Yun took big strides in a desperate bid to survive. Although he still had his skills from the previous life, it would have been useless for going to blows with the skilled bandit. Even if he were to have more power, he would still fall to this bandit's blade. Thankfully, he was familiar with this forest and thus had the upper hand. It initially seemed like he still had a little energy left to execute some moves, however, all the running had left him completely fatigued. All of a sudden, Pei Zi Yun recalled that there was a small and narrow passage up ahead. This passage was actually an animal trail. He could make use of the traps scattered around there. As he devised this plan in his head, his left hand stroked his blade, laughing emotionlessly. Taking big steps towards the passage, he ignored the pain in his lungs, determined to endure. Disregarding the numerous shrubs before him, he continued rushing straight. Countless thorns pricked his body like knives, cutting his flesh a little at a time. The black-winged bandit followed closely behind but slowed down to avoid being pricked by the numerous thorn bushes. However, he was still moving at a considerable speed. Seeing Pei Zi Yun's mad dash through the bushes made him laugh. This slave had already expended all his strength, and yet was still running. He will be dead in no time. The middle-aged bandit started laughing again at this prospect. He mechanically cut the leaves and plants in front of him and gradually gained ground. The dense and thick forest soon led to a small pathway. It went on for as far as the eye can see to the top of the mountain. The pathway was extremely narrow and seemed like it could only accommodate one person walking through at any given time. Huge waterfalls lined both sides of the path, and wild grass grew sparsely everywhere. To see a small road after being stuck in the forest for so long was a pleasant surprise. Taking another 10 strides before turning right and making a roll, he exited the forest and arrived at a plain. This field was halfway up the mountain, where several small trees were visible. There were also a number of berry trees, bearing fruits the size of a thumb. The fruits were sweet and sour, and the bark of the trees were lined with thorns. At this point, his mouth and throat felt like they were on fire. Without a care in the world, he plucked some berries off the trees and began stuffing his mouth. As soon as the skin of the fruit was punctured, succulent juices dripped out into his mouth, quenching his thirst almost immediately and making him gasp for breath. So desperately thirsty was he that shoved the entire clump of berries and leaves into his mouth and began chomping down vigorously. Wiping his mouth, Pei Zi Yun turned his head and desperately listened for sounds from the pathway as he counted 1, 2, 3. Just as Pei Zi Yun had counted to 3, he heard a rustling of leaves and someone moving. Just as soon as the sound came, it went away. Then there was the sound of something breaking. All he could hear was "Kacha, kacha" as the leaves and plants began shaking violently. Oh no, the rope trap wasn't effective, time to run. Pei Zi Yun only had this thought in his mind. At this point, he heard a smack and saw the shrubs being split wide open. The middle-aged bandit revealed himself, stepping forward. Just in front of Pei Zi Yun, there were several sweet potatoes scattered on the ground, almost as if there had been a wild boar here just seconds before, feasting. He was only 10 steps away from, but he couldn't walk anymore. Thus, he spun around and faced the black-wind bandit. The middle-aged bandit tried to get a better look at the person he had been chasing all these while. He could not make out his exact features but noticed that despite the mud and dirt on his face, he had a somewhat soft and tender look about him. He was dressed in a shirt that had been patched up several times. Panting heavily from all that running and knowing that his prey could run no farther, the bandit looked at him and started laughing uncontrollably. He approached slowly, knife raised. "Why aren't you running anymore?" The bandit mercilessly taunted as he crept closer to prevent his target from escaping again. He too was breathing heavily, exhausted from hacking all those trees. In that moment, he stared dead into Pei Zi Yun's eyes. Then, he let out a sinister laugh and took advantage of the fact that Pei Zi Yun was catching his breath to survey his surroundings. The field they were on was at most 10 meters wide. Should the other try to escape, a few steps was all it would take to catch up again. Stepping forward and abrupting shouted, "Go to hell," before rushing right at him. Pei Zi Yun licked his lips and tasted the berry he had devoured earlier, sweet and sour, as if conflicted. He looked around the grassy plains, desperately. The light from the moon barely reached this area, making it dark. The feeling of stepping into soft and mushy grass. He would never forget how, years ago, a girl with ponytails fell into a pitfall here. "Thankfully I bought these clamps yesterday, how did you fall in?" Watching him jump into the pitfall, her tears flowed freely. "Silly boy. Silly boy. Why didn't you call someone instead? Jumping down here is dangerous." The memory flashed in his mind as he made a run for it again. The middle-aged bandit was reluctant to start chasing but broke into a run anyway. He covered 6 meters within 4 strides. Bam! The middle-aged bandit stepped onto a patch of grass and felt his leg sink, and intense pain overwhelmed him. It felt like something had clamped hard on his leg. Blood trickled down, soaking his leg and staining his shoe. "Ah! An animal trap," shouted the bandit, immediately understanding what had just transpired. He had almost fallen into a trap just earlier. It's too much of a coincidence for it to happen again now. The animal trap clamped down tightly, causing him to scream in pain. Looking up, he saw the person he had been chasing. With sweat and mud distorting his face, he raised his knife and shouted, "Die!" Despite the fierce pain in his leg, the middle-aged bandit raised his knife in defense. The two blades met, producing red and golden sparks, some of which flew onto his face, prickling him. Just a slight movement caused massive bleeding on his leg. This was a trap used by hunters to snare boars. The more the victim struggled, the deeper it clamped. Muscle and sinew were ripped by the contraption, causing his bleeding to intensify. "Asshole, I'll kill you." The middle-aged bandit struggled, looking down trying to free himself. In that split second, Pei Zi Yun plunged his knife downwards, towards the bandit. "Die." His voice sounded nothing like a young man's. This time, the middle-aged bandit failed to completely dodge the blow, and a huge gash formed on his left shoulder. "Ah, how dare you slash me?" he asked pathetically. His impending death coupled with the agonizing pain wreaked havoc in his head, causing him to frantically wave his knife uselessly. Watching the black-wind bandit gradually losing his strength, Pei Zi Yun felt his heart lighten in immense satisfaction. He laughed in a crazed manner that echoed throughout the entire field. Before the laughter ended, he swung his blade again. Pooh! This time, the blade connected with the brigand's outstretched master hand and broke his wrist instantaneously, sending his weapon flying. In agony, he shouted, "You really dare to kill me? The leader Black Wind's sect will avenge me. Bring it on!" The blade came down again, splashing flesh and blood. Most people would surrender and hand the money over. The entire countryside is being patrolled by my Dao brothers. Nobody dares to touch me. Yet you dare to kill me. Black Wind's sect will not let you go. In the face of death, this bandit began to shiver in fear. Idiot! Pei Zi Yun heaved out a sigh, staring down at this Black Wind bandit constricted by the animal trap, his past lives flashed before him. Yes, it is indeed time for his ending. Although his body had crossed its threshold, he still held onto his knife, forcing his legs to move step by step. The Xin dynasty is vast, and the imperial court is always focused on events within the capital, forgetting to rid the countryside of you brigands. In a few years' time, the courts will send forth its troops to these remote places and hunt down the outlaws. You will scatter like smoke, and your fires will be extinguished. Black Wind sect will be exterminated. Today shall be the day you are kept in check. As he was done and preparing to swing his knife for the final bow, this third elder of Black Wind sect knelt down pleading for mercy in spite of his shackles. He begged, "I have old parents and children to look after." Pei Zi Yun glanced down right into his eyes and was about to kill him, when this bandit used his good hand to retrieve a dagger hidden at his side. He ferociously threw it at Pei Zi Yun. The dagger shone under the moonlight, temporarily blinding Pei Zi Yun and taking him by surprise. Rolling over to avoid the lethal object, he felt sharp pain across his face, and scarlet blood began to spill from his face. Meet death. Pei Zi Yun did not hesitate this time, bringing the blade hard onto the top of the bandit's head. A dull thud was heard, and as the bandit's skull cracked open, yellowish and white brain matter oozed out of the crevice on his head. He's finally dead. Under the moonlight, Pei Zi Yun huffed and puffed. He felt the air leaving him and fell flat to the ground, feeling extremely fatigued. His entire body ached with exhaustion. Withstanding the pain, he plucked out more than 10 thorns from his body and wiped the blood off his face. He plucked a few forest berries and proceeded to eat them, sitting on the floor. He put his palms together, took a deep breath, and quietly recovered his energy. After some time, his energy had returned to him. He looked at the bandit who had met his end in front of him. Retrieving the belongings of the fallen bandit and ripping his clothes apart, he discovered another dagger. It was exquisite, reflecting light into his eyes. He found a purse of money on the bandit. Opening it revealed about 10 silvers. These were spoils of war. Pei Zi Yun sniggered to himself and broke out into a laugh. He stood up and looked far across to see mountains upon mountains, all interconnected. The wind blew right at him, making him feel good. Eyeing the village below, he saw smoke rising from beneath. He packed up his items, cleaned himself of the blood and mud, and began his descent. As he walked past a random tree, he heard sounds of approaching footsteps. He froze, instantly becoming tense before suspiciously shouting, "Who is it?" After some time went without an answer, a quivering voice responded. "Is that Brother Pei?" The moonlight revealed Yi Suer. Although her clothes were in disarray, and she happened to be missing one hairpin which turned her hair into a mess, it was indeed her. Upon seeing Pei Zi Yun bloodied all over, she started to cry and ran into his arms. Pei Zi Yun was startled. In the past life she did not manage to escape. How was it possible that she's out here now? Looking at the devastation in her eyes, he came to a realization. This woman guessed his actions, and got frustrated with herself for not having the courage, like in the previous life, to run, so she came to find him. Trying to find him under such circumstances was clearly a death wish. Pei Zi Yun suddenly realized that he understood. This was the original owner's bitterness, happiness, and jubilee. Chapter 6, To Protect. Chapter 6, To Protect. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. In the previous life, although she knew there was nothing the original owner could do, Yi Suer still slipped into his house, crying pitifully, "Brother Pei." Not knowing what to do, the original owner stared blankly as she cried all the way till daybreak. When the chatter of the morning crowd got louder, she abruptly gritted her teeth and stripped naked in front of him, calling out once again, "Brother Pei." On hindsight, she must have known she was doomed, so the look on her face was that of a deer about to be slaughtered. Frustratingly, the original owner was afraid of trouble and thus did not dare to take her. And yet, the original owner could never forget the look on her face after being rejected. That look transcended even the fear of death, completely empty. She was then handed over to the bandits, with the knowledge that the person she loved dearly did not have the courage to take her. Her heart was turned into ashes. In the previous incarnation's life, she was a prominent figure of their generation. The three Yes and Tugwas were influential people. Their destinies were intertwined. The original owner had difficulty understanding what actually happened in the mountain behind the sect that rainy night. The affection she had for him, was it the old flame of tender affection or was it because of an oath? When the original owner discovered his plum blossom, it took him 5 years before he finally understood its use. By then, young Master Xia had already won her over, and her life in the cultivation world had been smooth sailing. Even though he had opened the doors to heaven and became a lone cultivator, it was no secret that he had lost his plum blossom. Had she not pleaded for his life to young Master Xia, he would not have survived till the celebration. As these memories flashed through his mind, stillness came over him, realizing that all the events were starting to change. He held her tight and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's okay. Everything is going to be okay. The bandits, I've killed them all." Oh. Upon saying so, everything calmed in his chest. Before long, he heard a sound and sensed a glow being emitted from his forehead. A tiny white plum blossom began to materialize before him. It expanded rapidly, until it became a transparent information interface. Name, Pei Zi Yun. Power, none, parasitic. Race, human. Occupation, scholar. Abilities, the 4 books and 5 classics, initiate, rookie. Free cloud sword technique, initiate, rookie. Following that, a line of red words appeared on the screen. Mission, save Yisur, 80% completed, ability points +1. The words glided across his vision until it disappeared inside his head. Points can be added? Pei Zi Yun said in surprise. Coming to this foreign world, even as Pei Zi Yun, he felt insecure and pressured. He could not shake of this intense feeling of urgency, especially after committing murder. Now, he could finally rest and relax. He started pondering over the significance of the free cloud sword technique initiate, rookie. Whoosh! Pei Zi Yun immediately felt a warm glow spread over his entire body, but it disappeared immediately after. The free cloud sword technique, initiate, rookie, turned into free cloud sword technique, initiate. This change took place in a fraction of a second. In that instant, as if Yisur had a sudden thought which confused her, she raised her head and looked at Pei Zi Yun blankly. Ignoring her confusion, Pei Zi Yun said, "I was fast friends with the hunter's son, who was a good fighter, and I picked up some skills from him." Pei Zi Yun gently touched Yisur's face. Yisur shivered as she smelt the overpowering stench of blood on Pei Zi Yun's clothing. She pressed her face to his chest, feeling his heartbeat and sharing his warmth. Pei Zi Yun felt relaxed, as this woman showed the fierce and brave love she had for him, not uttering a word. Silver rays of moonlight shone down, illuminating the village. From afar, it seemed like a different snail village tonight, with all the lanterns and bright lights, people walking about freely and merrily. "Brother Pei, why do you think the village women, who have always been so nice, suddenly acted that way?" Yisur asked softly. All the women in the village tore off their usual facade of kindness, forcing her to surrender herself to the Black Wind bandits and making her seem like the criminal for refusing. "Brother Pei, I was especially afraid just now, so afraid that I would never get to see you again." Yisur lay her head close to his chest, her eyes full of fear as she spoke, trembling. "Do not be afraid, the worst is over now that I'm back in the village." Seeing how fearful Yisur was, he said, "They did all that merely to ensure their survival. We can be understanding, but we should not be forgiving just to gain their acceptance. However, we still have to return to the village and pretend none of these ever happened for now. Don't worry. Since I've already killed those bandits, no one will try to hand you over to the Black Wind brigands anymore. Besides, my teacher has some influence over the village, so you can seek his protection. About everything else, I will make sure everything works out." Saying this, he gently swept her hair behind her ear to reveal her pretty face and sharp little nose. Her squiggly eyebrows curled into a frown. Her childish features had him mesmerized. "Oh!" Yi Suer yelped as they reached the village, shadows following them to the doorsteps of their homes. Snail Village. The sun always rose slightly earlier in the mountains, with its crimson rays shining across the entire village, illuminating all that lay beneath. As day broke, the roosters in the village announced the arrival of a brand new day. The village chief, who was a man of about 40 years old, looked at the bags of rice on the ground. Last night, he had several people arrange the goods neatly near the exit to hand over to the bandits. At this moment, an old woman walked in and whispered something into the chief's ear. He listened earnestly, nodding his head occasionally. "It's good that she's still around, keep a close watch on her. Without her, the bandits will not leave us alone, and we'll be in serious trouble." After hearing the chief's orders, the old woman got flustered and hurried off. The day gradually grew brighter, and the bandits, who were due to receive their goods that morning, were still nowhere to be found at 3 hours since the sun rose. Everyone could not help but feel that something was amiss. The suspense was palpable, and nobody knew what had happened. As it was daytime, many people started to feel gutsy. Zhang Dashan opened his mouth and asked Chief, "Should I go out and check the situation? The bandits come to extort from us every year, never once backing down. I would like to go out and meet with them, see if anything happened. Those people always rests in the temple outside the village. Since nobody ever goes there, you can go and check it out, but be courteous when you see them." Zhang Dashan received his order and left for the dilapidated temple. Noticing that the temple door was open, and there was no movement within, he craned his neck and stuck his head out to get a better look on the inside of the temple. What he saw shocked him. 2 bandits lay dead on the floor, stabbed to death. One had bamboo spear pierced through his heart with his throat slit. The other was decapitated, his head severed from his body. Zhang Dashan was stunned, stiff like a wood. When the wind blew, some sawdust landed on his shoulders, jolting him to his senses and letting him conclude that the scene before him was not a dream. He was so afraid that he had to run out of the temple. Once he got outside, he sighed deeply, heart frantically jumping in his chest, ears ringing, and feeling his vision spin. Zhang Dashan collected himself before speeding back to the village. The moment he saw the chief, he shouted, "Not good, not good." Seeing his expression, the village chief felt his legs go soft. "What happened? You're scaring us to death." Zhang Dashan pulled the village chief to a corner. "Chief, those bandits won't be coming. They're all dead, murdered in the temple." The village chief was momentarily stunned, his eyes gaping wide open. The cold wind blew and the village chief shivered before speaking. "Is that true? Could you have been dreaming?" Zhang Dashan noticed the people listening and lowered his voice. "Chief, take a look for yourself and you shall see." The village chief gazed at the sky and headed wordlessly to the temple. The minute he cast his eyes on the blood-soaked carcasses, he knew that the village was in deep trouble. Grim tidings are on the way, Snail Village is doomed. In a matter of hours, the entire village was alive with fear and apprehension. People came and went. At this point, nobody bothered with Yi Suer anymore. Listening to their exchanges and cries from outside, Yi Suer's expression turned anxious. "Suer, don't worry. They only saw the dead bodies of bandits. I am a scholar, so the village would never expect the killer to be me. It will not be traced back to me. As for you, there could be some problems, but my benefactor Mr. Zhao is at the village's school, teaching. He is a morally righteous and benevolent man who will protect us." Pei Zi Yun was taking a shower and he came out wearing his clothes. Yi Suer felt immensely relieved after hearing that, but no sooner despaired again. "What if he feels that I'm just a lowly woman, and refuse to protect me? What shall we do then?" "If he refuses to protect you, I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth." Pei Zi Yun's eyes brightened up as he confidently said, "I will never let you fall to the hands of those bandits." Yi Suer sighed gently as a reply. Mr. Zhao lived near the bamboo forest, which was some distance away from the village. Making an occasional trip there was very normal, so they did not have to hide. He took Yi Suer's hand and walked towards Mr. Zhao's house. The bamboo forest was huge and rows of bamboos lined the entire forest. Since Mr. Zhao loved being around nature, he built his house right in the middle of the forest. Mr. Zhao was in the yard having a drink. On the table before him was a plate of meat with barely any oil, yet had an appetizing smell. There was also a plate of bean curd on the table, with some onion and garnish over it. Mr. Zhao was having a glass of rice wine, using his sleeve to cover his mouth as he drank, a sign of politeness. After finishing the wine and as he was about to start on the meat, a boy and a girl entered his house. Looking at them, he recognized his student and his student's female friend. So, as it turns out, it is Zi Yun. Why are you just standing? Take a seat. Yi Suer had seen Mr. Zhao a couple of times before, but this time he seemed to have a different demeanor. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, of average frame and size, with a longish square face. He had thick and bushy eyebrows and eyes that almost gave off its own light, making it hard to look at them. Her heart skipped a beat. Pei Zi Yun, however, refused to sit down. He felt very conflicted. After gaining the original owner's memory, he naturally knew that this man was Free Cloud's sex elder. He had many opportunities to cultivate his Dao arts, but due to his cynicism, he had always felt that Taoists were just deceived men with strange powers and weird beliefs. As a result, fate did not side with him. Mr. Zhao also taught him a little Confucianism. The original owner had used his plum blossom to steal the Tao of others, thus gaining entry into the sect. However, he merely became a note-taking disciple, a lowly position which filled him with sorrow all the way till the current day, and it was already too late to turn back. He bowed deeply and said, "My benefactor, this time, I've come for your help." 1. The Yi and Gui are the surname of influential families in the story. Chapter 7, Peach Blossom Origins. Chapter 7, Peach Blossom Origins. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Oh. What happened? Elaborate. Teacher, the Black Wind Bandits came to our village and demanded goods and women, so the villagers wanted me to hand my childhood sweetheart over to them. At this point, Pei Zi Yun paused. I am just a scholar with no way of resisting. Thankfully, the heavens have eyes. For some strange reason, the bandits had been murdered in the temple. The entire village has been buzzing over the state of recent events. This was my good fortune, but I cannot just rely on this. I thought hard and could only come to you for help, Mr. Zhao. Oh? Mr. Zhao eyed Yi Suer and Pei Zi Yun before smiling, but of course. The actions of the villagers were simply unreasonable. Fine. I will let her stay. Thank you, my benefactor. Wait a second. Mr. Zhao waved his hand. With the smile gone from his face and a harsh tone in his voice, he said, "Staying at my place is not a permanent solution. Although justice has long arms, and the Black Wind Brigands will meet their end sooner rather than later, their time is not up yet. The villagers are ignorant people, and when they are afraid they become desperate. If you wish to protect her, you have to take several drastic measures." Pei Zi Yun arched his body into a bow and said, "Please show me how, benefactor." Zi Yun, as I was reading your essays yesterday, I realized that you already have all the essential knowledge down pat, and I believe you can attain elementary scholar status. I had intended to tell you soon, but you showed unexpectedly up before I could. The spring examinations are drawing near. All you have to do is take the imperial examinations in the capital and attain elementary scholar status. You will then be able to leverage your status to speak to the patrol officers and convince them to deploy patrols in Snail Village. Although the Black Wind Brigands are unyielding, they are not ignorant and would not dare to attack with the threat of patrolling soldiers. You can use that to protect her. When Mr. Zhao finished his piece, he paused, then retrieved a pouch of silver and placed it in front of Pei Zi Yun. This is for your expenses, take it. In the meantime, I shall protect you and your sweetheart. Yi Su'er was stunned when she saw Mr. Zhao giving them the pouch with 10 taels of silvers. A normal household's expenditure for 3 months was only 1 tael of silver. 3 silver taels could last a family for a year. If they paid attention, 10 silver taels could be used for 3 years. At this point, Yi Su'er looked to be in a dilemma. I am a woman, how can I stay in a man's house, brother Pei? Not wanting to put further stress on her brother Pei, she looked uneasy and stuttered before ending mid-sentence. This could be resolved easily. There is a female Dao monastery nearby where the head nun is a good friend of mine. I can just write her a letter, and Zi Yun can bring you there. With this letter, she will agree to accept you. You can go today. Mr. Zhao picked up the bottle of wine, using his hands to shield his lips, took a sip of wine and said, Zi Yun, if you can score well in the imperial examinations, you will be able to repurchase the land on which your house is built. The Li family will be glad to sell it back to you. As he said this, Pei Zi Yun felt the area between his brows light up, and a small white plum began to materialize before him, getting bigger before it eventually became a transparent information interface. There's a mission, but now is not the time to find out more. Pei Zi Yun smiled and thought to himself. Indeed, staying at my teacher's place is not a permanent solution. Even staying in the Dao monastery is not a long-term solution as well. In order to prevent the Black Wind sect from attacking the village, I have to ace the imperial examinations. Since he had came from a poor family, the only way to change his destiny was to have a distinguished status. He had to ace the upcoming imperial examinations so that he could have a chance at changing his fortune. As his thoughts formed, his heart sprang into action. Since teacher has given his instructions, your student shall obey. Looking at Pei Zi Yun, Mr. Zhao laughed out loud in happiness. Come, I know you are enthusiastic, but finish this drink and then you can bring her to the monastery to prevent further complications. Remember to drop by before your examinations so I can tutor you further, and you shall not let your mother down. Yes. Pei Zi Yun received the glass of wine from Mr. Zhao, raised his glass and tipped his head back to drink. The drink was fiery and burned his throat and was not pleasant at all, but he shouted anyway, this is good. As they left Mr. Zhao's house, they had quite some distance to travel to reach the Dao monastery. Taking Yi Su'er there, they glimpsed upon the river and numerous trees around them. The bright sunlight radiated onto the myriad flowers and bushes. The peach blossoms were abundant as their scent diffused all around, giving of a sweet smell. This Dao monastery was in the thick of the peach blossom trees. As they were reaching, the smell of sweet-scented peach blossoms entered their noses. Several butterflies and bees were prancing and dancing around them. Right in front of the entrance stood 2 huge peach trees, completely blocking the plot of land the monastery was on. It was as if the leader of the monastery had deep affections for peach blossoms. There was a signboard in front of the Dao monastery that read, Peach Blossom Park. Pei Zi Yun paused at the entrance, considering that this was an all-women's lodging. In his previous life, he had studied all the time and had never been here. Smelling the wondrous scents, Yi Su'er turned around and spoke to Pei Zi Yun, Brother Pei, this Peach Blossom Park, I've heard of it. The owner is known to be kind, generous and hardworking. Who would have expected that Mr. Zhao is acquainted with her? That is wonderful. Let's knock. After saying so, Pei Zi Yun walked up to the door and knocked a few times. Someone from inside replied, coming. As she spoke, a rumble came from the door before it finally opened. A junior Taoist nun, who had a small stature and looked like a flower, greeted them. Seeing the 2 people before her, she bowed politely and said, Hi there, have you come to Peach Blossom Park to seek God or to burn some incense? Since it is a female monastery, men are not permitted, I hope you'll understand. Pei Zi Yun stepped forward and handed her the letter. I am Mr. Zhao's student from Snail Village. Because we have a favor to ask, can we visit the Dao leader of this place? This is the letter from Mr. Zhao, kindly pass it to the leader. It is a letter from Mr. Zhao. The little Taoist nun seemed like she was very familiar with Mr. Zhao. Accepting the letter and looking through it, she said, "It indeed is Elder Zhao's writing. Please hold on while I pass the letter to the leader." As she finished, she gently closed the door and shouted, "Teacher, teacher, someone is here to visit. It's one of Mr. Zhao's students. Elder Zhao." The way she addressed him sounded like they are familiar with him. Could it be that this is also an entrance to immortality? There should be some link to Elder Zhao. Pei Zi Yun thought to himself. In the original owner's memory, although this was indeed an entrance to immortality, it was not cut off from the rest of the world, especially with its numerous complicated routes and links. After a while of waiting, some footsteps could be heard before the door reopened, a lady stepping out before them. Based on the way this woman dressed, she did not look very old, maybe around 30. She had an authentic look about her, with clear eyes. Upon taking a closer look, she was not extraordinarily pretty and looked very plain. As soon as the woman walked out, Pei Zi Yun and Yi Suer dipped their heads in respect. Pei Zi Yun said, "Greetings, Dao Leader, as to the letter you've received I hope you've read, and was wondering if Dao Leader will grant the request." This lady paced a few steps as if in some dilemma before sincerely saying, "You know I am an outsider here, and would not participate or interfere in matters pertaining to the locals. However, Mr. Zhao is an old friend of mine, and thus am hesitant in turning you away. But as a Taoist I strongly believe in fate. If I have a problem and you are able to resolve it, that is fate. Solve my problem, and I will shelter her and protect her from any harm from the outside. What do you think?" "That will be so." Pei Zi Yun maintained a stoic expression, but Yi Suer turned a pale white as if she became suddenly worried. "Fine. I've resided in Peach Blossom Park for many years. Just a few days ago, a few old friends visited and admired the beauty of Peach Blossom Park and loved it. However, they hated the name of this place and said, 'Since you wish to leave this mortal earth, to become immortal, why does the name of your monastery sound so offensive?' But I have loved peach blossoms ever since I was a child, and thus do not want to remove the words peach blossom from the name. I do want to transcend mortality and become an immortal one day. You are a scholar, and since you have a favor to ask of me, help me out and I will repay you as well. Peach Blossom is a subject, and wants to transcend mortality." Pei Zi Yun was in some difficulty. Peach blossoms. If it were the original owner, he would have felt it was difficult. Pei Zi Yun took a few strides and thought of the nearby streams and rivers, and a thought flashed in his mind. He had an idea. Starting to smile, he spoke, "Would Dao Leader be so kind as to retrieve some ink and paper? This is an easy thing to solve, I have a solution." As the leader heard this, she was surprised and casted a doubtful eye at Pei Zi Yun, who was full of confidence. "Looks like young master if full of confidence. Ink and paper are over there, this way." They strolled into the yard and realized this was the main hall of the monastery. The tiles on the floor were made up limestone, with some grass growing in the crevices of the tiles. On the left was a small door which led to a corridor and a room. Although it was not big, it was rather spectacular. This had to be where the leader resided. On the right side of the corridor stood a table, with several rolls of paper and pen on it. It seemed like the leader had gotten up early this morning to practice her calligraphy, where several words had been written before. Pei Zi Yun took the ink and paper, took a deep breath and began editing her work. To fish is a livelihood along the waters of fate. He lost his sense of direction and chanced upon a forest of peach blossoms 100 steps away from shore. There were no weed or wild flowers, only nice-smelling grass in abundance. The fisherman felt that this was unusual. He walked forward and began to explore the entire forest. The forest relies on a stream for its water, up high on a mountain. There is an entrance in the mountain from which light seeps out. Those who got lost along the way has nobody to ask for directions. After he was done, he wrote 3 big words on the paper, Peach Blossom Origins. Putting the ink down, he asked, "Monastery leader, what do you think of this name? Peach Blossom Park, Peach Blossom Origins. She pondered for a while, as if sampling the taste of his work, before smiling. You are indeed a student of Mr. Zhao. To create a work that is so intimately close with the Tao words, I have to bless you and allow her to stay. Pei Zi Yun heaved a sigh of relief as he saw the monastery leader admiring his work, without much care for him. After all, this was a women's monastery. He went over to say some words to Yi Su'er before hurriedly leaving. Just as he had left the Tao monastery, he called out, "System." Immediately, a small white plum blossom materialized before his eyes. It grew big rapidly until it became a transparent information interface. It bore with it a faint white light as it floated across. Name, Pei Zi Yun. Power, none, parasitic. Race, human. Occupation, scholar. Abilities. The 4 books and 5 classics initiate, rookie. Free cloud sword technique initiate. Mission 1, Save Yi Su'er, completed, obtain authority, the first plum blossom petal, empty. Mission 2, ace the imperial exam. This is authority? Looks like the original owner had suffered a lot, yet did not make much progress. The innate spiritual plum blossom is linked to the missions, updating the progress along the way. Pei Zi Yun looked at the interface before him and paused to think of the previous owner's memory. After a couple of seconds he instructed, extract. A glow of warmth flooded his body as a single flower petal formed on his forehead. The petal was transparent and barely visible. Note, Chinese people are very particular about the meaning of certain words. Some words can have more than one meanings, and if any of them have negative dispositions, the word can become inauspicious. The problem with the old name of the monastery was that it was not the most auspicious of names based on Chinese characters. Hence Pei Zi Yun changed the words but not the meaning to give it a more auspicious outlook. Chapter 8, Wisdom. Chapter 8, Wisdom. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Peach Blossom Origins. As soon as Pei Zi Yun walked out, the chief of the monastery instructed the other nuns to settle Yi Su'er in. The front half of the monastery looked perfectly normal. Once she got to the private area, behind the flower door however, Yi Su'er was stumped. As she walked through the corridor, she noticed that it was round in layout. Trees, rocks, and mountains surrounded her. In the middle was the Great Hall. Behind the Great Hall were 5 rooms, each were richly ornamented. As she stepped into her own room, she observed that it was furnished, and was very tidy. The walls were lined with bark paper. The Taoist nun smiled and said, "You should get some rest. I will wake you up when it is mealtime." As the nun walked out, she saw the monastery chief putting down the paper she had been reading earlier. There was a Tao enchanted talisman in front of her, bright red in color. On it was a circle of light and a shadow in it. The shadow was speaking plainly, "Junior sister rarely uses enchanted talisman to communicate." "What is the matter?" "Senior sister, today Zhao Ning of Free Cloud sect wrote a letter, asking me to protect someone." The chief laughed and continued, "And so I sold a small favor. This is a small matter, it's just as well that junior sister should protect this person." "But you would not suddenly use the enchanted talisman just to tell me this, would you?" The person behind the shadow said. "It looks like senior sister knows me well. Look at this piece of work, this was done by Pei Zi Yun in less than 5 strokes. He is indeed talented, take a look at the description." After she said that, she began to read his work aloud. Peach Blossom Origins was only 395 words, thus, she finished reading it quickly. After she had finished reading, she and the shadow spent some time in silence before speaking. Although the prose was only a few hundred words, the description was out of this world. "It sounds like paradise, and a few parts of it seem to describe the divine mountains. This Pei Zi Yun is a disciple of Tao." The monastery chief laughed and replied, "If he were a Tao disciple, why would I be amazed? I know this man. Zhao Ning of Free Cloud sect has gone to look for his senior uncle who had been reincarnated, and who was to be born in Snail Village. At first, he had noticed him but afterwards realized that he was reluctant to leave this physical world. His only priority was to study and attain top marks in the examinations. Zhao Ning eventually dropped him. It seems like he does not know the secrets of Tao. And these descriptions of paradise and the divine mountains, even the disciples from other sects and our own initiate disciples are unaware of. Only true disciples will be able to know this. And Zhao Ning would not have told him. That is one of the core secrets of Tao, right? The shadow fell into silence before suddenly speaking once again. The enchanted talisman is almost spent, and we can't discuss this in detail. How about this? I shall leave the mountains and take a look for myself. As soon as she said it, a loud snap was heard and the circle of light on the enchanted talisman vanished. The Taoist woman did not seem to find it strange and laughed. Never would I have expected myself to be investigating others, but alas. It's all in the name of finding talent for my masters, and shall be worth it in the end. Being in high spirits, she ordered, ask Auntie Lee to cook a few more dishes tonight. There is going to be an extra person around for dinner. The Taoist nun agreed without much difficulties. The monastery was quite large in area and they were all ladies running the place. Master usually would not open the kitchen unless unnecessary. They would usually go to a nearby eatery to have their meals. At this point, however, just asking and providing a few pieces of silver was a small price to pay. It was just a few pieces of silver. There was no issue with that. Snail Village. Pei Zi Yun was quietly thinking. It was almost noon. Even if a mishap were to occur, people still needed to eat. The village was covered with smoke from kitchen chimneys that arrived at his door and assaulted his nostrils. The entire house was covered with ashes and the smell of rice cooking. Mother, are you home? Pei Zi Yun looked around. It was yesterday that his mother had left home, but had now returned and was preparing lunch. This was an approximately 30-plus-year-old woman who looked so weary and tired that she seemed like she was 40 instead. And his poor mother had been infected by a virus and was coughing non-stop. A heat wave came over his chest as he hurriedly walked up to his mother and started massaging her back. Pei Chen-shur turned to see who it was and realized it was her own son who had just came back from being out. Pei Chen-shur took hold of Pei Zi Yun's shirt and said frightfully, "Son, this morning I was home but did not see you. I heard from the women in the village that the Black Wind Brigand came to extort from us. Having not seen my son, I was so worried. Only after seeing that my son is fine, can I finally relax." As she was speaking, tears rolled down her face. His mother in his previous life was like that too, always shedding tears for him. Pei Zi Yun saw his mother crying and felt a jolt of pain in his heart. At this moment, Pei Chen-shur straightened up her body. Seeing the fire in the stove licking the bottom of the pot, as steam rose up signaling the porridge was almost ready. This household was stricken with poverty. Its kitchen was tiny, and had no chimney, thus creating a situation where all the smoke was contained within the house. It seemed that as his mother was waiting for the porridge to be cooked, she was sewing to make some extra money for their living expenditure. Due to the smoke constantly being trapped in the house, she developed a cough. "Mother, more firewood needs to be added, I can do it." Pei Zi Yun pushed his mother aside gently, refusing to let her do more than was needed. Pei Chen-shur, unable to convince her son to let her do it, stood aside and continued stitching. "Yi Su'er, I am very fond of her. She is so graceful, and knows how to look after a household." His mother said, smiling, and she spoke, completely unaware that only yesterday the bandits almost took her away. "I know you and Yi Su'er are childhood sweethearts. In the future, no matter what, you must always be kind to her. You both look like innocent playmates now, but once you start a family, I will finally be at ease." As she spoke, she noticed that the porridge was finally done and went to get a few bowls. Son and mother having salted vegetables and plain porridge quietly. The Pei household brought their child up with strict rules. During meals, unless it was something important, no words should be spoken. After finishing their lunch, Pei Zi Yun told his mother about meeting Mr. Zhao and hiding Yi Su'er. He was telling her about Mr. Zhao giving him the money, and permitting him to take the imperial examinations when his mother put down her stitching and started talking. Your deceased father was a scholar under the rule of the previous king. During that time, the imperial court was unmanned, and so he decided to initiate a suppression of the armed bandits in the country. He was killed by the bandits as a result. This was the meaning of dying for your country. To be trapped and to die is better than surrendering to the bandits and murdered. In the chaos, who can tell the difference? I escaped with your uncle. There was such pandemonium around, and no peace. Your uncle tried to save me, and as a result ruptured his old wound and breathed his last. When we were escaping amidst the chaos, I only had time to bring a few belongings out. When I arrived at this village, I only had some money to buy some house necessities. After giving birth to you, life got harder. Apart from leaving behind your materials for studying, we sold off everything we had as collateral for the house. Thankfully I know how to sew, and have been using this skill to survive ever since. As the new dynasty settled down, peace was gradually restored. Many years ago, Mr. Zhao came here and took pity on this household. He then accepted you as his disciple and student in an attempt to raise us from poverty, teaching you to study daily. Today, hearing you say you are going to take the imperial examinations, my family has done something to make our ancestors proud. Your father can also rest in peace in his grave. When you finally attain top scores, please do not forget the help rendered to you by Mr. Zhao. As his mother was speaking, Pei Zi Yun could not help falling into a daze. He walked to a small room, with a small window and a wooden bed lay in the middle of the room. On the bed were sheets that had already been washed and were folded neatly. There was a shelf too, nailed the wall where numerous books sat. This was what his mother had strived so hard for, a bookshelf filled with books. Instead of bringing over gold and silver and valuable belongings, she brought his books. These are the fundamentals of a scholar. The books on the shelf had all been read before by the original owner. A file on the table kept his ink and paper. Pei Zi Yun sat on a small stool below the bed as he observed his surroundings with a heavy heart and was lost in thought. Remembering the mission on the system, he reached some sort of an understanding. It seems like the original owner was not completely inflexible. After his father and uncle had died, he and his mother were left to fend for themselves. Pei Qianshi was originally a country girl and had faced considerable sufferings. And this system was part of the original owner's spiritual gift that had no regard for anything else but for the mission. The objectives set were all related to the regrets of the original owner. That was why the first mission was to rescue Yisur and the second mission was to ace the imperial examinations. The main reason for wanting to score well was in front of him, his mother who had not turned 40 yet had entire head of white hair and wrinkles. Pei Zi Yun opened his writing materials, prepared his ink, picked up his quill and started writing an essay. After some time, when the essay was completed, he sampled the quality of it and realized it was not up to standard. The essay had something severely lacking, but he could not quite put his finger on it. He thought hard in silence. The original owner's intellect was not very high. After 10 years of studying, at this point, he gave up. Following that, he wasted 5 years of his time before finally scoring well. Although he had inherited all the memories from the previous owner, that did not equate to capability. It was akin to reading someone else's book. And now, even with the memories, his essay was still unable to meet the quality of an elementary scholar. Of course, with the memories he saved a few years of studying. But to ace the examinations with the original owner's standard, that would still require another few years. Can he and Pei Qianshi wait another few years? In the original owner's memory, Pei Qianshi would die in 7 years from an illness. He thought long and hard before picking up his teacher's essay and beginning to read it. Before long, he let out a sigh. Even if I were to spend another few years, I am unable to come up with an essay of this standard. Then it looks like I have to cheat. The original owner really was narrow-minded to be afraid of his own talents. I, however, am not afraid. The system is just there to announce missions and to unlock powers. Actually, going by the previous owner's memories, this plum blossom has the ability to steal wisdom and Dao arts. Pei Zi Yun sat in his room, with the windows half open and facing south. Suddenly a stalk of plum blossom bloomed outside his window. He observed it, thinking hard and considering its moves. The plum blossom already has one petal open but is still unable to steal Dao arts. It can however steal unnaturally strong wisdom. At this point, all that is needed is to find an object that is harnessing this wisdom. If this does work, it can tremendously speed up my acquisition of knowledge. If I were to ace the imperial examinations, it would have to be through this method. I remember Mr. Zhao being a Taoist. He must have a huge library containing a lot of books. Following the memories of the original owner, if the book was printed or copied, even if it was filled with incredible works, it couldn't be absorbed. This is because it doesn't harness any Tao wisdom. Only when a scholar or Taoist spends a lifetime, with blood, sweat and tears, writing with his own hands, and intentionally harnessing their wisdom in the book, can it be stolen. Mr. Zhao has innumerable books. Maybe there's one that is suited to my needs. Since I have already troubled Mr. Zhao today, I won't go today and will go tomorrow instead. Since I had been murdering all night and am exhausted, I shall take the day and rest. Thinking this way, Pei Zi Yun settled his heart down. Feeling fatigued physically and mentally, he rolled around on the mattress, falling asleep before long. Chapter 9, Legacy. Chapter 9, Legacy. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Snail Village. Early morning. Pei Zi Yun woke up early and started a fire to boil the porridge. He then sat down to study. As soon as he flipped open a book, he realized that even if he had the advantage of having a good memory, this studying intensity felt strange. He started reading and learning until it became too difficult. His heart was heavy with worry. The original owner hasn't studied in over 10 years, naturally his efforts will not help me now. Even if I were to absorb all his knowledge immediately, it would still be hard to ace the imperial examinations. Looks like I have to quickly find a book hosting wisdom, only then will I be able to attain success. Pei Zi Yun made up his mind to visit his teacher later at night and see if there was any legacy of wisdom in his library. If there was none, he would find it difficult to ace the imperial exam. However, he cannot entirely place his hopes on the presence of these legacies. He still has to go through the hardships of studying hard. He immediately picked up his book and started reading once more. The sun gradually climbed to its peak as the day went past, mercilessly beating down onto his straw cottage, himself and onto the ground. The dew in the surroundings evaporated and became mist. Near his house was a small stream, and further up were some children riding cows and chasing chickens in the field. Pei Zi started coughing the moment she woke up. As soon as her coughing fit ended, she started preparing breakfast. When she stepped out her room, she noticed Pei Zi Yun hard at work and felt satisfied. She gently walked across, afraid of distracting him. Pei Zi entered the kitchen and saw steam rising. A pot of porridge was already boiling over the fire. She took a few stalks of green onion and began to cut them into fine bits and scooped up some preserved vegetables. She suddenly thought of her son who was studying hard but could only eat plain porridge and salted vegetables, yet she couldn't do anything since there was nothing else to eat. Suddenly, the clucking of a hen could be heard. It was one of the 3 hens they owned who seemed to have laid several eggs in the nest and was now walking in circles around them. Pei Chen squealed in happiness as she walked over to the back of cottage and reached down to feel 3 smooth and round eggs. She decided to give 2 to her son, and leave the last one in the nest. She gently walked to the kitchen filled with smoke and started coughing uncontrollably. This alarmed Pei Zi Yun, who was busy concentrating on his studies. Pei Zi Yun rushed to the kitchen where the sound of coughing grew louder. He saw that the porridge had already been prepared and eggs were now boiling with smoke bellowing from the stove. Pei Zi Yun snatched the pot away from her and said, "Mother, let me handle this." There is smoke and you are coughing so violently. Pei Zi laughed and said, I will be more mindful about my cough. You should go and study. I've been doing 10 years worth of household chores, why should I be afraid of some smoke? As soon as she said that, she snatched the pot back. Pei Zi Yun then gently pushed his mother out of the kitchen without speaking further. He rolled up his sleeves and scooped the porridge into bowls. Pei Zi took the 2 eggs and placed them in his bowl. Zi Yun, you will be taking the imperial examination soon, it's tough on you, eat more. Mother is old, eating more or less has no difference. Pei Zi Yun hesitated while looking at her frail frame, and looked down, heart heavy with sorrow. He took one of the eggs from his bowl and returned it to his mother saying, Mother, you have one too. If not, I shall be too ashamed and will not eat any at all. Saying this, he put his chopsticks on the table, folded his arms and looked straight at Pei Zi. Pei Zi, seeing the determination on her son's face, knew that he was a filial son. If she refused to eat the egg, her son would not eat as well. Not able to persuade him, she lowered her head and started eating, tears streaming down her face. The meal was concluded quickly. Pei Zi Yun looked up at the sky and noticed several clouds floating above. The sun was overhead in the east at its highest point, radiating heat. Pei Zi picked up her sewing accessories and walked over to the living room to start to work. Pei Zi Yun walked over and told Pei Zi, Mother, as I was studying yesterday I noticed that my essay was lacking in some aspect. I will go over to Mr. Zhao's house later and request for some pointers. I just wanted to let you know that I shall leave soon. Go ahead, son. Pei Zi replied. Without another word she began to sew. Seeing his mother with cracked skin on her fingers due to all the household chores she had to do, he thought to himself, no wonder the original owner wants to ace the imperial exams so badly. It is just filial piety. The appearance of the plum blossom first occurred when the original owner was about 10 years old. At that age, he was still unsure of what was happened, yet he had his first successful absorption experience, a few pieces of old scrolls. However, the original owner was naive, loved studying to a fault and was afraid of this strange power and hence wasted so many years. But Pei Zi Yun would not do the same mistake. He thus began making his way to Mr. Zhao's house. Inside Mr. Zhao's fenced yard was a young man, with a bow slung over his back and a dagger in his hands, skinning a hunted beast. He made an incision on the beast before peeling its skin over. Mr. Zhao was currently in his house sipping some tea, while gauging the quality of the book in his hand. He suddenly felt an intense heat in his chest, and took out a piece of enchanted talisman from his shirt pocket. It was burning while emitting a bright red glow. So it turns out the heat was coming from the 1,000-mile-reaching enchanted talisman. Zhao Ning used his finger to touch it and a ring of light appeared while a small shadow inside starting to speak. Elder Zhao, how is the search for your senior uncle coming along? You haven't updated me in a long while. Today our senior brother was prompted by a sudden impulse and ordered me to inquire on the status. Ha, I was just thinking, why would you randomly think of me? It seems like you were ordered by your senior brother. Please tell him that at this point, I have a strong lead. When senior uncle got reincarnated he was to be reborn in Snail Village, and his name would have a Yun. So I hurriedly came to this village and found that there were 2 youths both having Yun in their names. The Tao Arts inheritance is very important. So I've been here reading, and differentiating both of them. As of now, it seems more probable that the person in my yard is the one. Although his father is just a hunter, he is intelligent and has some extent of chi. And the other came from a foreign land. He has some strong ancestry ties, being a descendant from government officials. We shall see how he does in this round of examinations. If he does well, he could be senior uncle's reincarnate. For now, we have to wait patiently. As soon as Zhao Ning said that, he smiled and said, Look, they are both here. The shadow moved slightly as the ray of light faced outside trying to get a better look. Pei Zi Yun entered the compound and looked at the young man who was skinning the beast. The original owner was familiar with him, yet it was the first time Pei Zi Yun had seen him. On closer look, this youth had a pair of sharp eyebrows and he had a threatening presence and yet seemed very steadfast. This was the hunter's son and was rumored to be the reincarnation of an elder from a sect. He wanted to make friends with him, regardless of the original owner's past relationship. However, it didn't happen as he headed straight for the door. He knocked in and shouted, "Is Mr. Zhao in?" "This is the person with a rich ancestry." Zhao Ning smiled and said to the shadow before waving a hand, and the light flickered off as the shadow disappeared. Pei Zi Yun walked into the room and saw Zhao Ning sipping tea and reading his book, looking unimpressed. "Teacher, you told me yesterday to drop by more often as the examinations draw closer. After returning home yesterday to study, I realized how little knowledge I possess, and my essays reflect that. So I have come today to borrow a book to increase my knowledge and hope teacher would agree." "Oh, you've came to borrow a book to get wiser. I had expected you to ask me how to score well in the examinations, but you just want to borrow a book. It is indeed strange, but no matter." Zhao Ning continued, "Zi Yun, all the books I have are upstairs. Go up and take a look." "Thank you, teacher." Pei Zi Yun said respectfully and started walking upstairs. As he proceeded upstairs, he noticed the floor he stepped on had some elasticity to it. He reached upstairs in the matter of a few steps and pushed open the door to the library. At this point he heard from downstairs, "Elder Zhao, teaching this kid, do you think he has a chance of scoring well in the imperial examinations?" Zhao Ning smiled and replied, "We are now ruled by a new dynasty and have very few scholars, with all the plundering and violence, who can study in peace? The national standards for the examinations are not very high now, or so I wish. If this man truly is the incarnate of our senior uncle, we will have a very interesting story to watch unfold." He picked up the book on the table and took another sip of tea as he continued sampling the quality of the book in his hand. There were a total of 5 shelves in the library upstairs, filled with different volumes of books. Based on the books he had seen, there were a few works personally written by his teacher. Recalling a memory from the original owner's memory, he thought, to gain entry into a Tao, scholars have it the easiest. Because only if you have studied will you understand the ways of a Tao. In my own past life, there had been stories of normal people becoming immortals, but in those stories what wasn't said was that they were all bright scholars. As he was thinking hard, his hands brushed past the books on the shelves, book by book, to see if any reaction would take place. "Looks like I am doomed, this is not working. Even if there was a book hosting spiritual wisdom, I cannot take it away since teacher is still around. In order to absorb the wisdom from the book, one of 3 criteria has to be fulfilled. You have to be the owner personally and willingly gave it to you, or you killed the owner for it." As he was thinking of how to get a book that would help him, thinking he might need to ask for a recommendation from his teacher, he randomly took a book off the bookshelf and started flipping it. He instantaneously felt his plum blossom tremble and heard a buzz. There was a reaction. He was elated. This particular book was a legacy harnessing some wisdom. As he began to read the contents of the book, he found it to be very insightful, although there were many things he could not relate to, and was elated. Without flipping the book any further, he hurriedly walked downstairs before suddenly pausing. If he looked too eager to leave, he might let the cat out of the bag. He steadied himself before taking the book under his arm, to bid farewell to his teacher. "Zi Yun, which book did you choose in the end?" asked Zhao Ning as his eyes swept the book being held by Pei Zi Yun. "Oh, it is this book." Going by teacher's tone, "Is there a history to this book?" "Please explain, teacher," said Pei Zi Yun. Zhao Ning sighed and said, "This book was written by a top elementary scholar of the previous dynasty. He had the potential to become the top student in the next round of imperial examinations. However, his luck had been poor and he encountered many problems. Realizing he was unable to fulfill his life's dream, he sunk into misery. This person has been dead for a long time, but the book contains all of his ambitions and hopes. However, his descendants did not see the value of this book and sold it to me for a mere 10 coins, and now it is mine. Zi Yun, if you really like, I shall give it to you, and hope that by reading this book, you can fulfill your own ambitions and not disappoint yourself. Chapter 10, Theft. Chapter 10, Theft. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Pei Zi Yun was overjoyed after hearing that. He had initially thought of multiple ways he could get his teacher to give him this book. He thought that since this book seemed to have little value, all he had to do was ask. However, he didn't even need to ask to get it, saving him a lot of explanation. He clasped his hands and said, "I shall not let teacher down." As soon as Pei Zi Yun left, the concealed symbols in shadow on the enchanted talisman reappeared, watching Pei Zi Yun as he walked out. That's strange, just now in the library it seemed like he felt a stroke of fate. Could it be that there was some fate between him and the book? Based on the recent turn of events, even if he isn't the reincarnate of our senior uncle, he is definitely not a normal person. Zhao Ning pondered on this, then he laughed and said, "How often do people encounter fate like this? But since you've mentioned, I will test him, once the examinations are over." Just now I had forgotten to be his guarantor for the examinations. Tomorrow I will send Zhang Yun to tell him. Examination affairs were taken very seriously. In order to take the first level of imperial examinations, the participant requires 3 guarantors. However, some flexibility was allowed for this rule. Candidates usually act as each other's guarantors. However, in order to take the second tier of imperial examinations, the candidate was required to enter the city to register and disclose his birthplace, name, age, 3 generations of ancestors' history, appearance. And that isn't all. The candidate will have to get an elementary scholar to vouch for his conduct, ability, and that he isn't currently mourning the death of either parent. Zhao Ning had the title of elementary scholar, if not he wouldn't have been able to accept disciples and teach students. If there were any issues, and a secondary guarantor has to be produced, it will cost 2 taels of silvers. This was the main source of income for elementary scholars. After years of observations, the chances of Pei Zi Yun being the incarnate of his elder uncle, based on his perspective, was close to 0. When Pei Zi Yun reached home, he took a quick dinner before locking himself up in his room. The sunlight shone through his window and into his room. Although it isn't the time for a nap, I can't help it. Pei Zi Yun took his newly acquired book and placed it under his pillow. He then began to lie down. It was as if the power of the plum blossom was so strong, that the minute his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber. He could hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Advancing and receding, advancing, receding. When he woke up, he felt an intense cold all over his body. A person wearing a thin layer of clothing was facing a pile of paper, entranced. "Father," someone quietly called out as the flames of the candle she was holding swayed to and fro. She had brought a cup of tea too. "Father, the night is dark, you shouldn't be reading at this time, it is too arduous." The steam of the tea rose gently and filled the room with a pleasant fragrance. The man replied, "You are right, but the only thing I ever know how to do in this life is to study." As he said that, the man lowered his quill and began writing his essay. Speaking in a soft voice he said, "Daughter, after studying for an entire lifetime my only achievement was becoming an elementary scholar. This world is in such a mess, it looks like I won't be able to participate in the examinations again. Actually, at this age, the imperial examinations, to me, are like passing clouds. It is the only proof of how much I've studied. This book is the result of my lifetime of studying. I am old and have been indifferent to many things. I am, however, unable to put this book down." The girl before him was still unwed and the man used his hands to gently touch her forehead. "Your mother has always felt that I had no future. Your older brother dislikes the academic field. There is nobody to inherit my work. This book shall be your wedding dowry. In the future, when you chance upon a scholar, sell it to him for 10 coins. The girl before him nodded her head and looked back at him. The man smiled and said, "Do not worry, my works are for others to read. As long as there is someone who will inherit my wisdom, it doesn't matter if he isn't my son. I will be satisfied." As he finished speaking, the book rose to the sky. It was late in the night and the winds started howling. A sudden blast. Pei Zi Yun abruptly woke up. It was as if I had slept for a brief moment. The afternoon sun shone right onto his body and an inexplicable feeling enveloped him. It was a mix of confusion, admiration, and regret. It felt like a dream, yet was completely different. I guess this is an ability of the plum blossom? A normal person after waking up from his dream would barely remember the contents of it and would forget it very quickly. However, it felt totally different. He didn't even need to try and recall, the details came to him clearly and without any issue. In the dream he had reached elementary scholar status in the imperial examinations and had been granted many hectares of land. He didn't need to work the fields, his only job was to study. To study, to read, and to think. Never leaving the house, the days turn to years. As his frame shrinks, his wisdom expands and he has no regrets. A scholar faces hardships throughout his entire life but presses on for the sake of wisdom. As this image flashed across Pei Zi Yun's mind, he couldn't help but gulp down and swallow in nervousness. For the first time in his life, Pei Zi Yun genuinely felt the true spirit of a scholar of the olden days. This feeling impacted him more than the words in the book. No, the impression of him was too deep, it was so deep that it was unforgettable, and left Pei Zi Yun reeling in a daze. Is this what it feels like to be a scholar? In his previous life Pei Zi Yun couldn't even imagine it. The original owner was only half aware. But at this moment, he felt as if he had already been a scholar for decades. It was like a thread where numerous pearl beads were being added to the ones already there. Knowledge and memories from the previous owner had combined together. Right after this dream happened, he could understand everything that was happening around him. The concepts of the examinations with all the possible questions and answers floated into his mind and made perfect sense to him. So this is what the plum blossom can do? Its power is indeed truly amazing. In just a few minutes he was able to obtain information and wisdom that took people an entire lifetime to master and learn. This was why the original owner and young Master Xia were able to rise to power quickly, and consequently brought calamity on themselves. But it had also brought many powerful emotions that I've never experienced before. Could this be an effect of the wisdom I've obtained? Pei Zi Yun, like the two men, was firm and decisive, and he was made more aware of this fact than ever. It looks like acquiring wisdom this way has its side effects too. Pei Zi Yun thought to himself. Snail Village, early morning the following day. As soon as the sun began to pierce through the darkness and a single bright star was visible overhead, a youth with sharp brows and a bow hanging on his back approached the village. The village sentry spotted him approaching from afar and was immediately alarmed. He readied his bow, retrieved an arrow and armed it before shouting to the person beneath the wall, "You. Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhang Dashan had initially felt bored and tired, but upon seeing the shadow of someone approaching he immediately straightened up, thinking it was a bandit. He didn't immediately ring the bell but waited to see who it was. He noticed that the person was wearing animal fur on him and not black clothes. Also, there was no wolf sigil on his outfit. As the person gradually got closer, he was starting to look familiar to Zhang Dashan. Just as he was thinking about taking action, he heard the person shouting, "Uncle Dashan, I am Zhang Yun. Mr. Zhao has sent me to the village to find my fellow brother who is taking the imperial examinations today. Please open the gates." I'm coming. So it turns out that it is little Yun. You gave Uncle Dashan a scare. I originally thought that the bandits had returned, scaring the life out of me. Oh? Our village has built a mud wall all around, bandits still dare to disturb the peace of the village? They're unafraid of death, huh? Zhang Yun asked, frowning. Why should they be afraid? They're not. Just 2 days ago the Black Wind sect came over and demanded that we hand over goods and women. The next day, however, they had been murdered in the temple and we have no idea who murdered them. Now the villagers are all on the edge, afraid that the bandits will come seeking revenge and attack the village. The youth with sharp brows scowled, eyes filled with defiance, and said coldly, "The village has so many strong men and the mud wall, why should we be afraid of some bandits? As long as we have some fighting strategies, when the bandits come again we will teach them a lesson. Whoever come to this village shall never return to their homes." As soon as Zhang Dashan heard this, his body trembled. He had always known that Hunter Zhang's son was bold and gutsy, but didn't know it was to this extent. He looked around to his left and right, confirming that there was nobody else around, then hurriedly said, "Do not speak like that. If the bandits were to hear you, they might come. And even if you aren't afraid, the rest of us are. Words like these shouldn't be spoken ever again." Zhang Dashan was so scared that his hands were waving about ridiculously. Seeing as to how the men in the village were so cowardly, Zhang Yun lowered his gaze and looked around. A huge mud wall stood in front of the village, yet they were unable to resist the bandits. It isn't safe for father to live here. Although this village was where he was born and was his home, he should encourage father to move away as soon as possible. Should there be another attack on the village, the entire village would be wiped out. Zhang Yun thought to himself. The moment he entered the village, Zhang Yun walked straight towards his fellow brother Pei Zi Yun's house. Since they were both residents of the village, they definitely knew where each other lived. The way there was thus going to be straightforward. He didn't meet anyone along the way and continued his walk towards his destination. Pei Zi Yun had risen early too. After his dream yesterday, his essays finally made sense and provided many insights. However, they were plagued with many foreign and unfamiliar emotions that made him afraid to continue working on them. When he woke up today, he felt a sense of calm and serenity wash over him. It must have been the good night's rest that came after proper sleep. The myriad of unfamiliar emotions that he had felt the night before had vanished. Looks like the knowledge has been assimilated into my brain. Since I have woken up early, I can continue working on my essays and see what my current standard is. Pei Zi Yun began working and realized that his writing and thoughts were very smooth and flowed perfectly. Almost as soon as he started writing, he had finished several essays that laid on the table, gleaming under the light. Even though I have mastered the art of essay, I still require plenty of practice before I am truly proficient. I shall strive for this upcoming examination and ensure that I will become an elementary scholar. Then when I return to the village, these Black Wind bandits won't dare return here again. As he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door. A familiar voice spoke, "Fellow brother, are you awake? Teacher has instructed me to accompany you to the imperial examinations. The roads are treacherous and full of danger. I shall ensure that you get there safely. I ask for your forgiveness for waking you up so early in the morning." Pei Zi Yun got up and walked towards the door before hurriedly pulling it open. His eyes fell onto the youth at his door, with his sharp-looking eyebrows and his animal fur coat. He was armed with a dagger at his waist and carried a bow across his back. His eyes gave off a look of fierceness. It was indeed his fellow junior brother. When Zhang Yun had reached the house, he noticed that the lamps had already been lit and felt curious. He wouldn't have expected his fellow brother to light a lamp and study so early in the morning. His curiosity was fueled even more. When he went into the house, he saw an entire stack of essays on the table and started reading them. As he read the essays, he realized that they were of good quality, and praised, "It is really good." His voice had awakened Pei Qianshi, who was sleeping next door. She walked over, holding a candle in her hands. She saw a youth with a dagger strapped on his waist, holding an essay and reading it. The youth heard her footsteps and turned back to see a middle-aged woman standing at the door. He flustered and greeted her, "How are you, Aunt? I am Zi Yun's fellow brother. We both are disciples of Mr. Zhao. Today I was sent by Mr. Zhao to accompany my fellow brother to the examinations. But since I am an anxious person, I reached here early. On the way I managed to pick up a few chickens. Please accept this gift from me." Zhang Yun handed the chickens over to her. These chickens had brightly colored feathers and looked beautiful. Pei Zi felt the weight of the chickens and mentally weighed them to be a few kilograms at least, and couldn't accept them. Zhang Yun, however, insisted that this was a gift for his fellow brother before he left for the examinations. Pei Zi heard this and had no choice but to give up and accept the gift. Chapter 11, To Protect. Chapter 11, To Protect. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. After a while, Zhang Yun said, I'm not knowledgeable, but based on what I can see, senior brother's essay has reached perfection. When you take the imperial exams, you will definitely succeed. Let's go to Mr. Zhao's house. He urged me to bring you to his place today and said he had important instructions for you. Zhang Yun then grabbed all the essays on the table and dragged Pei Zi Yun to the school. Pei Zi Yun was secretly thrilled. In his past life he wasn't familiar with Zhang Yun, he only later learnt that he was the reincarnation of an elder from a sect. This meant that he had attained a skill level high enough to be reincarnated. He had thought that by excelling in the exams, he would have the opportunity to be introduced to him. How could he have expected Zhang Yun to be at his door this very morning, admiring his work? They hurried and reached Mr. Zhao's house in no time. The sun was bright and heat radiated from it onto the bamboo forest and the yard. The pair arrived at the entrance of the yard, saw Mr. Zhao holding a sword in one hand and a manual in the other. He was practicing his sword techniques. They didn't dare to interrupt and stood by the side. From his memories, he could tell that Mr. Zhao was proficient with the sword. He woke up early every morning just to practice. At first he had thought that he was just a scholar learning how to fight. He later realized that Mr. Zhao was practicing a particular sword technique. As they continued watching from a distance, he understood, this is the Free Cloud sword technique from the Free Cloud sect. I have already learnt it by using the memories from the original owner and the system. From acquiring the previous owner's memories, I have gained many different Dao fighting techniques. Some simple, and others difficult. Most of them have been learned from the Free Cloud sect or from the rogue cultivators met on his path. I've been in this new world for 2 or 3 days already, yet I couldn't remember something as important as this straight away. I had to see Mr. Zhao practice his sword techniques to remember. Pei Zi Yun felt a few dark clouds form up in his heart. At this point, Zhao Ning, who had finished his sword technique practice, noticed his 2 disciples waiting respectfully. He asked, Zi Yun, why are you here so early today? Pei Zi Yun replied, didn't teacher send my fellow brother to take me here? Just as the sun rose, my fellow brother was at my door, waiting to drag me here. Zhang Yun's brows quivered before he replied, it is better to be early than to be late for the examinations. After hearing Mr. Zhao's instructions, I woke up early to hunt some wild chickens. Realizing that the sun was up, I was worried that fellow brother would be late, and thus hurried and brought him here. Ha ha! Zhao Ning laughed. Zhang Yun. I asked you to go over to your fellow brother's place in the morning. I didn't expect you to go so early. You really are an impulsive person. As he was speaking, he pretended to hit Zhang Yun, who darted out of the way, scratching his head and grinning. Zhao Ning turned his head and looked at Pei Zi Yun, since you are already here, let's have some breakfast before I test you. Zhang Yun immediately took up all the essays written by Pei Zi Yun and gave it to his teacher, saying, Teacher, I feel that senior brother's works are almost perfect and he doesn't even need to sit for the examinations. When I read it this morning, I realized it bore similarities to yours, and knew that the examinations would be easy for him. Oh, is that so? Even though Zhang Yun wasn't going to take the examinations, he still had to study. He wondered if Zhang Yun thought so highly of Pei Zi Yun's essays because Zhang Yun was of a lower caliber or because he was going to challenge a harder examination. Regardless, Zhao Ning was curious and picked up the essay to read. He was shocked. In a matter of 2 days, he was able to combine the different aspects of an essay and link them up to form a fluid composition. This work would clearly earn him elementary scholar status in the examinations. Zhao Ning felt very suspicious. His fellow Dao brother had seen him borrow the book written by an elementary scholar from the previous dynasty and had witnessed his expression upon touching the book. It was as if the book had stirred up something within him. It seems like the book and him were fated. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of his senior uncle? That would explain why he has so much karmic luck? Zhao Ning was lost in thought. There is a big difference in quality between your work today and 2 days ago. What is the reason? Pei Zi Yun was already prepared for this question and replied, "Yesterday after borrowing the book, I went back home and read it, then I woke up this morning. I have no idea why I am able to write at such a high level." Zhao Ning thought for a while. Looks like this book has been absorbed by Zi Yun and gave him plentiful insights. Without saying anything else on the matter, he raised another topic and said, "Let me test you on this." Pei Zi Yun considered the question and pondered for a while before writing an essay on it. He felt that this topic wasn't difficult at all and finished writing it shortly. In the dream, a topic of such an easy standard had been written by the old elementary scholar multiple times. As soon as he had finished writing, Zhao Ning picked up the finished paper and praised loudly, "You are talented and will score top marks in the examinations." Zhao Ning instructed Zhang Yun and Pei Zi Yun to sit down as they started to eat and drink wine. The three of them were enthusiastic and in high spirits. When it was time to go, Zhao Ning entered a room before coming out and saying, "This is my guarantee for the examinations and a letter. I have many friends in the city. If any problems arise, show them this letter and they will help you." Pei Zi Yun said jubilantly, "Thank you, teacher." "Then be on your way." Zhang Yun then said, "Teacher, as I was walking to the village today, I heard the villagers saying that the roads are unsafe and that bandits were prowling around the area for victims. Teacher, my fellow brother is not skilled in fighting. I shall accompany him to ensure his safety." Zhao Ning looked up at his two disciples and saw a bond and closeness forming between them. Among them, one was the reincarnation of his senior uncle. The two of them being close would work to everyone's advantage as well. He thus agreed and said, "If that is the case, both of you should go. Zhang Yun, you are good in fighting, so protect your fellow brother." Zhang Yun replied, "Yes." Pei Zi Yun looked at Zhang Yun and was secretly happy. This person, before he was reincarnated, was skilled in fighting and pretty good in writing as well. Now that he was protecting him on the way to the city, the journey would be smooth. At that time he remembered that Yi Su'er was at Peach Blossom Monastery. His plan was to go to the city and attain elementary scholar status before returning for Yi Su'er. As they were walking, they reached a fork at the road. Pei Zi Yun started walking in one direction. Zhang Yun immediately shouted, "Fellow brother, wrong way, wrong way. This is the way to the village." Pei Zi Yun slapped his own forehead and remembered that he had forgotten to tell him, "Fellow brother, I am going to Peach Blossom Monastery and forgot to tell you. Please wait for a little while, I will go and be back quickly." Zhang Yun considered for a moment before replying, "Peach Flower Monastery is a woman's place, and the leader is a good friend of Mr. Zhao. Why would you want to go there? Are you up to no good?" Pei Zi Yun sighed before saying, "Fellow brother, you are mistaken. I am a scholar person. How could I possibly not know that men are not allowed in monasteries? The reason I am going there is because of the Black Wind bandits." Zhang Yun was very curious at his answer and replied, "What does this have anything to do with the Black Wind bandits?" Pei Zi Yun replied, 2 days ago, the Black Wind brigand came to the village demanding goods and women. The village women had decided to give Yi Su'er up and wanted to hand her over." Zhang Yun heard this and a flash of rage was apparent on his face as he shouted in protest, "What? They even coerced Yi Su'er into giving herself up? This village chief is really an idiot. The village is secured by a mud wall and the empire is gradually becoming stable. These bandits still dare to commit atrocities like this and attack the village? For the safety of the village, even under threat, giving up some wheat grain as payment would suffice. Why would there be a need to surrender a person so weak? When the bandits go to other villages, they are unable to extort any money from them. Next year they will double their raiding attempts on our village. Will we be able to resist? What happens when they come asking for taxes? In 3 or 4 years, the village will die out. This old idiot. Pei Zi Yun exhaled and didn't reply. Snail Village was predominated by people with the surname Zhang, and they were an entire clan. He and Yi Sur were outsiders. Thankfully he was a scholar who was bound for the examinations and thus didn't get bullied. A flash gleamed in his eyes and he knew that his thoughts had given himself away. It seemed like Zhang Yun knew the reason for his silence. Even mercenaries were not ignorant their entire lives. He continued listening to Zhang Yun rant. This morning as I approached the village, I heard Uncle Dashin saying that 2 days ago villagers had been asking for wheat and women but had died on the second day. I had initially thought that the villagers killed them secretly. Little did I expect that the villagers were so afraid they were prepared to give up their wheat, grains and women. It is as good as pointing a knife to your chest and giving the hilt to the bandits. As soon as Zhang Yun said this, he felt a certain strain on their friendship and hurriedly said, the villagers wanted to give up Isur. Isn't she your childhood sweetheart and Snail Village's most beautiful woman? The villagers were all muddle-headed and didn't know she was your woman. You must have been offended. Zhang Yun knew that Yi Sur and his fellow brother had a close relationship and were childhood sweethearts. The actions of the villagers must have frozen his heart. Fellow brother was due to take the examinations in a few days when this happened. It could bring bad karma. Pei Zi Yun sighed and replied, yes, the villagers wanted to give Yi Sur to the bandits. I cannot accept this. Hence Yi Sur and I decided to sneak out the village unnoticed and went to teacher for help. Their teacher told us to head for Peachflower Monastery. Since I have to go to the city for my examinations, I wanted to say goodbye to Yi Sur and come back for her after I have attained elementary scholar status in the examinations. This way, the villagers will not dare to do anything. Zhang Yun then understood everything and hurriedly said, fellow brother, don't worry. I promise to keep this a secret and will not leak out a word. Pei Zi Yun thanked him profusely. Thank you, fellow brother. Their two of them were speaking closely to each other by the side of road, clueless that in each other's previous life they barely exchanged a couple of sentences with each other. Yet in this life they were talking with such enthusiasm, respect and appreciation for each other. Time flew past as they spoke, and they reached the peachflower forest before long. Zhang Yun pointed in the direction of the forest and said, fellow brother, the monastery is up ahead, you should go by yourself. As he finished, he stood guard at the entrance, refusing to enter and keeping watch for Pei Zi Yun. Pei Zi Yun bowed and said, thank you, fellow brother. He followed the road into the forest, towards the monastery. He had been here just 2 days ago but noticed that the flowers looked more beautiful than before. The bees and butterflies were dancing around the flowers. It was a captivating scenery. As he neared the monastery, he noticed that everything looked the same, except that the signboard that used to be Peach Blossom Park is now Peach Blossom Origins. Chapter 12, Capital. Chapter 12, Capital. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Train Editor. Just as Pei Zi Yun was going to knock on the door, he heard someone calling him in delight, Brother Pei. The moment he turned around, without enough time to guess who it was, someone ran into his arms. Taking a closer look, he realized it was Yi Sur. A little Dao nun was holding on to a stalk of plum blossom chasing after Yi Sur. Seeing Yi Sur in the arms of a man, she blushed. Upon closer look, she realized that this was the youth who had dropped Sister Sur at the monastery. Sur, today Mr. Zhao asked me to go over to his place to appraise my essays, and he felt that they had developed well and asked me to go to the city and take the examinations. So I have come to bid you farewell, and after I have attained elementary scholar status in the examinations I will come back for you. Yi Sur's face turned red as the little Dao nun said, what a romantic love story, but take a look at the venue. We are standing right outside a female monastery and you have the cheek to get all touchy-feely. If I didn't know better I would think that this is a dirty and evil place. The little nun had a really sharp tongue. Yi Suer realized that she had donned the nun's attire, and out of respect, she pulled away from Pei Zi Yun, and they only looked at each other while speaking. Pei Zi Yun had a thick skin and laughed while saying, "You are really a mischievous little imp with a sharp tongue. If nobody wants to marry you in future, that is going to be a problem." The little Dao nun glared fiercely at Pei Zi Yun and said, "I am a Taoist and will not be married. You are just but a commoner. My monastery accepted your woman and you repay me by making fun of me. You are not a good person." She started walking away when she had finished. At this point, Pei Zi Yun realized that he had said something wrong and wanted to apologize, but the little Dao nun was already far away. Yi Suer stood at the side and said, "She was an orphan, Brother Pei. Do not speak like this in future. Should the monastery leader know about this, she will not be too pleased." Suddenly, Yi Suer jumped as though she had forgotten something, and she said, "Brother Pei, please wait here, I will be right back." She then rushed into the monastery. Pei Zi Yun smiled and waited at the entrance, watching the peach flowers bloom. He walked closer to get a better look and saw that the tree before him had already bloomed and felt awestruck by its beauty. The little Dao nun was in her room, red-faced and seated on her bed. She was hugging her blanket with her two small feet dangling off it. She pulled a long face and was angry. At this moment, she heard a sound and saw Yi Suer push past the door and enter the room. She seemed to be looking for something and was turning the place upside down to no avail. She had an anxious look about her, stamping on the ground and saying, "The talisman that I've asked for is missing. I clearly kept it here, why can't I find it?" As she spoke, she was frantically searching when she suddenly stopped and thought of how they had angered the little Dao nun. She then asked, "Little one, was it you who hid my talisman?" The little Dao nun replied angrily, "Who hid your talisman? Who was it who came in late at night holding her talisman of blessing, saying she wants to give it to her brother Pei and dropped it without realizing? And she still dares to put the blame on other people." She looked away from Yi Suer in apparent anger, her two beady eyes teary after being wronged. The moment she heard that, Yi Suer reacted and felt around on her bed. It had indeed dropped on her bed. Feeling bad as she had wronged the little nun, she grabbed her and said, "Little sister, I have wronged you. Do not be angry, I will make it up to you. Next time I will catch 7 or 8 big and pretty butterflies for you, all right?" Seeing the little nun still turned away in anger, Yi Suer planted a kiss on her face and hurriedly left, leaving the fuming nun still on her bed. Front entrance of the monastery. The sun was shining down on the monastery as Pei Zi Yun admired the beauty of the plum blossoms. He was deep in thought, thinking, "I wonder if we will have any time on the road. I should brush up on my Dao fighting techniques. How could I have forgotten this over the past few days? Then I can see if there's anything odd about my skills." His train of thoughts were interrupted by footsteps. He turned around to see Yi Suer running towards him. While Yi Suer was running so quickly, she almost tripped over the ledge at the entrance. Thankfully, she was able to stay on her feet. She slowed down and walked over to Pei Zi Yun. "Brother Pei, I know you wish to attain elementary scholar status in the upcoming examination, and so, I have requested this talisman for you. I have heard it is really effective, so please do not lose it. When your examinations come, hopefully your wish shall be granted." Brother Pei replied, "Thank you." Capital City. The county was not very far away from Dong'an capital, and they had arrived after 2 or 3 days. The walls of the capital were like a gigantic dragon surrounding the entire city. And the entrance of the city was like that of whale's mouth, swallowing all who passed through. While the counties were chaotic with soldiers and horses destroying everything, the city was booming with prosperity. People came and went, guards at the entrance were collecting a toll fee for entry into the village. Everyone seemed so busy and in a rush that it was hard to catch your breath. Zhang Yun decided to leave the moment he accompanied Pei Zi Yun to the entrance of the city. At this point, Pei Zi Yun wanted Zhang Yun to rest and stay the night, and leave only when he was fully recharged. Zhang Yun, however, refused, saying, "Fellow brother, you are good on your own. I shall make my way back first. He laughed and slung his bow over his back, walking in the direction of the setting sun. What a curious man he is. Pei Zi Yun thought quietly. This man was proud and arrogant, and would eventually be crushed and defeated at Free Cloud Sect. Although they have some friendship going on now, it would be difficult to truly win his heart over. While he was deep in thought, he saw a few men holding lanterns despite the fact that it was daytime. The lanterns had words written on them: Li Family Hotel, Safe Travels Hotel, and White Clouds Hotel. Looks like they were trying to fight for customers. Realizing that Pei Zi Yun looked like a scholar, he became their target for patronage. Pei Zi Yun was no stranger to this place. The original owner had been here plenty of times before. He pointed and said, I shall lodge at Safe Travels Hotel. The other men, hearing that he had made his choice, dispersed in hopes of finding other patrons. Pei Zi Yun headed south before making a turn and found the hotel. On the hotel was a huge lantern with a sign that said, 100 years, all who have come had safe travels. This hotel had an auspicious and lucky name and was not expensive too. The original owner had stayed in this hotel many times before. He walked in without hesitation and said, I wish to get a room, please send some hot water up to my room as well. Sure, please give me a moment. Pei Zi Yun was waiting when he heard someone saying, is this not Brother Z1? Why are you alone here? TL, they had gotten his name wrong. When Pei Zi Yun turned around, he saw a bunch of familiar faces that he had met during the previous round of examinations. He put his hands together in the traditional greeting and said, so it is Brother Li, Brother Wang, and Brother Tang. In this examination, I am the lone representative from my village. That is why I am alone today. A gentle voice was suddenly heard, to travel far and wide looking for something, only to find it easily. It indeed is Wan, Li, and Tang from Slow River County. You guys will be going to the banquet as well? What a shame. This time during the poetry section, the three of you from Slow River County will fail miserably. As he finished, he walked past, not even looking at the four of them. A few scholars followed closely behind him, laughing while they passed. The three of them were very agitated and fumed in anger at the insults thrown. Pei Zi Yun looked over and saw a few scholars, looking very smartly groomed and holding fans in their hands as they rolled up their sleeves and walked away. The three of them fiercely shouting from behind, such arrogant snobs. At this point, the hotel serfs brought up some pastries and a bowl of warm soup. There were some spring onions and meat cooked in the soup. The hotel must have noticed that he was bound to take the examinations and added some extra ingredients into the soup. With regards to what had just happened, Pei Zi Yun did not understand and wanted to inquire further. Scholar Tang then spoke out angrily, yes, it's true, the scholars from Slow River County had not scored well in the past few years, and thus we have been looked down upon. Tonight I will prove them wrong and peel their pride from their faces. The rest of them agreed with him. Yes, let's all go and take their prides away, so that they too shall know Slow River County is talented. As they stood up to leave, Pei Zi Yun remained calm and stoic. He ate his pastries calmly and thought about how these Slow River County scholars would praise him for his talents tonight at the banquet once he had a chance to show his elegance. Scholar Tang hurriedly said, Zi Yun, these pastries are not nice at all. Come, let us bring you to the dinner banquet. I know Zi Yun is very talented. If you come along, we can teach them a lesson at the feast. Come on, let's go. He reached out his hand to drag Pei Zi Yun, who resisted at first. However, when it was clear that the rest of them would not leave without him, he relented and went along with them. The distance they had to travel was not far, and they had already arrived before long. Pei Zi Yun looked at his surroundings and noticed there was a restaurant along the waterway, which was also near the horse post station. There was a guard manning the post station to ensure the safety of patrons of the restaurants. Pei Zi Yun quietly praised the owner for his foresight. Right outside was a sign that said, River Reflections. Scholar Tang shouted, good name. It is a good name for a restaurant. However, the words lack a certain charm, thus not creating much impact. A name like this could not be considered the best. Pei Zi Yun mused after obtaining the wisdom of the old elementary scholar in his dreams. One look was all it took for him to arrive at this conclusion. As they were speaking, they entered the restaurant and saw many people were already present. The waiters eagerly welcomed them, as Scholar Tang passed the invitation before they were admitted. "Young master, the first 3 floors are already full, please head all the way up." It was mid-afternoon and the interior of the restaurant reflected the sunlight. The stream outside the restaurant rippled as the wind swept past, causing a beautiful sight. A woman was singing inside the restaurant graciously. Although this was not the most posh place around, it was adequately furnished. It occupied a big plot of land and the serving waitresses were all dressed attractively, with the more senior ones ordering the younger waitresses around. As they were walking up, the 4 of them noticed that the entire 3 levels were bustling with activity. Many screens were being erected to separate the tables. The screens were used to give privacy, but could be retracted if not required. There were 10 tables lined up in rows, all with dishes already served. There were still some empty tables towards the west. There were almost 70 to 80 scholars already settled in banquet tables. Scholar Tang managed to find a table and pull several chairs. Scholar Tang's name was Tang Zhang and was the son of a wine merchant. He loved to study and was rather well known in the county. He was skilled in painting and very intelligent. His only weakness was, he could sometimes be impulsive. As for the other 2 scholars, he could not remember their names but knew they had some standard of literary proficiency. Not far away, the scholars who had provoked them earlier had settled into a table as well. They spoke in hushed tones and occasionally looked over before the entire group started laughing. Everyone knew that the examinations were a way to get a big breakthrough, and everyone was in competition with everyone else. If one person wins, another loses. When the 3 of them saw the others laughing in their direction, they were furious. Pei Zi Yun did not react but quietly thought to himself, "Is he Ma Ji, the one in my previous life who obtained the honor of being top scorer in the final tier examinations?" This person had showed up in the original owner's life and was a son of a government official. He had always looked down on people who lived in the smaller counties and would always taunt them whenever he saw them. He too had a good grasp of literary skills. He had obtained elementary scholar status at the age of 14 and had taken the final tier examinations at age 19 and obtained scholar status, but he did not live long and passed away at age 21. Why was there some confusion? As the banquet began, Pei Zi Yun looked at the dishes on the table and saw a huge variety of them, which included abalone porridge, many different fishes that had been prepared in a sumptuous manner. They made his appetite whet as he started to feel hungry. There was still some boiled chicken with certain herbs, and the soup that was boiled along with it was red. Tang Zhen did not even pay attention to these food. He came from a rich family and dishes like these were very normal. When he looked down at the chicken that had arrived, he shouted, "This is the famous perfect stuffed chicken, everyone enjoy." He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Chapter 13, Banquet. Chapter 13, Banquet. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Pei Zi Yun let out a hearty laugh before picking up his chopsticks and feasting on the dishes before him. A banquet like this would be very expensive to organize. What is the point of it? The previous owner had a memory of it that flashed past as he pricked his ears and began chatting, knowing that he will understand sooner or later. It seems like this was hosted by a high scholar of the previous dynasty. Although he belonged to the previous empire, he was still admired and respected by people from the current dynasty. He loved to study and was charitable and knowledgeable. He was also very wealthy. And so this high scholar from the previous dynasty refused to take up another post in court and decided to personally mentor the new generation of elementary scholars and high scholars. He would organize this banquet for the 7 counties that belonged to the capital, inviting the top 10 students from each county and also those who have proven themselves in any way. At this banquet, there would be a chance to prove your literary skills by writing essays or poems, and the high scholar will give you tips. If you are able to earn his approval, not only can you make a name for yourself, but there are expensive prizes to be won as well. All these scholars were all in the city for this very banquet. Suddenly, the crowd erupted with cheers and there was a great deal of shouting. The high scholar had arrived. Pei Zi Yun craned his neck to get a better look and saw a fierce-looking old man walking in front. This old man looked extremely angry and was exchanging words with the high scholar as they proceeded upstairs, two people following behind them. The high scholar did not look like he was older than 40 years old and sported a mustache and beard on his face. He did not dress abnormally and had dark pupils that left a deep impression on those who met him. Pei Zi Yun ate his food slowly, deep in thoughts. He recognized this high scholar. The name Yu Shan flowed into his mind. His official name was Yu Shan, but he was also called Zirun by people he was close to. This old man was clearly a court official, as could be told by his demeanor and actions. As he thought harder, it came to him, it was the nation's palace high scholar Fu Yuan. Official Fu Yuan was the Minister of Rights in Imperial China, but had since retired. As soon as these two men were seated and were settled in, someone stood up and shouted, "Students, be bold and offer us your valued opinion on these matters." The first person would begin by composing a verse of poetry or prose and someone else would continue. Whoever was speaking would command the attention of everyone in the banquet. This young master was dressed very smartly and had a confident aura about him. He managed to attract the attention of Fu Yuan and Yu Shan. He took a deep breath and then proceeded to vocalize his thoughts. Pei Zi Yun raised his head to get a better look at this man before his gaze quickly turned into an icy stare. It was Zhang Jiayu. To speak about this man, Pei Zi Yun had no relations with him. However, the original owner had clashed with him on numerous occasions. He had caused the original owner to lose much time just by making his life difficult. He suddenly recalled, and what relations does Yu Shan have with Zhang Jiayu? At this point, someone recited a poem and earned the approval of the old man. Tang Jin too felt that it was a good poem. After some time had passed, official Fu Yuan had set a topic on beginning of spring. This was the diversity of the banquet. Never following a particular format or set of rules. When one person sets a topic, anyone and everyone could respond. The three of them were still deep in thought, trying to figure out a way to the topic when Pei Zi Yun glanced outside and saw a fisherman sailing past. He then called the serving staff from the restaurant to bring some ink and paper. The three of them were shocked at the speed at which he came up with a solution and surrounded him. He completed the poem in a couple of strokes, and Tang Jin decided to read it out for everyone to hear. Fisherman. The fishermen sailed west, against the clear waters with their illuminating lamps. For a long while, he encountered nobody except for mountains and waters. As he looked up at the sky, he felt one destiny with the skies. A few people gasped and praised the quality of it while others were still dumbfounded, unable to pass judgment on the quality of the poem. Yu Shan's eyes shone as he exclaimed that it was a good poem. And Pu Yuan too nodded his head in approval, smiling. As the poem began to spread, people started to talk and acknowledge that it was, indeed, a fine piece of work. The serving staff in the restaurants had no qualms providing paper and ink upon request of these scholars. Whenever the paper and ink was given, some of these scholars would begin writing, while others would keep the unused ink and paper for themselves. Pei Zi Yun stood up to drink his bowl of soup as he watched some scholars keeping the ink and paper for themselves. The serving staff did not seem to mind as well. Whenever they saw the scholars taking the remaining writing materials, they looked away and pretended not to see as well. Feeling puzzled by what he had witnessed, he noticed someone was staring right at him, and he looked right back. He then saw Ma Ji holding his poem as someone else was reading out aloud. When Ma Ji saw Pei Zi Yun, Tang Jin, Wang and Li sitting together, his facial expression changed, looking viciously over. At this point, the person seated on his left was Scholar Wang, who had felt his gaze and stared right back at him as well. A group of people a few tables were all in conflict with each other. At this point, Pei Zi Yun realized that Scholar Tang, Li, and Wang were hiding something from him. The three of them probably had some unspoken conflict going on with Ma Ji and his group of friends. Just as he was about to ask what the problem was, a loud cheer was erupted from the crowd in front. Someone in front started calling for Pei Zi Yun. Scholar Wang pushed Zi Yun and said, "Zi Yun, your essay was quite good, now it's your turn to go onto the stage." As he finished, he pointed to the stage in front and saw Fu Yuan and Yu Qiu Shan judging the quality of Zhang Jiayu's work. From where Pei Zi Yun was, he noticed that Zhang Jiayu was confident and elegant in demeanor, replying to Fu Yuan's questions with ease and meeting the approval of both Fu Yuan and Yu Qiu Shan. It seems like the whole point of this banquet was for the scholars to showcase their talents and gain renown and approval. Pei Zi Yun then understood and lost his stage fright. Just as he was walking up, someone else walked up together with him. Seeing three participants on stage, they greeted each other by clasping their hands in traditional greeting. Fu Yuan exclaimed, "We have three handsome and elegant young men." They launched into a commentary and gave pointers about everyone's works. Zhang Jiayu came in first, followed by the other person who came in second, and Pei Zi Yun came in third. It seemed like Fu Yuan was not as willing to make small talk with the two of them compared to Zhang Jiayu. As soon as the discussion was over, a waiter brought a tray over. A look at the items on the tray revealed them to be prizes. The first prize was a painting, the second prize was an inkstone with engravings of plum blossoms on it. Since the painting was rolled up, nobody saw the contents of it. A student then pointed at the inkstone and said that is a tribute from Plum Blossom Mountains from the previous dynasty. Red Rose Inkstone, it is a very popular and rare item. Those that have been circulating are known to be gifts from the emperor himself. Before the chaos came, it was hard to extract the inkstone from Plum Blossom Mountain, and thus there are very little of these around. For those people who actually own it, they use it to show their status. This student finished his entire report of the inkstone in a single breath. After listening to this student, everyone understood the value of this inkstone and looked on in envy. Even Fu Yuan had a reaction to the gift. He looked at Yu Qiu Shan and said, "Zirun, I knew you have in possession a plum blossom inkstone, but you insisted you did not. And you even hid it away from me until today and gave it away as a prize in front of me? You are not afraid I will throw you in jail?" Yu Qiu Shan laughed and replied, "Ping'an brother, if you really want to punish me, you have to drag me personally to jail. But as for this plum blossom inkstone, don't you think about it. If I had known, I would have been more persistent in asking." Fu Yuan, or also known as Ping'an, TL, official name and real name, fought for a while before realizing something was fishy about this Yu Qiu Shan and thus asked, "Zirun, this inkstone was given to you by your teacher from the previous dynasty. All these years I've been looking for it and you would not give it to me. And today you have used it as a prize. Not right, not right. Honestly, I want to know your reason. If you are in any difficulty, tell me and I will resolve it." Yu Qiu Shan sighed and replied, "Brother Ping'an, these past few days I've been feeling like my energy and concentration are lacking. I am worried that by keeping this inkstone with me, it will follow me to my grave. So instead, why not give it to some of these bright scholars? Looking at them always reminds me of my past self, full of life and vigor." As he said this, his eyes moistened and the two of them stopped speaking. Pei Zi Yun then noticed the person who came in second. He had a particular poise about him, full of grace and class. He had an extremely intelligent look and a pair of eyes that showed his capabilities and were as dark as ink. He dressed well and wore a jade pendant around his neck that glistened under the light as he stared at the inkstone. Pei Zi Yun too looked at the inkstone from Plum Mountain and felt a certain envy. However, he knew that it was not his fate to win that item. Looking at his prize, he had won a book and some money. Pei Zi Yun saw the two prizes before him and could not help but compare them as he felt somewhat disappointed. In an instant, however, he changed his perspective. This high scholar hosted the banquet and forked out money and treasures in order to add renown to his name. Since Pei Zi Yun was able to get something out of it, he should be more than happy. Just as Yu Shan was about to distribute the prizes, Fu Yuan stopped him and said, "Zirun, I have been eyeing this prize for so long. Since I am unable to own it, let me give it away as my consolation." Yu Shan could not help but laughed and sat down saying, Brother Ping'an, Brother Ping'an." As he was saying this, he stood up and sat down again. While the prizes were being presented, and it was time for Pei Zi Yun to receive his, there was an unexpected occurrence. Just as Fu Yuan picked the book up to hand it over to him, a sort of change in expression came over him. It looked like shock and surprise, but he hid it well enough that nobody else saw it except Pei Zi Yun, who was standing the nearest. Seeing a reaction like this, he thought it was strange and did not know the reason. The old man then said some words of encouragement to him. The three of them who won prizes looked grateful as they returned to their seats. Immediately, Tang, Wang and Li surrounded him and wanted to see his prize. The second prize was so rare and had such value that they had expected the same for the third prize. However, it was a book titled, The Chronicles of Plucking Flowers, and was written by Yu Shan himself. Seeing it was just a book written by the host, the crowd dispersed in disappointment. They had assumed he received something of value. Tang, Wang and Li all thought that the book was boring and had no value to it. Pei Zi Yun did not feel anything as he was holding on to it and felt slightly disappointed as well. He casually flipped the pages of the book. He read that it had contained painstakingly written essays by Yu Shan. However, there were no legacies of any knowledge or powers within the book, causing him to feel some regret. He had come to this banquet expecting nothing and had walked away with extra knowledge and a book, thus should not be disappointed by what he did not receive. He realized he was being greedy and laughed before keeping the book in his clothes. Estimating the number of silver taels inside the pouch that he has received, it felt heavy and seemed like there was at least 10 taels. At the conclusion of the competition, after the prizes had been given out, some students were unhappy that they did not receive any prizes and hated themselves for not achieving top 3. Most people were, however, envious of the 3 prize winners. In the name of envy, there were a few people who were especially unhappy to see Pei Zi Yun and his 3 friends. Right after the conclusion of the banquet, they saw Ma Ji taking his group of friends and leaving hurriedly without the face for any confrontation. Tang, Wang, Li and Pei Zi Yun walked down the stairs together as Pei Zi Yun suddenly recalled the look Ma Ji gave to him. He had wanted to ask about it again when Tang Jin asked, "Zi Yun, why didn't you take the ink and paper provided just now? These are all expensive items that we could get for free." Pei Zi Yun had some conflict and asked, "These are all possessions of the host, how can we just take it like that?" Seeing the conflict and confusion on his face, the 3 of them began to laugh. Zi Yun. You have lost a great deal just by not knowing that the inkstone and paper were given freely. That was a gift from the high scholar to everyone. He knows that scholars are always poor. And we forgot to tell you about this." Pei Zi Yun, still unable to understand his motive, asked, "What is his reason for doing this?" The 3 of them were in high spirits, having drank a little wine. They all clamored to speak and said, "There is a backstory to this. A few years ago, the same banquet was being held where all the top scholars were invited. A few of them happened to stumble upon the room in which all the prizes and memorabilia were kept. They were greedy and thus after completing their poems, they all sneaked in to steal some items. After the end of the banquet, the number of items there were considerably less than before. When High Scholar Yu found out, he made an announcement that all the items in the room would be eventually given to the scholars who attends the banquet. And those that went in to steal the items were all overjoyed that their actions had such an outcome. Chapter 14, Spiritual Roots. Chapter 14, Spiritual Roots. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Pei Zi Yun was momentarily blinded. He paused while walking and thought to himself, "This man is doing this to earn the favor of people." The banquet was hosted by High Scholar Yu once every 3 years, and he does not seem like the type of person who needs the affections of others. But he is also not very conservative. Looks like he just wants to do some good and earn some karma by helping these scholars achieve some fame, so they will be grateful to him. The three of them were talking about meaningless topics in a private room downstairs. It seemed like the activity had shifted downstairs as well, where there were many people around. Pei Zi Yun was just about to ask about Ma Ji. Ma Ji would obtain his high scholar status in a few years. Why was there a conflict between the three of them and him? At this point, a commotion could be heard happening outside. Pei Zi Yun frowned as he looked back and saw a Taoist seated on a table in the restaurant. He was dressed in a starched and faded traditional Taoist costume. There were few empty bowls on the table, apparently finished by him. The Taoist was still holding onto a pot of wine and was drinking deeply from it. A waiter stood at his side and shouted, "You have ordered the best meat and wine in the restaurant, and when I asked nicely for payment you have the audacity to tell me you are broke? I should beat you up and kick you out. But we, at River Reflections, are particular about reputation, so how can I assault you? You look fully able-bodied, then you should go and find work that pays you. How can you be such a bum and live off the charity of other people?" Students began to rush down the stairs to see what the commotion was all about and realized it was just a Taoist trying to get a free meal. At least the waiter had manners and did not resort to violence, but scolded him instead. Pei Zi Yun glanced at the Taoist and noticed that his clothes were full of dust and dirt and were tattered and torn. The few bowls of dishes on the table had been eaten clean. This made him think back about the hardships of his previous life, and it tugged on his heartstrings. Before he realized it, he had already stepped forward. It was clear that the Taoist had no regard for the waiter whatsoever. As the waiter was speaking to him, he was playing with his earlobes and digging his ear. This made the waiter even more desperate as he wanted to report the matter to the owner. Suddenly everyone noticed a scholar stepping forward and asking, "How much does this man owe? I shall settle the bill for him." The waiter was glad that someone had stepped forward to pay the bill. He counted and said, this Taoist had eaten some premium beef belly, steamed giant crab, a portion of perfectly stuffed chicken, a portion of black-bone chicken, a few portions of lamb meat and 3 pots of aged wine. The total bill is 1 silver tael. 1 silver tael? Pei Zi Yun, upon hearing the final amount, felt a certain pain at the loss. Silver is rare in this world. 1 silver tael, if used thriftily, can last an entire family in the village 1 year. He bit the bullet and forked out 1 silver tael to pay. This Taoist had initially thought he could get a free meal just by not paying. Never would he have expected someone to pay for him. He was shocked. His 3 friends too were stumped. They did not know what to make of this situation. The 3 levels above were still packing and cleaning up, while the 4th level was completely quiet. Zhang Jiayu walked up and saw 2 men guarding. As he approached, they made way for him. As soon as Zhang Jiayu reached, he saw a vermilion-painted pillar before him and a half-open door. A semi-transparent screen and a bookshelf were in his vision as well. Then, he heard Yu Qiu Shan's voice coming from within. "Is that my nephew? Come on in and talk to me." "Coming," Zhang Jiayu replied. As soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Yu Qiu Shan seated on a huge sculpted teacher's seat. Not far away was seated a man on a small wooden stool. He looked to be not older than 40 and was dressed impeccably and had a refined and scholarly look to him. However, he was flushed red from alcohol and was giggling. He clasped his hands together and greeted both of them, "Uncle." "Mr. Li." Mr. Li continued chuckling in acknowledgement. It seems like Mr. Li was somebody prominent, as he was copying down a poem and filling in the name list. He was sorting the names on the name lists and said, "Fellow brother, most of the candidates who will soon be elementary scholars were present at your banquet." Just as Zhang Jiayu was about to inquire further, Yu Qiu Shan scrutinized the list further and said, "Wen Jing, cancel out those candidates with good family background and rich ancestry, for they would have already developed a huge egos. We are unable to touch those." "Sure." Li Wenjing looked like he had been prepared for this and immediately tore away a piece of paper from the list. Yu Shan touched his brows briefly and looked deep in thought. He then continued, also cancel out those who are popular and famous, for they would attract unwanted attention. He then sighed and said, we, of Holy Jail sect, are unlike those mercenaries. Only mercenaries are not picky with their disciples and pass their knowledge and skills to anyone. In these times, which sect would not choose from a pool of elementary scholars that are intelligent and quick? It's just that those with rich ancestries who have already been tainted by their pride and egos, we cannot recruit. And those who are famous and of repute would draw too much attention, and thus we should not recruit. And those scholars who fall to the bottom of the standard are limited in their intelligence and of little use, so we shall not recruit as well. Apart from these people, we should recruit from the middle 10. But as of now we still cannot be sure who these people are. We have to wait for the exams to conclude and the results to be out before we pick from the pool of elementary scholars. Zhang Yujia knew that this was said for him to hear and that he had met the criteria mentioned. Going by the rules of the sect, he immediately acknowledged, Teacher. Yu Shan continued, these people who shall be joining our sect shall be your future fellow brothers. In the future, matters like this will eventually come under your charge. You should not feel like it's a waste of time. Clearly Holy Jail sect is not a mountain of gold or silver. When in the city, try as far as possible not to use your Tao arts so that you will not offend the heavens and incite your ego. Alas, we are not common people, and prospering the estate should be relatively easy. So do not feel upset about the money spent on the banquet. Once you've entered Holy Jail sect, or any sect for that matter, being an elementary scholar or high scholar would be the highest you can go. And you shall not become a government official. This is something you have to know and understand. The weather condition outside changed abruptly. What was initially a sunny day started to turn windy as the clouds amassed, making everything around seem dark and gloomy. The wind chimes started to ring as a gust of wind blew. Zhang Yujia then said, this I am aware. Once someone becomes a government official, his ego will ruin the Tao energy and he will be unable to attain enlightenment. Li Wenjing was looking through the name list as he joked, it is good that you know. But if you do manage to become a true sovereign, anything under the heavens and even human relationships will be solved by just looking down. But then you would not be able to look up. Zhang Jiayu then forced a laugh and said, Senior uncle, please do not joke with me. It was evident that Li Wenjing was a drunkard, whose Tao arts were substandard. However, everything else about him was capable and competent. All his businesses were being run by his employees, and he had quite a high standing. Zhang Jiayun laughed before pausing to ask, is Pei Zi Yun in the name list? I noticed he had a flair for literature. And he does not strike me as too egoistic. Yu Shan immediately looked at him before casting his glance down to his tea and said, I was just about to speak of him. Our Holy Jail sect has this little technique we use to predict someone's fortunes and fate. If you are able to tell, you would have displayed maturity. A person's fate changes multiple times over the progression of his life, yet is not something that can be pursued and also not something you can take as a reward. Pei Zi Yun's appearances and personalities are not prominent, yet he has strong ancestry ties. With some luck, he will eventually become an elementary scholar, but even then, probably not this year. But as his wisdom nurtures, he will gradually understand more. This is the life of a scholar, to understand reason. Yu Shan seemed like he had some misgivings and said, it looks like knowledge is timeless, and as for the upcoming examinations, let's just say it can change fates. You know as well that half of these views regarding Holy Jail sect and life on earth are a big blur. And in order to overcome this obstacle we have to break through this shroud of ignorance. How easy do you think that is, said Yu Shan as he broke into laughter and continued, someone like him, you can test, but do not pin your hopes on him. Zhang Jiayu seemed like he had a thought and said, what teacher is saying is that, people like him have a high variance of change, and might not necessarily provide advantage to the sect, which is why I should not have too much hope in him? Your understanding is correct. If it were a few years earlier, the sect might have taken him. But now, we have already worn out shoes and reached the shore. For people like him who will change many times in their lives, they will have lots to catch up on. Zhang Jiayu finally understood and said, I get it now. They 4 of them went back to their inn and said their farewells. Pei Zi Yun was a little tipsy. When the 3 of them saw Pei Zi Yun attaining 3rd place at the banquet and thus proving themselves to the group of scholars who taunted them, they were elated and plied him with wine. The wine was strong, and the effects kicked in only much later. He had felt fine while they were drinking. But half an hour later when he reached his room he was rather drunk. The servants of the hotel then boiled a large tub of water and delivered it to his room. After he had taken his shower, he lay on the bed to rest and thought, at last, some time to myself. It seems like when he had met the Taoist and paid for him, he was reminded of how he had learnt the Tao arts back in his previous life. He found it strange that he always forgot this important fact, and thus wanted to be alone to cultivate. However, he was dragged by 3 of them and could not spend time alone. The 3 of them were already significantly tipsy from the alcohol, and thus, wasted some time before he was finally alone again. At this point, the effects of the wine had somewhat receded. Although he should not be cultivating the Tao arts when on alcohol, he figured it was harmless if he just tried. At this point, he recalled the memories from the original owner and thought, the original owner had lost his chance to Zhao Ning. But he had some luck, and managed to obtain the diary of a mercenary, and found that it had been the host to knowledge, teaching him invaluable lessons. Although the content in the diary was very basic, it had its uses. If anyone had a little spiritual ability, he would immediately feel inspired by the content. It would not be the most effective way of learning, but it can at least lay the foundation, and determine how fast or slow your skills pick up. When the original owner had eventually been admitted into Free Cloud sect, he was evaluated based on the traditional foundations and then learnt subsequently the arts of the sect. I shall try this method. Pei Zi Yun then sat down and followed the descriptions of the Tao arts. He held onto the book as he cultivated. The original had managed to master the arts in a very short time, and so as he practiced he thought it would be easy. After some time, Pei Zi Yun had achieved nothing. Wearing just a thin cloth over his body, he looked out at the window, and randomly pulled out a book. He flipped a couple of pages only to find it uninteresting. He was frowning and thinking to himself, this technique, even a normal person with a little bit of spiritual sense would be able to cultivate, just at a very slow rate. Why can't he achieve anything? Even in his past life he managed it in just 3 hours, and he was completely useless. Unless when this body changed its soul, he had lost it? Pei Zi Yun was puzzled, when suddenly there was a light emitted from the plum blossom between his brows and a notification was received. Pei Zi Yun then understood the reason. The original owner no longer had the spiritual roots, and thus could not bring it into this body. True Sovereign Xie's moves were vicious, and in order to ensure the original owner would not be able to ever cultivate his Tao arts, he even took his spiritual roots away. At the present, although the plum blossom exists, this body has already lost the roots, and thus new roots needs to be found. It's no wonder the attempts at cultivating were futile. And these past few days I've been forgetting about it. If I wish to cultivate, I would have to find another legacy created by a cultivator to repair the damage. This legacy would have to contain the cultivator's spiritual roots, just a little would suffice. As he thought about this, a small white plum blossom floated into his vision as it turned into an information interface. It was transparent and faint as a new mission showed up. Mission 1, Rescue Yi Suer, completed. Mission 2, Attain Elementary Scholar status, incomplete. Mission 3, Obtain a legacy created by a Taoist cultivator, incomplete. As he looked closely at the screen, he realized what the new mission was. Pei Zi Yun was in a dilemma as to how to complete the latest objective. Since he was not a Taoist cultivator, how would he ever get into contact with other cultivators, and how would he obtain a legacy from them? Pei Zi Yun lay on the bed facing the ceiling, deep in thoughts. After some time, he finally said, "Forget it. The examinations are coming soon. I shall obtain my elementary scholar status first before thinking about other matters. Chapter 15, Examinations. Chapter 15, Examinations. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Day of Imperial Examinations. It was early in the morning. Everything seemed white and the morning mist filled the air. Not far away, a small boat was gradually reaching shore. Pei Zi Yun lit up a lantern, picked up his examination basket and headed towards the examination destination. The 7 counties belonging to this city, please line up according to your counties. And no shouting. 3 rounds of firecrackers could be heard being fired from within the school as someone was giving these instructions. They were lined up in this order: County School of Literature, Capital Schools, and Middle Literature School. The candidates all came from different schools, each with their own systems. The morning mist was cold and breezy as the stars remained in their usual constellations, echoing the 7 Daoways. The students were all carrying their examination baskets as they proceeded to line up. Pei Zi Yun finally managed to locate his Slow River County line as he saw many candidates jostling and cramming in the queue, hands holding lanterns. He heard someone say from behind, "Brother Pei, you are here." Pei Zi Yun spun around and found that the person who was speaking to him was Tang Jin, and he was with scholars Wang and Li. They acknowledged his presence coldly and didn't bother to even utter a word. Pei Zi Yun was not bothered as he warmly greeted Tang Jin before he too acknowledged scholars Wang and Li with a smile, without speaking. A few days ago, the 3 of them had invited him out to a literary event. But seeing as the examinations were fast approaching, he declined. Tang Jin did not seem to mind, but it was evident the other 2 were offended. With a heart and mind like that, it's certain they would not be able to become elementary scholars. Pei Zi Yun recalled how the 2 of them had expected some examination questions to be leaked at the literary gathering and scolded them for their stupidity inside his head. At an event like that, the organizers would never discuss examination-related affairs and risk compromising their reputation. Doing so would only cause a huge fraud case that would implicate themselves. When he met them, he still behaved with civility and exchanged a few words, although nobody had any mood for small talk. Different venues were meant for different examinations. There were 3 tiers: to become an elementary scholar, to become a high scholar, and finally to become a grand scholar. The present arrangements were very different from the original owner's own imperial examinations. But that was normal. It would have been strange if it was exactly the same. Scholars don't have the authority of skipping the poetry section in the examinations, and so the magistrate had to make frequent trips into the city to teach poetry. There were strict selections held for the positions of patrolling officials and examiners. There were eventually only 33 selected due to the strict criterias. Boom, boom, boom. The drum sounded. The huge doors slowly opened. The scholars flooded the halls. Pei Zi Yun recalled his first-tier examination he had taken to become an elementary scholar and thought to himself, "Here it comes." After reporting for the exam, he was given a handbook and an examination plate number. The examiners first checked their guarantors' letters, and then scrutinized their features before double-checking against their descriptions to ensure it was them who were taking the examinations. After the identity of the candidates had been confirmed, the next procedures were the checks. The examination baskets were being checked first, followed by the ink and paper materials. They would even open the buns and sandwiches brought to prevent cheating materials being smuggled in. Pei Zi Yun had experienced examinations before and knew that food was allowed in the hall. He knew to not bring in greasy food because it could spoil easily, and would cause a mess upon inspection. Greasy food could also cause a stomach upset, which was not desirable. So he brought some pastries and eggs, and was planning to rely on them to provide water. Next they had to undress and remove their shoes. Even their hair had to be checked. The candidates took their turns to be checked and soon it was Pei Zi Yun's turn. After the checks were conducted, the examiners would affix a stamp to prove that this procedure had been conducted. The examiner then shouted, "Take your respective seats." Pei Zi Yun took his confirmation slip and proceeded to the hall. The confirmation slip had his seat number and had a stamp on it as well. Should a fraud be detected in the hall, the examiners would immediately conduct investigations. Once he entered the Great Hall, he had to search for his room number. Within the hall were several smaller rooms joined together. It was the same for the rooms across. The distance between the rooms across from each other was about the space of 5 meters. And the rooms went on for as far as the eye could see. Inside the smaller rooms were a small bed, a table, and a chair. There were 3 candles on the table and a bowl of water to clean the quills. The conditions here are better than that of the previous tier examinations with the additional bed. This was probably because the first tier examinations only lasted for a day, whereas the examinations to elementary scholar would take 2 days. It had been rumored that the examinations to attain high scholar status takes 3 days. Pei Zi Yun carefully placed his inkstone on the table. Across him was a youth who looked to be around 25 or 26. As soon as everyone was seated, an announcement was made, before a final patrol was conducted by officials. A bell rang as the examination papers were being distributed. As soon as Pei Zi Yun received his examination papers, he noticed that they had provided additional scrap paper for drafts to be written. Pei Zi Yun lit his candle. The sun had just risen, but the room was still dark. He took a quick look at the entire paper and realized there were no questions that looked especially difficult, before relaxing. His experience with examinations in his previous life taught him if there were any issues with the examination papers he should immediately raise it up and the papers could still be changed. If there was an issue and it was not raised beyond a particular point, a change in paper might not be allowed. Nobody knew what would happen then. When he finished looking through, he thought to himself, this is much harder than the first tier examinations. In the first tier examinations, many examples were being provided. The justice segment required blanks to be filled in, which was easy. However, the economics section memory writing. The testing officials will randomly pick a chapter from the texts and provide the first line. According to this first line, the candidates have to continue writing the rest of the text. In this examinations, there was also the justice and economics section. There were 5 questions for justice, and 20 questions for economics. The scale had increased tremendously from the previous examinations. The point of this segment was to test memory skills. Since the original owner had a good memory, and he had been through this particular examinations, Pei Zi Yun was confident and had no difficulties. Next up was calculus and law. The subjects in this dynasty are much more practical than in the previous dynasty. Calculus involved being able to count properly. Law required understanding of basic laws. Although the scale was not large, it was not limited to just the 4 books and 5 classics. All these seemed quite easy. Calculus involved memorizing formulas and law relied heavily on formulas as well. Using the original owner's memory, he breezed past. Let's do these questions first. He noticed that the sky was already bright. Raising his head, he noticed that the candidates across him looked very sluggish. Pei Zi Yun smiled and dipped his quill into the ink and started writing his answers on the scrap paper before carefully writing it onto the actual answer scripts. For such an examination, those who write their answers directly onto the actual answer scripts are either geniuses or impulsive candidates. As he finished the questions for this examination paper, he sighed and felt his entire back was wet with perspiration. He took a towel out and began to clean himself dry. He noticed that the youth across him looked pale and tired as if he was almost going to pass out. It is noon. In the blink of an eye, noon was here. Pei Zi Yun drank some water and had some pastries. He peeled a couple of eggs and ate them before having some of his lean meat. Although the food was already cold, he could not ask for more. After his meal, he rested for a little while before moving on to the big questions. The next topic is Confucius philosophies and is the main component of the examination. There are 3 questions. The Confucius philosophies question discussed the arguments surrounding the philosophies. Pei Zi Yun looked at the first question: how vast was his virtue, that no man could find words to describe it? How glorious was the elegant regulations which he instituted? This question has to do with the norms of society. Pei Zi Yun thought to himself. This was spoken by Confucius of someone very great. With the knowledge of the old high scholar, he had an answer. In essence, to praise a predecessor of his great works and contributions. Its origins are from the classics and speaks of Emperor Yao, who did good things with great advisors to achieve success. To continue, it was describing what happened in the dynasty before, where the emperor was loyal and faithful to his subjects, so as to encourage his advisors to do likewise. With this discussion, he had a solution to the question, that was accomplished with a spurt of energy. This solution has to be written in a concise and fluid manner in order to score well. Pei Zi Yun thought for a moment before starting to write his thoughts. All was going well. As he finished writing, he put the scrap paper aside and proceeded to the next question. Keep old friends around, to prevent loneliness in future. This question was very obvious. It spoke of someone writing to his son, telling him that it is important to keep old friends close so as not to demand perfection of them. As soon as Pei Zi Yun saw this question, he subconsciously slapped his head a few times. This made a sound and the people around him turned around as an examiner walked over to him. Do not be complacent, do not be complacent. The subject of this question was from an old elementary scholar who did not manage to become a high scholar. These thoughts were his regrets, and thus told his son not to abandon his friends and not to expect them to be perfect. Pei Zi Yun had practiced writing this topic many times and it was clear in his memory. It was almost like copying the answers, guaranteed to score well. With luck this good, he could cry tears of joy. When Pei Zi Yun looked at the questions, numerous essays floated into his mind waiting for him to choose one to write. The minute he started, he did not stop until it was completed to perfection. He blew onto his writing to dry the ink and nodded his head in satisfaction, thinking, I did not have to put in much energy into answering this question. Maybe just a little sore from writing. As with just now, he shelved his scrap paper and looked at the final question. Water, fire, metal, wood, and earth, discuss. The question towards the end was always the hardest. Pei Zi Yun frowned and knew that this question had some difficulty to it. Water can be used to irrigate and fire can be used to cook. Metal can be used to cut and wood can be used to make items. Earth is used for growing crops. These are natural elements given to us by the heavens to sustain life. All these had been mentioned in the 3 important manuals of survival. As soon as Pei Zi Yun thought of the answers to the question, he started writing. Although the speed which he wrote was not as fast this time, it was not slow as well. He rubbed his eyes and realized it was already evening. Pei Zi Yun felt slightly dizzy as his sweat stained his clothing. He arranged his papers and lit another candle. The entire examination hall was filled with the smell of burning candles. The examiners also started lighting the torches in the hall one by one. The head examiner took an entire team of officials to patrol the hall. Pei Zi Yun felt hungry at this point, and without a care in the world, he gobbled his food. The head examiner looked at him with raised eyebrows and laughed. Pei Zi Yun looked down as he was deep in thought. When the patrol team had finished walking down his lane, he counted the remaining time. Today was just the first night. If there was any writing he had not completed, it could be done tomorrow. Seeing the scripts had been dried of ink, he arranged them, blew out the candle and lay on the wooden bed. He took out a blanket he had brought and put it over himself. Just before he went to sleep he looked at the youth across him once more. He noticed that he was still working under the candlelight. Pei Zi Yun shut his eyes and fell asleep amidst the rustling sound of paper. It is different once I have the plum blossom. He did not know why, maybe it was an effect of receiving the host, but all he had to do to fall asleep was to close his eyes and take a few deep breaths and he would enter sleep. This time in the examination hall was no exception. He lay down, and a few minutes later was snoring softly. At this point, a patrolling official walked past and was stumped. The examination atmosphere was tense. Although once night came, surely there would be some candidates who have decided to rest, majority would be tossing and turning in their beds unable to sleep. This candidate, however, was sound asleep. Was he that confident, or had he already given up, thus feeling bliss? Chapter 16, Quality. Chapter 16, Quality. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Once he had awakened from his slumber, the sun was already out and shining. Most of the candidates were already up and making rustling noises as they started writing again. Pei Zi Yun stood up and stretched himself. With a patrolling official following him, he went to the toilet and back to the room. He drank some water, taking small sips at a time. After having more pastries and an egg, Pei Zi Yun felt rejuvenated. He then began to check the answers on the scrap paper and ensured that he had solved the 3 big questions without mistakes. As he sighed, he knew that if he did not become an elementary scholar, something was seriously wrong. He then started to copy the answers from the scrap paper into the actual answer script. The last section is the final part, poetry. Frankly, regardless of which discipline is the emphasis, poetry is the least important. The last question thus tested the candidate's literary abilities. All I can say is, if it is an outstanding piece, bonus marks will be rewarded. Although Pei Zi Yun was not the most poetical person, he had many poems in his memories. Between these 2 worlds, surely there will not be 2 identical poets. Looking at the topic, start of spring, Pei Zi Yun was shocked. This looked familiar to him. His head felt slightly painful from the number of poems he could choose from to write. As he was thinking, he held the inkstone and his gaze was fixed on the question. He finally decided on which poem he would write. I shall write the poem by Shi Hanyu. This poet was part of the Tang dynasty, and poems from the Tang dynasty are the most expensive. This was because no other dynasties could compete in poetry with them. And this person was conferred numerous titles for his ability in literature. Bring me some luck. Pei Zi Yun's heart was glad with confidence. This time, there was no need for the scrap paper. He decided to write directly onto the actual sheet. The streets were wet with light drizzle as the grass swayed in the wind. The best time of the year is spring, infinitely better than having smoke-filled skies. Phew! When he had finished, Pei Zi Yun relaxed every muscle in his body. He checked the entire script 3 times to ensure no mistakes were made. He looked around him to see everyone was still buried in their writings, each of them looking pale. He had finished before time was up as he shouted, "Submitting my paper." The official asked him curiously, "It's not even dark, yet you have finished writing?" Pei Zi Yun replied, "I have finished." Without delay, the official called for the official in charge of receiving scripts. He checked that everything was in order before saying, "Release." All these submitted scripts will then be stamped with the candidates' names to prevent fraud of any sort. Several officials will then transcribe the contents of the paper and pass the copies for marking. Only after the top percentile of candidates have been selected will they be able to view the actual papers. At this point, if it was well done, marks can be added. Before this process, nobody was allowed to see the actual test scripts, not even the officials collecting the papers. Pei Zi Yun exited the examination hall and realized how stuffy and stifling the atmosphere had been. He did not want to stay longer than he had to. It was rumored that the next tier of examinations required 3 days to complete and candidates were not allowed to leave early. He wondered how blank he would be if he had to do that. He recalled that just as he was copying the answers down onto the actual answer sheet, a student had to be carried out. He had an entire head of white hair and was wailing to be let back in again. Pei Zi Yun watched from afar and felt somewhat distressed. That was how it was for the examinations. If you did not pass the elementary scholar examination once, and succeeded even after several attempts, you will end up like that. Unless the candidate is exceptionally lucky or exceptionally talented, the higher tier examinations would usually require a few attempts. Pei Zi Yun felt completely drained and exhausted but completely relieved as well. Since the examinations are over, and he should become an elementary scholar with the relevant status, the Plum Blossom mission would be completed. As he stepped out, Pei Zi Yun realized how blank his mind felt. Apart from a high scholar's family, scholars, servants, and cart drivers, everyone else traveled by riding. In the history of examination candidates, many have collapsed from exhaustion and sickness. Walking under exhaustion like this would not be safe, and since he did not feel like walking anyway, he waved his hand for transport. An ox cart stopped beside him, as Pei Zi Yun said, "Safe travels in." "Sure, have a seat, passenger." The ride back to the inn was very bumpy, but at least the hotel serving staff were on the ball. As soon as they saw him, they shouted, "Prepare the hot water." Pei Zi Yun immediately took a warm shower before coming out to some meat porridge. After having his meal and some tea, he started seeing candidates returning from the examination hall. He noticed that Tang Jin looked extremely pale. The moment he saw Pei Zi Yun, he hurriedly approached him and bowed. Pei Zi Yun was shocked and said, "Brother Tang, why do you have to be so formal?" He looked up and saw Tang Jin looking embarrassed as he said, "I am thankful for the scolding you gave me a few days ago, and forced me to revise in my room before the examinations. One of the questions that came out, I had just revised during that period. And so I have to thank you." "Ha, that really happened? Then it is your destiny." Pei Zi Yun smiled as he spoke sincerely. This man truly has some good fortune, having a question that came out during his revision. As he finished his porridge, he noticed a few more candidates returning but was not bothered. He went up to his room and lay on his bed. Within moments he was immersed in sweet dreams. School, marking hall. The top papers had already been arranged by merit, but had to wait for the rest to be sorted before they could be released. The marking hall consisted of people who recorded the marks, script collectors, and seal affixers. In the West Hall, officials were in charge of reading and internal circulation. The script collectors will ferry the scripts to the seal room, where they will be stamped to protect the integrity of the papers before they are delivered to the recording room to be copied. Once copies had been made, both the original and copies would be transported across the hall to reading rooms. The officials will read both documents to ensure that they are exactly the same. They will retain the original and pass the copied version to the Great Hall. The Great Hall was some distance away and the scripts have to be handed outside. Within the Great Hall, an official would be reading the scripts behind a screen, making it resemble an office of sorts. When every official had finished reading the scripts and were satisfied with its quality, they would each indicate with a circle on top, before handing it to the room chief. After the room chief was satisfied, he too would affix a circle onto the top of the script before sending it over to the deputy chief examiner. Likewise, when the deputy chief examiner was content with the quality of the script, he would indicate with a circle and finally send it to the chief examiner. The night sky was littered with an abundance of stars. Just as the room was littered with candles, illuminating the entire place. The layout of the room was very simple. There were a couple of tables and chairs. The table was full of examination scripts. The chief examiner was called Yi Sang Gao and he was a 50-years-old man with an entire head of white hair. He was looking at the reading officials. "Today you are here grading examination papers. Do not forget those hard years of studying. But more importantly, do not forget the trust invested in you by the dynasty. Be alert when marking the scripts. If there are any discrepancies, be sure to voice it out." The officials acknowledged and proceeded with their duties. The reading officials were all professors in the relevant subjects, and there were fixed answers to the first section, so the grading for this part was straightforward. After a short while, one of the officials shouted, "Question 5 of the justice segment had been answered wrongly." Everyone was able to get this question right, but this candidate made a mistake. As he said this, he threw that script into the bottom percentile. In this examination, there were around 2,700 scripts. But with many marking officials, within moments the first part of it had been graded. Your Excellency, of 2,741 scripts, 391 had fallen behind due to error in answers and are at the bottom of the cohort. Those scripts that had fallen to the bottom are deemed hopeless and will only receive attention when all the scripts had been marked. Unless a miracle happens, chances of these scripts making it are very slim. 2,350 scripts shall now be marked on the next segment, announced the chief examiner. Yes. Now that they were marking the big questions, the speed would be much slower. Late in the night, one of the officials yawned. Even if there were many marking officials, with so many words to read, they would surely feel dizzy and see stars after some time. Holding on to one script, he read the contents before shouting, "What rubbish is he writing?" It was then tossed to the bottom of the cohort. Moving on to the next script, he straightened up and smiled, "Not bad, this is a good piece." He then circled the top of the paper and was about to put it aside but could not bear to. A script of this quality is hard to come by. I shall enjoy reading it once more. The white-haired official read it through once more, sampling the quality inside, rare, a rare quality piece. He then wrote, "Top quality," below the circle. The official in the room will take a closer look. In a heartbeat, the script had been delivered to the inner room. If the reading officials were likened to tired dogs, the official in the room was as free as a cat. All he had to read were scripts with a circle on top. The official in the room was not tired, as he read the scripts without expression. He then called out to the official outside and asked, "The script, was it you who deemed it to be top quality?" "Yes, it was." The room official considered for a moment before drawing a circle on top too. He then wrote, "Matured piece of writing, possible top scorer." The reading official saw and was shocked. The room official then told a scribe, "Take this to the assistant chief examiner." There were only a few scripts with circles, and even fewer were those that had 2 circles. When the assistant chief examiner picked up the essay, he smiled and said, "There is indeed an outstanding script." After reading it, he paused for some time and was stumped. He then drew another circle before handing it to the chief examiner. When the chief examiner saw 3 circles on the paper, he knew that it had been justified by the reading official, the room official and the assistant chief examiner. He then started to read it. Before long, the chief examiner sank deep into thought. "How is it?" asked the assistant chief examiner. The chief examiner paused for some time before saying, "This piece had a certain maturity and depth to it. It is not treacherous, and was written wisely. As for discussion, he has the potential to become a high scholar. In this examination, he would at least be in third in the first band. However, I noticed a certain regret and self-reproach. I am afraid this candidate is not young anymore." The assistant chief examiner paused for a second before understanding. What a shame. To say that the road to becoming a high scholar is free of discrimination is not true. Although merit is important, the candidate in question matters too. Awarding high scholar status would mean that the dynasty has selected the candidate to potentially become a government official. If the candidate is too old, he would face some discrimination. You are already 45. How many years can you serve after appointing you as an official? It is evident that an old age comes with a lower chance of scoring well. Many old candidates actually do not stand much chance in succeeding. There is some depth to the essay. But someone like this might not be good for the dynasty. The chief examiner was not satisfied, so he shall drop? That is so, he shall drop. The chief examiner considered for some time before saying, "Place him in the middle of the second band." Chapter 17, Wretched. Chapter 17, Wretched. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Early morning. Zhang Jieyu and Yu Qiushan were seated in a restaurant. There was a stone table in front of them and stone chairs about half a meter tall surrounding the tables. On the table was a jade tray, containing a pot and several teacups. 2 praying mats were beside them, with 2 other people occupying them. The rising sun had just begun to shine. Zhang Jiayu was seated quietly, meditating and chanting Tao mantras. There was a line of qi energy, similar to a thread on his body. Yu Qiu Shan had originally been drinking tea, but seeing a white string of qi energy on his disciple's body, he knew it was the energy of an elementary scholar. He then said, "This energy is very profound. I was just thinking about your examinations. I did not expect to see results so soon. This is a gift. With the elementary scholar status, your mortal side has been dissolved considerably." As Zhang Jiayu was deep in meditation, his senses were all shut, and thus did not hear anything. A string of purple energy was visible for a second before he started vomiting. After 3 huffs, it disappeared. Yu Qiu Shan hurriedly poured a cup of red tea and brought it to Zhang Jiayu, who opened his eyes after smelling the aroma. Yu Qiu Shan smiled and said, "Come and sit, Jiayu." Zhang Jiayu took the cup, drank a few mouthfuls and said, "That tasted good. The product of a wealthy land obtained from ancient people with sincerity." Yu Qiu Shan sighed and said, "Your elementary scholar status is already out. In this world, people only care about wealth." Yu Qiu Shan sighed again and said, "Look at these items. The curtains, the wooden files, the stove, the kneeling and praying mats. Even the tea you just drank. Are they not wealth too? If you wish to speak of things of the earth, although the divine mountains are not of this planet, Black Altar Sex Mountain, Truth Sex Flat West Mountain and First Pole Sex Green Treasure Mountain, are they not immortal mountains and not of this world either? There can be no divine mountains without mountains. As for paradise, even if our sect conquers the divine mountains, it is still a mountain. Therefore, the mountain immortals, regardless, are still mountain people too. These mountains need to have spiritual sources, as with everything under the heavens. Since there are many mountains on this earth, you cannot conquer just one mountain and proclaim yourself king. People have to confer the title upon you, and recognize this to prevent any trouble. You know that if a mountain has no spiritual energy, conquering it means you are just a rogue cultivator, and can only reach spirit immortality. This disciple knows that there are 5 classes of immortals: spirit immortals, human immortals, earth immortals, deity immortals, and heaven immortals. As for rogue cultivators, even if a human can cultivate the 5 energies, he will be no younger than 120 when he is done. Then he will become a mere spirit immortal. Zhang Jiayu's face was pale as he sighed. The manual says that the pains of cultivating surpasses all else. Cultivation is like crops grown in sand and rocks, almost impossible to result in growth. Even if a person has the ability to fly, he would come up empty when he reaches paradise, and would only undergo transformation after. Only when there's paradise, will there be earth immortals. Only when there's a divine mountain, will there be deity immortals. The point of this discussion is to highlight the fact that even if you have the substance to become immortal, but do not reach paradise, you will not become an immortal. But our sect knows the path to paradise, and we have cultivated up to earth immortal status. But teacher, what is the actual reason for coming so early? I am guessing it is not to say all these things. Yu Qiu Shan laughed and said, "We have 13 people under us, and among them, I like you the most. You are young and have already developed such intelligence. Before I can even say anything, you have already guessed my intentions. You are correct. Paradise has its limitations. I truly hope you will be able to rise in rank and eventually become an earth immortal, if not, to obtain the highest manual. But a word of advice, in order to become an earth immortal, you have to stand out from the rest. I have a mission. If you are able to accomplish it, you will stand out from your peers." Yes, thank you teacher for your guidance. Presumably, the new list of disciples have been confirmed? The elementary scholars have been confirmed. Look, this is the name list. Invite the elementary scholars according to this list. Silver Dragon Temple is just outside of the city and we have several outer circle disciples in the temple. Take these people into the temple. As to how you're going to make them yield to you, I wish to see your methods. Take this as a test. If you must know, unless you become a true sovereign, you can never leave the mortal world. These disciples, regardless of inner or outer circle, are just assistants. Do not think too much of them. Yes, I understand. If there is no inner or outer circle, even the heavens and divine mountains will not be able to contain me. Zhang Jieyu laughed as he spoke. Safe travels in. Pei Zi Yun was in his room reading after just having breakfast. At this point, he had no spiritual roots and was thus unable to cultivate. Since he had nothing better to do, he started reading essays. After careful calculation, considering I did not make any mistakes, I should be ranked in the first band among the top 3. The worst-case situation would have me at the top of the second band. It's just that I am feeling very uneasy, I do not know why. Pei Zi Yun thought of his mother back in Snail Village, and Yi Suer back at Peachflower Origins Monastery and felt a flutter in his heart that would not become still. He turned a few times in his bed and tried to read the essay that he had memorized and written in the exams. He then sighed and finally understood. I've obtained the literary skills of the old elementary scholar. Although he was very talented, it took him a long time before he eventually acquired the elementary scholar title. Hence, he bore a sense of despair and resentment. And this was shown when I wrote the essay. It was flawless in every aspect except for that tone of resentment. There was a knock on the door. Oh, it is Brother Tang. The person on the door was Tangjin, with a bubbly demeanor. He laughed and said, Brother Pei, you have rested for 2 days already. Shall we go out and have some fun today? He then took out his invitation. Pei Zi Yun opened it and took a look. The invitation was from a poets' society for a meet. The venue was at Riverview Restaurant, which was not far from the inn. Pei Zi Yun considered for a moment, thinking of how restless he was just now, being unable to read his essay. He did not want to seem too antisocial as well, so he decided to stop hesitating and finally said, of course. After instructing the hotel staff to bring some hot water for him to wash, he dressed in a newly washed and starched outfit. Before long, they were along the walkway as they approached the restaurant. From afar, they were able to spot it along the banks of the river. It had a good 5 stories to it, and was all glass. As they got nearer, they noticed that the river was facing the restaurant, with a few boats rowing along it. Riverview and River Reflections are the biggest restaurants around the river. But River Reflections is much newer. As they reached the entrance, they were welcomed by a student who was dressed in white and had a golden belt. He was holding a fan and welcomed them. Before they got to the entrance, the student hurried over to welcome them. It is the famous Brother Pei. Welcome, welcome. I remember you from the banquet that night. The poem you wrote on stage was very good, and hence, we just had to invite you. I hope you do not find it strange that I am this straightforward. He then led Pei Zi Yun up to the roof of the restaurant. Pei Zi Yun's heart leapt as he admired the view from such a height. The wind blew over as the river gushed below. The river was so huge that to look in one direction, you were unable to see the end of the other. This made him think of an ancient poem in his previous life, as he recalled the exact emotions he felt while he saw scenery like this. He then said, the front never got to meet the ancestors, and the end never got to meet visitors. It can only gaze into the heavens for all eternity. When he had arrived at the last line, he could not bring himself to finish it because it was too tragic. The last line of the poem was the most important point. By missing it out, it was taken that he had the talent but not the opportunity. He was a young man, and the results of the examinations were not even out. From where did he get such old sentiments? He thus stopped and pretended that the poem ended there. He then said softly, the poem has ended. The last line shall be completed another time. Good, what a good poem. The only thing that was missing was the last line. What a shame. Pei Zi Yun heard somebody say. He turned around to find the person holding a teapot and standing up. He poured a cup of tea and gave it to him. It was Zhang Jieyu. Zhang Jieyu was dressed in his usual sharp attire, wearing a red sash around his waist. His shoes had a seasoned look about them, and were not extravagant, but seemed like they had faced a storm. Pei Zi Yun looked confused as he thought to himself, what confidence he has, who would have expected that he is now a disciple of Holy Jail sect. Hearing Brother Pei's 3 lines, I was intrigued, only to hear that the poem has ended. I shall drink 3 cups to help Brother Pei's poetic inspiration. Zhang Jieyu laughed as he spoke, full of confidence. Sure. The students all around him voiced their agreements. Everyone saw the leader of the Poets' Society bringing a youth up the stairs and found him very familiar. The students around did not seem to mind and were all exchanging poems with each other. The youth abruptly recited a poem. After hearing his first line, they were all smiling. As he recited the second line, a few were shocked. When the third line was said, everyone felt that it was a special, mythical poem. But he failed to deliver the final line. Thus when Zhang Yujia suggested a toast of 3 cups to help with his inspiration, everyone agreed. In his memory of the previous life, Zhang Jieyu did not become an enemy of the original owner. They just had certain small conflicts. He unintentionally caused the original owner to take a misstep that eventually caused him to lose many years. At this point, Pei Zi Yun could not refuse the toast, and drank 3 cups. The wine was bitter, but he swallowed it anyway. After walking a few steps, an idea came into his head, but he did not reveal it yet. He then laughed and said, "Today my inspiration for the poem is depleted and I cannot complete it." Zhang Jieyu sat down, and did not move. A student sighed and said, "It was such a majestic poem, but without its proper ending. What a waste. Why doesn't Brother Pei leave a mark on this restaurant until he is ready to finish his poem? Would that not be a good idea?" At this point, the waiter came up to serve dessert and another waiter brought an inkstone and a quill. What a coincidence! To bring up the writing materials just as it was suggested. A student then took the ink and quill, and dipped the quill into the inkstone. Pei Zi Yun then walked up without hesitation, took the quill and started writing. Before long, he had written the first 3 lines of the poem, with the waiter himself reading the poem out loud. Once he had finished, he too felt a tinge of regret. Noticing that the poem had no name, he asked, "Will young master leave a name for the poem so that I can hang it up and wait for you to return and complete it?" Pei Zi Yun laughed, "Since this poem was written atop this place, the poem shall be called Riverview." Suddenly, a commotion was heard downstairs and a Taoist man came upstairs. Seeing a table had some meat and wine, he proceeded to help himself to those. The waiter was still thinking about the poem when he saw this unkempt Taoist and began to rage. From where did this dirty Taoist come from, and how dare he come into this restaurant and cause problems? Pei Zi Yun looked at this man and thought he looked familiar. A student said, "You dirty Taoist, all you know is eat and laze. And you still want to steal meat? Have you given up on your cultivation journey?" As he said this, he drank the wine and replied, "Food and wine are for the stomach. Tao is for the heart." The student heard this and was enraged. "You are not speaking logic, Taoist, in fact you are speaking rubbish." The waiter heard this and called for more waiters. "Come, let's bring this scoundrel to the courts." Upon realizing the severity of the situation, Pei Zi Yun felt compelled to do something and said, "Just give him the wine and meat. Today is the poets' gathering, why should everyone get upset?" The waiter heard Pei Zi Yun and laughed, "Since Master Pei asks for compassion, it will do us no harm to give him a plate of salted vegetables. But he has to eat somewhere else." As he said this, he instructed, "Give this Taoist some salted vegetable, and let him eat downstairs." Seeing this, the Taoist man said, "You wretched people, you don't know better." The Taoist laughed as he walked down. Pei Zi Yun felt a laughter in his heart. He looked at Zhang Jieyu and noticed he was deep in thought and was immobile. "Nobody else knows, but I do. Zhang Jieyu is a disciple of Holy Jail sect. This Taoist man tried to fool around and disgrace the Tao. Zhang Jieyu could not bear it. But in a situation like this Taoist man seemed very fishy. This event is very suspicious as well. Chapter 18, Silver Dragon Temple. Chapter 18, Silver Dragon Temple. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. The unpleasant encounter went by in the blink of an eye. The poets' gathering started becoming lively again with the presence of meat and wine. Pei Zi Yun ate a sizable portion himself. After he had eaten his fill, he started to get to know the students around him. There were 10 of them and they were all scholars. The student who had welcomed them at the entrance came from an average family background. However, because his studies were good, he was accepted into the school. The teacher praised him often and allowed him to be in charge of events like these. And the student who scolded the Taoist was called Zhu Hao. He had been known to be very rigid and inflexible, but was a good student. He was sometimes misunderstood and thus disliked because he was tactless. Tangjin, too, was among them as they drank wine and recited poems to each other, all having a good time. Just as everyone was making merry, someone sighed loudly. They turned in the direction and noticed that it was Zhang Jieyun who sighed. Everyone present were surprised. Zhu Hao stepped forward and asked, "Brother Zhang, why did you sigh as if you were upset?" Pei Zi Yun raised his head to look at Zhang Yujia and saw him frowning, looking unhappy. Since the examination have ended, the results are just 2 days away. Although I think I performed alright, everyone who took the examinations are talented in their own ways, and I am worried that I made some mistakes and failed to reach elementary scholar in this examination. That is why I am feeling very vexed and stressed. Even the wine seemed tasteless to me. His words seemed genuine and everyone could relate to this feeling. In that moment, many people felt how he was feeling as well. "Brother Zhang, these words went into my heart. Tasting the wine now, it tastes bland to me as well," said Pei Zi Yun. "Yes, I have been edgy, unable to write any essays and cannot concentrate on any book." Pei Zi Yun coughed. Although he too was confident in his abilities, he was still worried. As long as the results were not out, he could be sure that he had made it. This examination would determine his future, and thus these 2 days, he had been unfocused and could not write any essays. These words spoken by Zhang Jieyun reflected the sentiments of everyone around. All the students around had good literary skills and were all confident. However, human nature meant that as long as something is uncertain, worry is inevitable. Everyone around sighed and despaired. Noticing that the crowd had started to despair and started sighing, Zhang Jieyu realized he should not have said those words. He then raised his glass and stood up in front of everyone and told them, "It's all my fault, I should not have said those words and killed the atmosphere. I will punish myself by drinking 3 glasses, please forgive me." He then proceeded to finish his first glass. Just as he was about to drink his second, the organizer of the event raised his hands and held on to Zhang Jieyu's second glass. "Brother Zhang, you spoilt my mood. How can we let you off so easily? At the very least, for every glass you drink, you have to recite a poem. That could make things better. What do you guys think?" All the students around began to shout in agreement, "That's right, that's right." Zhang Jieyu looked to be in some difficulty and said, "Brother Yang, I am a very adventurous person. I can only compose good poems when inspired by beautiful scenery. Now that we are cooped here, I cannot. If I am to drink and recite poems, let us take a stroll out of here and explore. Outside of the city sits Silver Dragon Temple, and the scenery there is beautiful. What's more, the vegetarian banquet provided there is fantastic. When we get there, not only me, but everyone would be so inspired they can compose good poems. Why not hurry go there? It will be waste to go there when it gets dark." Silver Dragon Temple was known for their good scenery and vegetarian banquet, so everyone around agreed. Someone stood up and said, "Although we have agreed to go and take a stroll, the poems can wait." Brother Zhang needs to drink his punishment first before we take a stroll. That's right, he should drink first. Hearing this, young Fan did not interrupt anymore. Pei Zi Yun heard that they were going out to explore and recalled a memory he had. He realized that this temple had a very familiar name, as if he could vaguely recall hearing it somewhere before. The temple outside the city was the same temple that Yi Suer came and asked for a blessed amulet for him. From the county to the city would take about a day by horse cart. Yi Suer kept the amulet to redeem a blessing and traveled by herself all the way from the county. And with the presence of bandits around, she felt that it was really unsafe. As for this blessing, he was determined to get it. A normal person would pay 150 coins to buy some incense, instead he paid 1 tael of silver. TL, for the Taoist man's meal. The entire group of them were full from their meals and content from the wine, and thus began to make their way to the temple. There were more than 10 of them leaving the city. Since most of them reeked of alcohol and were students, they caused some nuisance to the people who saw them. But knowing that the results would soon be out, they understood. On the way there, the tree and flowers were all around, with some of these flowers blooming. Several bees were buzzing in the vicinity, and there would occasionally be some butterflies joining the fray. A short distance after leaving the city was the temple. The sky started to get dark as they began to walk towards the temple. Silver Dragon Temple was in the middle of a forest. Several shrubs were growing along the walls of the temples. As they got nearer, the temple took a dignified appearance with the words, Silver Dragon Temple, written on the entrance. Shu Hao smiled and said, I have long heard that Silver Dragon Temple was in the middle of a forest, where the discipline among the monks is very rigorous and they live very pure lives. Today I finally get to see it. Once they had reached, a red glass was placed on the door and the walls were yellow in color. Upon entering, a huge hall greeted them. The hall was majestic and full of splendor. 2 statues stood before them, and in front of these statues was a donation box. A monk with several scars on his head was at the side, hands together, and was chanting scriptures. Several ox carts pulled up abruptly in front of the temple. A few young ladies stepped out and entered the temple. Pei Zi Yun looked at them and observed that they had shapely bodies and were graceful in their movements. They were very pretty as well. Seeing the students in front of them, they giggled. Although it is said that luck is dispersed in the open, isn't this too much of a coincidence? Pei Zi Yun thought to himself. He then looked at Zhang Yujia before taking some silver and putting it inside the donation box. The monk suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing silver, he rejoiced openly. He placed his hands inside and felt 2 pieces of silver and was overjoyed. Looks like we have some special guests. A novice monk then came to guide them around. This novice monk looked strange and everyone laughed when they saw his appearance. The novice monk brought them into the viewing gallery of the temple and told them about the different halls and different Buddhas they were made in honor of. He showed them each and every one, not missing anything out. Pei Zi Yun then needed to use the toilet and asked the novice monk for directions, head towards the back, and make a right. Pei Zi Yun thanked the novice monk and headed towards the toilet. When inside, there were a few cubicles. He picked one and squatted. Just then, 3 monks entered. Before long, he heard them speaking. This was the monk with a loud voice but trying to keep his volume down. Pei Zi Yun only heard, pretty women, smell good, fantastic. They were all in the cubicles next to each other but had to whisper. Pei Zi Yun felt something was amiss. He then heard another voice. This time it was of a monk who did not speak in hushed tones. Fellow brother, a few days ago I met a girl who was absolutely stunning. She was 16 or 17 at most and had already blossomed. Based on the way she was dressed, she did not look rich. Before I could get a better look, she asked for an amulet of blessing and hurriedly left. She left after asking for an amulet? Fellow younger brother, next time when you see a girl asking for an amulet, you should ask her to stay the night to prove her sincerity. And then the monk stopped speaking and laughed. Pei Zi Yun heard this and his heart sank. There was a serious problem with this temple. He then stood up to get a better look and saw the three monks. He got a good look at only one of them. He was taller than a normal person by an entire head. His face was tanned and had a protruding forehead and nose. Pei Zi Yun was afraid. When he stood up to get a better look, the monk had a feeling someone was watching him and turned back. Pei Zi Yun immediately ducked back down and was thinking, this monk is the same as those bandits, they know martial arts. The poor are well versed in literature and the rich are proficient with martial arts. Any type of fighting technique cannot be learnt without meat and wine to grow. Shaolin martial arts placed a concession on meat for a reason. By the looks of this temple, they were not poor. Hearing them leave the toilet, he left in a hurry as well. A breeze came into the temple, carrying light raindrops with it. Pei Zi Yun let out an uncontrollable sneeze as he thought. Silver Dragon Temple is so suspicious, and yet nobody knows about its secret. It's unbelievable. And Zhang Jiayu still suggested coming here. He is a disciple of Holy Jail sect. Although I do not know much about this sect, I do know that they are known for their dark arts. Most of them only gained entry into the sect by connections. Flowers and games is just a nice way of saying it when actually it is a ploy to rape. The 3 steps of converging lunar technique. When the insiders of the sect often have concubines. No small number of women have been defiled by them. In the previous life, but 10 years later, an entire search was conducted but there was no news about Silver Dragon Temple. Or could this be a scandal that was hidden well? Pei Zi Yun walked out into the corridors to look for the rest of the scholars. He moved quietly and before long, he heard people. He realized that the rest of the students were in the next hall. He then relaxed and prepared to leave. Tang Jin saw Pei Zi Yun and laughed, "You have been gone for so long, they have started preparing the vegetarian banquet. It has been rumored that this vegetarian banquet tastes so good, it almost tastes like meat." Pei Zi Yun laughed coldly and thought, that's because meat has been added to it. This is all just a ploy. He was about to say something further when he noticed Zhang Jiayu praising a particular painting. Xu Hao laughed and said, "Let me take a look." At this, he reached out to touch it. Unaware of what he touched, there was a rumbling sound and the painting moved away to reveal a huge gaping hole. The hole led to a basement. Just in that moment, a few monks appeared, completely naked and were hugging a few women. These women looked very familiar. Were they not the same women that bumped into them a few moments ago? Most of them already had their outer clothes removed. As the scene unfolded before him, Pei Zi Yun was shocked and wanted to make his escape. The monk who was at the donation and holding the banquet walked over. The second he saw what was happening, he turned pale and ran inside, shutting the door. "We've been discovered." Several big-sized monks from the hole came out and saw about 10 scholars outside, and caught them. "Not good, we've fallen to the hands of evil people." Tang Zhang was shocked. More sound could be heard and 10 more monks came from the dugout. One of the monks let out a devilish laughter. "I was just wondering why everything became quiet. Looks like the scholars have came in. You could have eaten the vegetarian banquet. Now you can eat murder banquet." Pei Zi Yun looked at the monk and put his hands into his clothing, and felt his dagger. It was just that without any Dao arts and without his sword, he was reconsidering his actions. Seeing 10 monks all with weapons and more monks coming from the basement, his heart was filled with fear. This is bad. At this point, there is no escape. He then saw the dark-skinned monk command, "Tie these scholars up." Chapter 19, I Surrender. Chapter 19, I Surrender. Translator, Translation Nation/Chucha Editor. Basement, a small room. Pei Zi Yun observed his surroundings and noticed that the walls around him were solid concrete. He used his hands and knocked the wall. It did not sound hollow. These walls were true and unbreakable. He then sighed in despair. Pei Zi Yun raised his head and noticed that there was a metal fence acting as a jail cell entrance. The only opening in the entire room was a small window right on top of the ceiling. The window could fit only the size of a person. Apart from that opening, everything else was solid walls and the sole metal fence. He sighed and sat down. He could not help but think of what had just happened prior to being caught, and realized that something was not quite right. Outside the jail cell, there was a fireplace with firewood burning, illuminating the entire room. In the middle stood a wooden table and a few chairs. On the table were some pig trotters, chicken meat, and a flask of wine. A few wine bowls were on the table as well. The dishes on the table had just been served and was still steaming. The few monks around the table began to help themselves to the dishes. A monk with bronze skin picked up the wine and put it before his nostrils, sniffing it. "This smells good, really good." He then picked up the wine bowls and poured wine till it reached the brim and proceeded to drink it. He felt a spicy heat engulfing his throat and nostrils. "Good wine, this is good wine." Following this, he distributed the bowls to everyone and filled them to the brim as well. As he was pouring, some wine spilt on the table, but he did not seem to mind. The smell of wine perforated the entire place, as the monks salivated with greed. "Come, everyone drink." They raised their wine bowls. Cheers! The monk knocked their bowls together as wine spilt all over before they emptied their bowls. When the big monk had finished drinking, he used his sleeve to wipe his mouth before picking up a pig trotter and took huge bites after huge bites. Eat, eat, eat. The rest of the monks started eating as well, grease staining all their lips. "Big brother, why have we captured all these students and not killed them? Should the students escape and reveal our secrets, we will not be able to hold Silver Dragon Temple for much longer." "That's right. The donations that we get every month is plenty, we get to eat good food and expensive wine. We even have many pretty girls around for us to have fun with. Times like these are much better than what the scriptures have said about the pure Buddhist land." The monks all agreed with this. "Idiots, these are all scholars. Chances are very high that some of them here will become elementary scholars. If 1 or 2 die, it can be passed off as an accident. But if 10 of them die, a full-scale investigation will be launched. The imperial court will send their patrols here and keep watchful eyes. Don't you be meddlesome, if not, nobody will be able to save you." The senior monk looked coldly at his junior and stared right at him. "With your useless fighting skills, may the patrolling soldiers kill you." Seeing his senior monk talking to him so fiercely, this monk was scared out of his wits. As the junior monk retreated and looked unafraid, the senior monk then placed his bowl on the table before speaking more gently, "And these scholars are wanted by the higher-ranking sect members. Speak less, care less, listen less. Should anything happen, you know our sect methods." He looked again at his own disciple and smiled. The disciple received his senior's gaze and was terrified. "Come, let's all drink the wine," another monk said, sensing the tense mood, pouring more wine and encouraging everyone to drink. "That's right, let's all drink." The monks then held all their wine bowls together and knocked it as they continued drinking. The captured students had not eaten anything nor drank anything. Seeing the monks consuming such a lavish meal, they were all hungry. Tang Jin was in a cell next door and he said, "Teacher is wise, and student is respectful." The monks ignored this. Tang Jin then continued, "I am a student who had just taken the imperial examinations and was here to relax and have some fun. We did not mean to interrupt you, and hope that teacher would let us all go. You can be assured that we will not speak a word of this to anyone. What do you think?" Shu Hao then began his tactless tirade once more, saying, "These monks are supposed to uphold the integrity of their teachings. But they hide behind the shadows of the temples and keep women around. Do you know how this offends the heaven? If you let us out today, we will not mention this to anyone. If not, may the imperial courts find you guilty." A sensible monk would be scared stiff after hearing this. Who would have expected the monk to say, "You bunch of wretched scholars? There is a righteous path to heaven for you to walk, but you chose to come into hell and get captured by us. I will deal with you later." He laughed manically as he spoke. Hearing this, all the students turned pale with fright. Once this matter was leaked out, these monks will be executed by the imperial court. Why would they release the students and leave a possibility of that happening? Understanding this, all their faces were cast with fear as their bravery fled. They all remained silent. Tang Jin started scolding and blaming Zhang Jieyu for their current predicament. Seeing Zhang Jieyu being unremorseful, everyone sighed. The senior monk looked across his captives and observed them before clapping his hands. He walked down the corridor and a noise grew louder. A door opened and an entire group of women entered. In that moment, the scent of their perfume strongly diffused across the room. These ladies had a cloak draped over their shoulders and were all dancing with the monks. They all wore a mask on their faces and dressed in button blouses, with different colors that radiated all across the entire room. The monks were drinking their wines and eating meat. A few of them were touching the women as they scattered and started having fun. Some of these women removed their masks. Even though the situation was serious, the students could not help but stare at the women. Tang Jin's face turned white as sheet and spoke in hushed tones. I recognize a few of these women. They are famous and reputable women of the city. At this point, it will be hard for us to escape. He was trembling with fear. He knew that if the masks remained on their faces, concealing their identity, there was still a chance that they could leave. Now that their masks were off, they had no reason to release the students for fear of jeopardizing their reputation. The senior monk was then roused and said loudly, "My fellow Buddhists, we were taught to be merciful. But these students have discovered our secrets, and thus we cannot let them go. Dear students, what do you think we should do? You wretched monks, release us immediately. When I go to court I will plead for them to give you another chance, if not, nobody else can save you." Pei Zi Yun looked across and found that the person who said this was the tactless Zhu Hao. The senior monk's expression sank as he pointed at Zhu Hao in anger and said, "Take him out and beat him." A monk beside the senior acknowledged and used a key to open the metal gates. He walked up to Zhu Hao and slapped him across his cheeks. Pow! Zhu Hao fell down. The monk then dragged him out from the cell by his hair, causing him to scream out in pain. The monk did not seem to care and continued pulling him with one hand and dragged him to the side. He retrieved a whip and started lashing him. Whoop whoop whoop. All that could be heard was the sounds of Zhu Hao's screams and cries. In a second, flesh and blood were indiscernible. He was rolling on the ground in pain as the lashes continued. The senior monk looked at him with scorn and walked over with a fierce expression. This establishment does not want to make enemies with you scholars, and thus I have an idea. These ladies here are all reputable women from the county and cities. They have sprayed scents on them and entered the temple to have fun. All you have to do is enjoy these women along with us monks. Say you agree to this, and we do not have to kill you. Neither do we have to worry that you will spill our secrets and spoil our lives. What do you think? All the students trembled with fear, not knowing what to do. Bah! Zhang Jieyu scolded loudly, "You wretched monks still want me to wallow with you in your distasteful behavior? I tell you, I will never surrender. You can beat me all you like." He then spat onto the senior monk's face. The monk wiped the spittle off before laughing. "Take this kid away, tie him up and beat him. Beat him to death, it does not matter." Upon saying this, two monks ferociously approached like tigers stalking their prey. Zhang Jieyu whipped out a dagger and pointed it at the two monks. One of the monks fearlessly reached out and grabbed the dagger from him, as Zhang Jieyu screamed in surprise. The two men then dragged him out into an interrogation room nearby. Once he was inside the room, they started hitting him. From afar, Zhang Jieyu could be seen being tied onto a wooden cross. Two monks used whips to beat him as he cried out pitifully. All that could be seen were shadows and their movements as Zhang Jieyu was unrelenting in his screams. The students were hungry and afraid. Seeing two of their fellow friends shouting and screaming in pain, their resolve had been broken. They all lost their courage. The senior monk laughed and said, all of you are young and are the pride of your families. You have fathers and mothers. Some of you even have wives. Since you are scholars, you are intelligent as well. Seeing a situation like this, we cannot allow you to leave unless you are stained like us. If you refuse to participate and compromise your virtues, I am afraid death is the only option. Everyone knew that the monk was right. Those who were present were also not scholars without sense. One by one, they started to surrender reluctantly. Some were even crying. Suddenly, Zhang Jieyu could be heard crying out, "I surrender, I surrender. Stop hitting me. I surrender." Since someone had already surrendered, Zhu Hao could not bear it any further and cried out as well, "Stop hitting me, I surrender too." The senior monk smiled happily and said, "If you had surrendered earlier, all of this would not have happened. Come, give them some medication to apply." They too released Zhang Jieyu from the interrogation room. But since the distance was too far, all that could be seen were shadows. With the sounds of his screams, Zhang Jieyu absolved himself of any suspicions. Zhu Hao was being carried up as the gorgeous women approached and applied medication for him. The medicine was indeed potent. Once it had been applied, Zhu Hao's screams gradually receded. His face was full of tears, blaming himself for not being strong enough. The senior monk spun around and laughed at the captives in the jail cell and asked, "Who else refuses to surrender?" With Zhu Hao and Zhang Jieyu being beaten so savagely, the rest of the students did not dare to speak and sealed their mouths shut. The scent of elderflower perfume permeated the entire room. A student could bear it no longer and shouted, "I surrender." The senior monk laughed and said, "Open the gates." This student stepped out as the ladies engulfed him. The student then said in surprise, "Sister." She kissed him on the lips before he could say her name and no sound could be heard. Following this, the students all could not take it and one by one, surrendered. They too were being received by the women, some of them were rolling on the ground as they engaged in acts of lust. When there's a first, there will always be a second. The jail cell was being opened and the students were all mingling with the women, just like at a festival. The senior monk laughed and shouted, "It has been accomplished." Seeing a few students still struggling with themselves inside the jail cell, the monks laughed and said, "With us here, they will not escape. Watch them. If they decide to surrender, give them the food, wine, and women. What if they do not surrender?" The senior monk laughed, "I will give them 2 days. If they refuse to surrender by tomorrow night, we will kill them." He then looked at the remaining few, "You are all smart people. We cannot kill all of you. But now that most of you have surrendered, and are cooperating with us, killing the few of you would be easy. We will just say you fell into the river and drowned. It is going to be troublesome, but I am sure we can cover it up. Think carefully." As he said this, Tang Jin sighed and forced a laugh before saying, "Brother Pei, with a situation like this, please forgive me for not having enough resolve and courage." He then raised his hands and said, "I surrender." Chapter 20, 3 Questions. Chapter 20, 3 Questions. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Watching the monk leave the room, Pei Zi Yun could smell the sweet-scented perfume and felt that something was not right. He covered his nostrils, but the strong smell still found its way to him. In his agitation, he realized that there was more to the smell. It had a certain purpose. His heart drummed unrelentingly and he found it hard to control himself, but he persisted in his resistance. Half an hour later, one of the students who was having fun drinking wine, eating the meat and using the women, turned to him. He looked at Pei Zi Yun with distaste and hate. Why hasn't this person surrendered? There must be something wrong with him. These students had a bright future before them. Who would have expected that before noon came, the entire place was filled with a bunch of evildoers? Their hearts were filled with hatred as they drank to the point of drunkenness before falling asleep on the floor. Pei Zi Yun was almost at his tipping point, where he could resist the urge no longer. Just then, he heard a soft voice saying, "Since your character is steadfast, and you are unable to resist the scent, it proves your willpower is very strong. I shall save you." A small stone was flicked and hit the nearest woman, causing her to faint. A rope was then lowered from the opening in the ceiling. Pei Zi Yun took hold of the rope, secured it to his waist before climbing up and out. The rope suddenly became like a snake, pulling Pei Zi Yun all the way up. Just as he looked down, he saw his body still seated down below and gasped in horror. Did his soul just leave his body? When the rope was still, and he was out of the temple, he saw a Taoist man waiting there for him laughing. He took a closer look and realized the Taoist was wearing torn and tattered clothes. It was that disheveled and unkempt Taoist from the restaurant. Seeing the look of fear on Pei Zi Yun's face, the Taoist laughed and said, "Do not panic. What's below is just a decoy of you to deceive them. You have already escaped from the temple." He was about to continue speaking when he felt an intense heat coming from within his clothes. He felt for the source and pulled out an enchanted talisman, and it was blinking with lights. He touched the center and a shadow appeared. "Your senior uncle's reincarnation has been confirmed. You do not need to test further." "What? It has been confirmed?" the Taoist asked inquisitively. Seeing the magic before him, Pei Zi Yun was shocked and afraid. He then saw the Taoist's expression changing before he hurriedly went down on his knees and wanted to acknowledge him as his teacher. The Taoist man then forced a laughter and reached out a hand, holding on to Pei Zi Yun. "Since you are not my teacher's reincarnation, you have your own destiny and I cannot accept you. Teacher, please teach me your ways." Pei Zi Yun said through gritted teeth and was about to kneel down again. The Taoist sighed and said, "The Taoist world is huge and encompasses everything. You have good virtues, but both of us are entangled together by fate and cannot be broken." Pei Zi Yun heard this and replied, "Why would someone be reincarnated? Reincarnation follows the wishes of Tao, and proves that you are not just a normal person that I can accept. If you want to enter my sect, I shall ask you 3 questions. Regarding your mother, can you put her aside to follow me into the mountains and fully concentrate on cultivating Tao? Regarding your lover, can you put her aside to follow me into the mountains and fully concentrate on cultivating Tao? Regarding your career, can you put it aside to follow me into the mountains and fully concentrate on cultivating Tao?" Pei Zi Yun heard these 3 questions and could not answer. Seeing Pei Zi Yun being dumbfounded, he then said, "But since you and I are fated, and you paid for my last meal, I shall repay the favor. I have a manual that I can pass to you. If you are able to cultivate past level 10, I shall let you enter the sect. If you are unable to, then treat it as exercise." Immediately after saying this, he stepped off the roof and walked in the air as if he was flying and disappeared after some time. Seeing him leave, Pei Zi Yun then let out a sigh of relief as he gradually regained color in his face. Hiding under the shadows casted by the temple, he saw a monk holding a torch and walking the perimeter of the temple. Feeling in his chest, he felt the manual that had been given to him by the Taoist and then hurriedly fled. Thankfully he was not visible on the roof as it was dark. He thought to himself, this was dangerous. Thinking back, whatever the monk said earlier had made sense. Should something happen to 10 students, not just Silver Dragon Temple, but even the entire Holy Jail sect would not be able to cover it up. Even if they could cover up, they would have been discovered sooner or later and be exterminated. It was precisely because of that, Pei Zi Yun had to bite the bullet and resist whatever he felt. This Holy Jail sect was not a good sect. Pei Zi Yun had originally thought that being a stockbroker, he had good concentration skills and therefore could resist the scent. He would never have expected that he almost fell into it. In matters of life and death, the ancient people really are looking down on me. But my fortunes have changed for the better. However, during this encounter the system did not show up at all. It seems like this system is just a creation made by my innate spiritual ability and is not a real system. At least the spiritual energy is able to anticipate danger. Even ancient swords could give warning signs whenever danger was around. much less something more capable and precious like the plum blossom. Maybe it's just that I do not have enough authority yet. Regardless, I should leave now. As for Zhang Jieyu and the disheveled Taoist, one treated this like a game with his fake acting, the other made something simple so complicated. What 3 questions rubbish. In my past life, I had entered a sect before too. Pei Zi Yun then started to run, thinking deep down, this time I got lucky, next time I shall bring a sword. With my martial arts skills, as long as I am not surrounded, even if it were these monks, I can take them out one by one. Night has fallen and the darkness enveloped the entire place. A few stars were shining up overhead, like gemstones blinking in the night. As he felt his way around, Pei Zi Yun was careful. Seeing the shadow on the talisman, he knew that it was an enchanted talisman with a phantom shadow in it. At this point, he was still near the temple and thus remained as quiet as possible. His footsteps were light and gentle as he clutched onto the dagger, gradually making his way down the mountain. He was sneaking around, trying to leave when he heard some noises in front of him. Pei Zi Yun immediately squatted down and observed. He saw a tea house in front. During the day, several waiters would be around serving tea. Now a torch was lighted inside. Pei Zi Yun crept up to get a better look. He saw a few monks with scars on their heads inside, sitting around a table. He got nearer and nearer until he could hear the conversations inside the tea house. One of the monks was holding a wine bowl and drinking. There was no food on the table except for a plate of nuts. There were also 2 pots of wine and some tiles which the monks were playing. Some money was on the table as well. These men were gambling. There was one monk standing at the door guarding and checking his surroundings eagerly. While the rest of the monks were inside drinking and playing their tiles, they called for him, "Fifth brother, what's so nice about staring outside? Come in and play with us, it's enjoyable." Seeing there was no movement outside, their 5th brother was somewhat tempted. He then decided to go inside. He picked up a bowl and drank from it. I wondered what happened today, the few of us are down on our luck and got sent out here. 5th brother, don't you know? Today the high-ranking people came down and thus they sent us down here. But it's true that the few of us are unlucky. If we had stayed in the temple, we would have enjoyed the few beautiful ladies as well. But instead we're here. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's not talk about it, it will make us upset. 2nd brother, deal the tiles. Pei Zi Yun heard this in the dark. And saw the monks inside calling the monk outside to join them. He was surprised. Although he did not know any Dao arts, he had thought of killing the monk outside with his dagger, but thought better of it in case the others were alerted, in which case he would have lost his life. Now is the time to avoid danger, he thought as he stretched his back and walked towards the grass, past the pavilion. Just then, the one who they called 5th brother heard something. He put down his drinking bowl and walked outside to take a look. Pei Zi Yun immediately crouched down to avoid detection. Thankfully, there was not much moonlight, with only a few stars. I thought I heard some movement. 5th brother had very sensitive ears. Just as he reached the door, he looked around and felt rather suspicious. Why has the movement stopped? 5th brother, don't be overly suspicious, what movement? It was probably just a rabbit in the grass. Come. Drink and play. Outside is dark and misty, what's so good to look at? It was just as well that the 5th brother listened to them as he walked back in and started drinking and playing. He still had the feeling that something was off, so he went back out to stand guard, with nobody saying anything anymore. Capital City. With the new dynasty, the capital city was very busy and glamorous. There were some people along the river carrying lanterns and beating drums at this time of the night. There were other lanterns flickering with lights hanging from the hotels and restaurants. Although most of these restaurants were already closed, the streets were illuminated with their lanterns. In the inn, the serving staff had a hand on the table, his eyes were closed and he was repeatedly nodding off to sleep. He was abruptly awoken by some movement nearby. He looked ahead and saw a patron who lived in the western cabin of his inn, and his name was Pei Zi Yun. He smiled and said, "It's Master Pei. Have you returned for the night?" As he spoke, he inched nearer to Pei Zi Yun and could smell the strong scent of alcohol and some women's perfume on him. He was thinking that Pei Zi Yun had been drinking and playing with women, which was completely different from his initial impression that he was an upright student. Pei Zi Yun saw the serving staff's expression and knew it had gotten the wrong idea. He smiled and the serving staff smiled back at him. "I can smell the alcohol on you. If you go to bed now, you might not sleep well. I shall fetch some hot water for you." Pei Zi Yun rubbed his stomach and felt hungry. He had not eaten the entire day and the journey back expanded all his energy. He then said, "The hot water can wait. Is there anything I can eat?" "Don't be stingy with the food, prepare some for me and send it upstairs. The hot water can come after." Since there will always be patrons hungry in the middle of the night, their inn would always have some food prepared. Since the student was hungry, the serving staff agreed. "Please wait, young master, I will bring it up shortly." He then went behind to the kitchen and started his preparations. Pei Zi Yun was thirsty and hungry. He walked upstairs and had some cups of tea to try and relieve his thirst. After thinking for a long while, he took out some paper and began to write. After writing on a few pieces, the serving staff brought the goods up. When he opened the basket, he saw a plate of roasted meat, some bean curd, and a plate of fried bean sprout. Smelling the delicious aroma, he realized just how much he was famished. The serving staff then took out a plate of dumplings and apologized. "The chef isn't in today, so the food is quite simple." "I seek your understanding." Pei Zi Yun saw the sumptuous meal laid before him and said, "Later when the water has been boiled, please send it up since you need to keep the utensils as well." Chapter 21, Elementary Scholar. Chapter 21, Elementary Scholar. Translator, Translation Nation/Chucha Editor. As Pei Zi Yun said this, he tossed a piece of silver over. It was gray and white across the bottom, and had flakes of silver all around the sides. It was really an actual piece of silver and gave the serving staff a fright. "Young master, these dishes only cost 100 coins. Why have you given me so much? Since the boss is not in, I cannot use the money to find change for you. Do something for me, and this piece of silver shall be yours." Pei Zi Yun said coolly and looked at the serving staff who was nervously smiling. "It will not cause you any trouble as well, don't worry. Take these few letters, and keep them. Should you meet anyone, say as loudly as you can, that I have already sent out many letters. And I had even given you a letter with instructions that should anything happen, you will send that letter to Mr. Zhao's school. Just shout that, and let everyone hear you. If anyone asks about the contents of the letter, take out one and show them." The serving staff was 20 years old and looked clean and had delicate features. He considered for a moment before understanding what was happening. He then said, "Don't worry, young master, I understand. I will announce to everyone what you've told me, and make sure it's heard." Pei Zi Yun did not say anything as the serving staff turned around and left. He then took out the manual and looked at it intently. In it, there were drawings of a shadow of a human, or a bear. Or was it a shadow of a leopard? They were all coordinating moves. A total of 18 drawings, each of them with a particular move, all going in order. After taking a look at the manual, Pei Zi Yun was overjoyed. This is indeed the 100 Beasts tactics. Although the name doesn't sound very impressive, it is the groundbreaking way to enter the sect. No wonder it was said that even if it does not grant me entry into the sect, it can be used to make me healthier and would suit me. As he wanted to take a closer look, there was a knock on the door, before it immediately swung open. It was the serving staff who brought up a pail of hot water. After some time, Pei Zi Yun had been showered clean and gradually sunk into the warm embrace of sleep. It was at night, and the only person left sitting in the jail cell was Pei Zi Yun. The monk felt it was unusual that someone could have so much willpower. Or was he crippled or disabled in some way? He thus began to check on him. As soon as the monk touched him, he noticed that the man that had been sitting there all the while was made of paper. He was appalled and shouted, "This is bad, this is bad. Senior, the man has escaped." All the monks around were shocked. Only the senior monk grinded his teeth and looked at the paper figurine in anger. This man belonged to the immortal sect, and was well versed with sorcery. Zhang Jieyu then walked into the jail cell calmly, as if nothing big had just happened. The senior monks and the other monks hurriedly acknowledged his presence upon his entrance. "Young master." The senior monk then took a step forward and explained whatever had happened. When the story had been recounted to Zhang Jieyu, his expression under the glow of the flames portrayed uncertainty. He then said, "Pei Zi Yun does not know any Dao arts. I am sure. As for this paper figurine, he had assistance from another sect. What should we do now?" The senior monk was uneasy. "Oh, if it was done by another sect, our cover will not be blown." Zhang Jieyu pondered for some time before finally saying, "Once day breaks tomorrow, get the students to write an affidavit before releasing them." "Yes." Safe travels in. It was early in the afternoon and many footsteps could be heard. People were coming back to the inn as the serving staff rushed to welcome them. It was a bunch of students with untidy clothes and pale expressions. The innkeeper was thinking, "Oh, they had been out for an entire night. Although they are students, it's clear they had been womanizing." He grinned to himself before serving up the dishes and drinks. The young serving staff then remembered the plan and started shouting really loudly, "Young master, the letters you've instructed me to send out, I've sent them all already." The bunch of students turned around and looked, all with shock, at Pei Zi Yun. Since he had disappeared from the den last night, he looked like he had a night of good rest and was wearing fresh clothes with a smug expression. "Good job, well done. Now bring me some dishes." Pei Zi Yun sat on the benches and sipped his tea, looking at the rest of the students. "Looks like it's the rest of my fellow students. It seems like you guys had fun yesterday?" The students could not reply, but looked on in confusion and embarrassment. Some had looks of anger on them. Pei Zi Yun could understand how they were feeling. Everyone had been victimized by the situation yesterday except for himself. They all hated the monks, but hated him more for having escaped. Tang Jin walked up to him, with trembling lips, and a whole lot of effort said, "What letter?" "A letter to ensure my safety. If anything untoward should happen to me, the letters will reveal all whom had been involved." Pei Zi Yun spoke in a hushed voice and completed it with a big roaring laughter. "Waiter, serve my dishes now." Tang Jin understood what had happened and was full of admiration. "Brother Pei, I cannot compare to you." As he said this, he dragged someone up the stairs and spoke in hushed tones. The footsteps of the person who had followed him up gradually reached a halt, wanting to know if Pei Zi Yun would reveal their secrets to everyone. Pei Zi Yun too heaved a sigh of relief. He had started eating when someone mentioned Silver Dragon Temple and his ears pricked up, trying to hear more. "I've heard that a famous scholar by the name of Zhang Jieyu went to explore Silver Dragon Temple yesterday and had fallen into a pitfall nearby, hurting himself." "You've heard it too?" "From what I've heard, there were two of them who fell into the pitfall. The both of them were seriously hurt. Thankfully, the monks from the temple were able to help them." Sigh, looks like heaven is indeed jealous of talents. Hearing this, Pei Zi Yun's heart relaxed. Oh, Zhang Jieyu reacted quickly too. Silver Dragon Temple has far-reaching influence over the city, being able to conceal these despicable acts. However, it seems like the next few days shall be uneventful. Then, I shall await the release of the results. The next few days went by without anything untoward happening. The students didn't leave their inns as the release of the results drew nearer. The innkeeper had prepared fireworks to be set during the announcement of results. The next day, Tang Jin woke up early and knocked on Pei Zi Yun's door as he wanted to drag Pei Zi Yun out in anticipation of the results. When Pei Zi Yun saw the anxiety across Tang Jin's face, he could not help but smile and joked, "Brother Tang, these 2 days you did not call on me." Today, you decided to disturb me because you cannot sleep anymore. In this world, when it's the day for results to be released, students who had a chance of scoring would all wake up early. They would press their clothes and change several coins in anticipation of the results. This was the culture. It was clear that Tang Jin had regained his normal composure, as his face was full of confidence. He sat with Pei Zi Yun as they sipped their tea and chatted. Tang Jin was thinking about how Pei Zi Yun had seen so much these past few days, yet was still calm and collected. Tang Jin was awed and respected that. The students who had crowded around were not as composed. They were unable to stop fidgeting and were full of anxiousness. A few tables away sat scholars Wang and Li. They were sitting on the same table, and did not acknowledge Tang Jin, neither did Tang Jin acknowledge them. They were just sitting there, drinking their teas, as if in bad moods. Pei Zi Yun too, had little words that day. The beating and booming of the drums startled everyone. The release of the results had started. This was the way the imperial courts alerted the public that the results were ready to be announced. Scholars Wang and Li looked at each other in nervous anticipation as their faces turned pale. A big congratulations to Slow River County's young master Tang Jin in achieving the rank of elementary scholar, with a placing of 13th. May he continue to bring good news to his county. At this moment, they heard the announcer walking towards the inn with a big group of people following. They were holding up a portrait of Tang Jin and were trying to find the person to match that portrait. As soon as they found him, they approached him to bring him the good news. Tang Jin was overjoyed and took out the coins he had changed earlier and tipped them. At this moment, another report came in, a big congratulations to Slow River County's young master Pei Zi Yun in achieving the rank of elementary scholar, with a placing of 10th. May he continue to bring good news to his county. The look on Wang and Li's face were of clear anguish. Scholar Wang then casted a fierce glance towards Tang Jin and Pei Zi Yun. Pei Zi Yun sighed, looks like the two of them had heard the news of us becoming elementary scholars and thus refused to sit with us today. Scholar Li made some movement as he looked at the crestfallen Scholar Wang. He sighed and said, Brother Wang, both of us did not make it as elementary scholar. Although we are upset and down now, do not show it for everyone is watching us. As they raised their eyes, they saw the crowd heartily congratulating the pair of elementary scholars. They then ordered another pot of tea and drank in sorrow. Tang Jin and Pei Zi Yun looked at each other. It said at the same time, Congratulations, congratulations. Pei Zi Yun's smile was plain, whereas Tang Jin's looked forced. After attaining elementary scholar status, they would automatically be conferred as part of the kingdom's military and are given an honorific title. They will be allowed to own and carry a sword. They now had the choice to study abroad, did not need to kneel to certain officials and could even avoid some taxes. From here on, the nation's imperial chi would protect him. However, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth from recently being a victim of a ploy and deeply implicated. Another voice shouted, Master Pei, Master Tang. According to customs, you have to pay respect to officials and teachers. Pei Zi Yun took out a small piece of silver, smiling, that is so, that is so. Allow me a bath before I pay my respects. That is most certain. He kept the silver with satisfaction. It was customary to be tipped when you bring good news to reach elementary scholar status. Of course he was glad that he had earned some extra money. As the firecrackers filled the area with their loud popping, the elementary scholars in the city gathered together and headed towards the magistrate's office, as per the customs. A random inn, level 3. Zhang Jieyu too had changed into fresh clothes. At this moment, someone said, it's been confirmed that Pei Zi Yun hasn't learnt any Dao arts. He has just left for the magistrate's office. The senior monk held onto a stick and said, he knows the secrets of my silver dragon temple. Should I handle him? If not, I am afraid he might ruin our big plans. Zhang Jieyan remained silent in contemplation before he opened a letter and laughed coldly, deliberately making something so complicated. Does he really think these letters are going to stop us? If not for the support of Free Cloud sect, and your letters sent out in secrecy. As long as we put in a little effort, we would be able to uncover all the letters and obtain them. Then, we should be able to kill him. But as of now, since he has the protection of Free Wind Sect, and could potentially join up with them in the future, adding on the fact that he is an elementary scholar, it would be hard to act. If, however, he is not careful with our secrets, even if he is a part of the sect, we will still have to kill him. He then asked, "As for the matter I've instructed you to do, what is the progress?" The senior monk then stepped forward and explained in detail while Zhang Jiayu listened intently. He nodded his head and said, "I am going to join the students and pay my respects now. Handle the matter properly, do not ruin it. This is much bigger and more important than just Silver Dragon Temple. Should things go bad, even if I were to plead with my teacher, it would be hard to ask for leniency." His words were plain, but the senior monk was flustered and afraid. I would not dare to make things go wrong. Chapter 22, Patrol Officer. Chapter 22, Patrol Officer. Translator, Translation Nation/Chucha Editor. Magistrate's Office. The door opened as two lanterns flanked it. The huge door was made up of bricks as two armed guards stood beside it, looking fearsome. 33 elementary scholars walked through, beaming from ear to ear. Some were solemn as they passed through, others looked deep in thought. Pei Zi Yun looked around as he too walked through the door. Ma Ji was ranked third in the first band. Coming in second place was the same person who took the second spot at the dinner banquet. His name was Chen Nan. This youth had a graceful and elegant demeanor about him. Pei Zi Yun thought, I do not have any Dao powers, and I'm unable to tell if he's righteous or evil. However, I am able to tell that he comes from a rich background. The person who topped the examinations was a 30-year-old scholar, who looked unfamiliar. Pei Zi Yun looked across and saw Zhang Jiayu being placed third in the second band. Being a member of a sect, he had been removed from the blessings of the imperial qi. Having the ability to write an essay that could impress the examiners, without the imperial qi was admittedly quite a feat. The imperial qi was very sensitive. Before entering a sect, the imperial qi was still intact and thus achieving elementary scholar status or high scholar status was possible. However, once someone enters a sect, he will be excluded from the blessings of imperial qi. When this happens, it'll be difficult to become an elementary scholar, and almost impossible to become a high scholar. Pei Zi Yun looked down and saw a huge hall before him. Of the first band, there were two people standing right in front. The second band arranged themselves in 3 rows of 3 people. A high-pitched voice screamed out, "The standards of this current examination is very high. The new group of elementary scholars shall now pay their respects to the magistrate and officials." Following the lead of the person in front, all the elementary scholars behind knelt down and prostrated themselves as a sign of respect. This was done to thank the country for the opportunity given to them, and also to establish the teacher-students dynamics. These were all rules and traditions. Pay your respects to the Minister of Education. The group of scholars touched their head to the floor once more. Pay your respects to your respective teachers. After the third time they had touched their foreheads to the ground, they stood up. The chief official was smiling as he gave a speech to the scholars. The speech involved telling the scholars to continue their good work and remain conscientious. The speech given by the chief official was fairly simple and customary. Next was a speech given by the Minister of Education, which was very simple as well. After the speech had ended, music was played as the elementary scholars were led into a banquet. The processions all followed customary practices and thus was expected by all. When the banquet had begun, the chief official did not say anything as everyone took turns to meet the Minister of Education. For the first 3 elementary scholars, the minister had words of encouragement to give. The same was said about the next few, who received slightly more critiques about their work. When Pei Zi Yun stepped forward, he noticed the minister, chief official, and room invigilators were all staring at him very intently. The minister asked several questions which Pei Zi Yun answered accurately and promptly. He seemed satisfied before asking, "You are only 15 this year?" "Yes." The minister then said, "It was hard to tell. From your essay, I had assumed you were an old elementary scholar." It was clear that he had more to say, but stopped mid-sentence. He looked at Pei Zi Yun as if to scrutinize him as Pei Zi Yun's heart fluttered about his chest. He then forced a laugh and said, "I came from a poor family, and thus learned from the elementary scholars in my village. However, I have not learnt enough, and I seek your kind understanding." The minister then replied in a warm tone, "Hey, you managed to secure 10th placing in this examination, which was no easy feat. I have seen your essays myself, and it was good. Since you've attained elementary scholar status, you should start developing gracefulness and character in writing. Thank you for your guidance, sir. This student will strive for excellence." Pei Zi Yun expressed his gratitude and laughed. It was clear that the minister felt a sense of ominosity and regret in his writing, which was why he had asked Pei Zi Yun to develop gracefulness. It seems like although the old elementary scholar had good writing skills, he bore a sense of negativity and regret in his writing style, which did not settle too well with the examiners. Pei Zi Yun was thankful that he had managed to become an elementary scholar. The rest of the time was spent without much words as the elementary scholars bade farewell to each other before returning to their respective villages. There were some who continued staying in the city for other reasons. Pei Zi Yun decided to return to his village. Slow River County. Pei Zi Yun went back to the inn for a short rest before accompanying Tang Jin to visit the county's magistrate and teacher. At the end of their visit, the county's magistrate said to them, "Students of the county, our future depends on you. Although our county is not the most advanced, we still have some influence. Being an elementary scholar entitles you to 5 mu of land. And you are not liable for taxes up to 10 mu of land. Mu represents unit of measurement for land. 1 mu is the equivalent of 1/15 a hectare." Pei Zi Yun thanked him, as Tang Jin smiled and said nothing except for a yes. This was because Tang Jin was well-to-do, and his family owns hundreds of mu in land. He thus could not be bothered about these small amounts of land that became the entitlement of elementary scholars. As they stepped out of the county magistrate's office, it had started drizzling, and the wind was cold. Tang Jin laughed and said, "Brother Pei, are you going to stay for a few days in the county?" Pei Zi Yun paused before replying, "No, Brother Tang, you carry on. I have some matters to handle here before going back to the village." Tang Jin did not insist and called for an ox cart and left as soon as the ox cart came around. Pei Zi Yun himself called for an ox cart and said, "To the patrol office." The ox cart driver was surprised, seeing Pei Zi Yun dressed in his elementary scholar's attire, but concealed it and acknowledged his request. The drizzle remained small as the driver decided to take a less crowded road to avoid the crowds. The sound of the cart sloshing through mud could be heard. After some time, the ox cart stopped as the driver announced, "We're here." Pei Zi Yun got off the cart and scanned his surroundings. It looked like a small-scale government office. He paid the fare and proceeded towards the building. There were no guards outside the patrol office as Pei Zi Yun proceeded towards the door. There was a huge sign on the door that read, "Bullying people is like bullying heaven and earth. Taking advantage of citizens is like taking advantage of the entire country." With nobody to show him which room to proceed to, he walked straight and ended up in the middle of a hall. As soon as he passed through the door, he saw several case files on the table and an officer reading those files intently. This patrol officer was rank 9 and had a sword hanging from his uniform. As soon as he walked into the room, a bailiff made a sound, before saying, "Please take a seat and wait." In front of the table which the officer was working on, were 2 guest chairs, and a tea table in the middle. As Pei Zi Yun sat down, they offered him some tea before walking away. Pei Zi Yun took a look at the patrol officer's face and observed his features. He saw that he had thick eyebrows, huge eyes, and looked fearsome. When he was sitting, his body was as straight as a pen and he wrote with exaggerated movements, almost as if he were wielding a knife. When he had finished with his files and raised his head, Pei Zi Yun approached him. Student pays his respects. The patrol officer looked at Pei Zi Yun and laughed. Looks like it is elementary scholar Pei. I wonder what brings elementary scholar Pei here to visit me today. The patrol officer position has been around for a few hundred years. The main purpose was to arrest bandits and robbers. When the patrol post was first started dynasties ago, it was not properly recognized. However, just before the formal establishment of the current dynasty, the would-be emperor took control of all the patrol posts, showing the value and importance of it. After the emperor had been crowned, the entire country was filled with more of these posts and patrol officers to manage law and order, command archery troops and manage conflicts. The officer in charge was then given rank 9. Although the patrol officer's rank was not very high, he holds an important position in the county. Being the chief of many troops, he protects the entire county against bandits and ensures that citizens were able to rest well at night. The reason Pei Zi Yun visited today was because of the bandits that had attacked his village. He then said, Your Excellency, just before this scholar left for his exams, there were some Black Wind bandits that threatened and attacked my village. They ruined the peace that used to govern my village. Now that I've attained elementary scholar status, and wish to return to my village, I am uneasy and wish to request for some protection. The patrol officer heard this, and understood, as he sank deep into thought. Although the crime rate had been considerably reduced ever since the establishment of the new dynasty, there were still some bandits in the county that the patrol office had to deal with. However, it would take time and effort to completely wipe out these bandits. In order to ensure bandits did not enter a village, some archer troops would have to be deployed. Since Snail Village was far away, no troops had been sent and thus were vulnerable to attacks. Since Pei Zi Yun had attained elementary scholar status, it would be good to sell him a favor and send some troops to guard their village for some time. He then said, Since elementary scholar Pei came here for this, I shall agree to help. The troops are all centered in the capital, leaving none for the protection of the outer villages, and became vulnerable targets for the bandits. I am deeply concerned. He paused and continued again, Since elementary scholar Pei's village is in danger, I shall send some patrolling troops. However, the number will not be many. Of course. Since these are trained troops of the patrol posts, although they will not be many, it will prevent the bandits from attacking the village. I am sure in the meantime, Sir Patrol Officer will devise a plan and annihilate the bandits, returning the county to its initial peace. Pei Zi Yun was overjoyed. He was just a mere elementary scholar, but the patrol officer accepted his request and was willing to spare a few troops. It was probably because he wanted to save some dignity for Pei Zi Yun, since he had already asked for a favor. Or it could be because Pei Zi Yun was young, and could probably achieve high scholar status in the future. It was clear that this patrol officer came from a military career, for he was decisive in his actions. He immediately called the bailiff over and ordered him to inform the troop leader of his decision. Before long, someone did, indeed, arrive. Pei Zi Yun looked at the troop leader and observed him. He was tall and sturdy with a cold and emotionless face. He had a long scar across his face, caused by a knife wound, and carried a menacing look with him. The patrol officer looked at the troop leader and ordered, Chao San, this is elementary scholar Pei. Take a team and head over to Snail Village. When you have arrived, gather the young men and form a patrol team around the village. Yes, sir. With his loud booming voice, Pei Zi Yun thought that Chao San also seemed to have a military background. Chao San and Pei Zi Yun walked out as Chao San said, Elementary scholar Pei, since we are going to Snail Village, and we have to prepare our luggage and weapons, it will be some time. You head back to the inn first, we will set out first light tomorrow. Naturally. Pei Zi Yun said as he watched Chao San turn around and disappeared, leaving his shadow behind. He was secretly happy and revealed a wide smile. Peace shall come at last. Soldiers are like wolves and tigers. If heaven should decree, peace should exist for 30 years, who would dare to defy it and wreak chaos? But for now, he had to learn to become like wolves or tigers. Zhang Jieyu, disciple of Holy Jail sect. It is clear to me now, upon further reflection, that the matter at Silver Dragon Temple was all devised by you. It was your plan to turn these 10 elementary scholars into Holy Jail sect's outside circle disciples. Outside circle disciples are like claws and teeth, to seize assets for the sect, and to lose blood for the sect. Only those who are gifted and are able to cultivate Tao ways will be able to enter the inner circle. Although this has nothing to do with me, I was implicated in the process. And these ladies were treated with such dangerous recklessness. This sect has to go. But that is a task for the future. For now, I have to put all my mind and body into getting rid of Black Wind sect. The original owner had heard a sound, and said that Black Wind sect was a product of his doing in the past and they had gotten way too dangerous. They have to be annihilated. The most important thing is that rumors have surfaced that Black Wind sect has a rogue cultivator amongst them, and the original owner knows who. Looks like I have to find it in his memories. Zhang Jieyu, since your plan implicated me, I shall have my revenge on you. As he said this, a small white plum blossom appeared before his eyes and got bigger rapidly. It then transformed into a semi-transparent information interface, which bore faint light perception, and a mission appeared. Mission 1, Rescue Yisuo, completed. Mission 2, Obtain Elementary Scholar status, pending completion. Mission 3, Attain a Taoist Cultivator's Legacy, incomplete. Chapter 23, Sacrifice. Chapter 23, Sacrifice. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Snail Village. Congratulations to Slow River County's young master Pei Zi Yun for attaining 10th position in his elementary scholar class and bestowing honor upon Slow River County. The days ahead will be filled with good news. There had been a bailiff informing the entire county of Pei Zi Yun's success in the examinations. The entire village was full of pride and admiration for their fellow villager. However, those feelings only came about a few days ago. Previously, all they knew about him was that he was an outsider who had moved in years ago, and they had no expectations of him. Who would have expected him to excel in the examinations? It did not matter that he was not a Zhang, he was still an elementary scholar belonging to the village, and there would be many advantages of having an elementary scholar around. The past few days have been overflowing with gossips and anticipation. The village chief had arranged for the preparation of some dried fruits and desserts. A fat boar had been selected and chained to the kitchen ready for slaughter and was making grunting sounds. There were ducks and chickens being locked up as part of the preparations for the feast as well. Since refrigerators had not been invented then, the meat would turn bad easily and rapidly. That was why they had not slaughtered the pig, and instead had to wait for his arrival before they could kill it. However, all the necessary preparations had been done. As for the Pei household, there had been many ladies coming over to the house to help Pei Qianshi with the errands and saying, "Young Master Pei is now an elementary scholar, your life from here on will be easy and blessed." All the work had been done by the other women in the village, and they would not let Pei Qianshi do any chores. Since Pei Zi Yun dearly missed his mother and Yisuo, he departed the very next day and took the ox cart back to the village. Chao San and Pei Zi Yun were on it, with their belongings behind them and 4 soldiers following behind. The ride back was naturally safe from attacks. Way before they even reached the village, people could be seen awaiting their arrival. "Stop the cart." Chao San felt something was amiss and ordered. He then jumped out and took a few steps forward before a whoosh sound was heard as he drew his blade and observed the surroundings intently. The 4 soldiers behind, although were archers, drew their knives as well. They were all alert and poised to strike, a fearsome look etched on their faces. There were a few people in front of them, and as they approached, Pei Zi Yun recognized them as fellow villagers. Pei Zi Yun hurriedly explained, "Leader Chao, these are people of my village. It seems like they are here to welcome us home." As soon as this was said, Chao San took another look before retrieving his blade, the 4 soldiers imitating him. The country is indeed developing fast, even the archers are this alert and proficient. Pei Zi Yun looked on at the approaching villagers and was secretly overjoyed. As soon as they realized it was indeed him, they started cheering with happiness. Tiao, hurry, run back to the village and report the news. Tell them that Master Pei has returned and that they should kill the boar now. I will go now. Tiao was a young teenager who looked at Pei Zi Yun with envy and began his return to the village. The oxcart moved at a gradual pace all the way till the village. They were greeted by the sight of the village chief and villagers' elders along with the ordinary citizens all at the mud wall welcoming them. As soon as they saw the new elementary scholar approaching, they shouted, "Release the firecrackers!" The racket of the firecrackers were unrelenting and created a loud background noise. Many infants and young children clutched at their mother's chest in fear, sticking out their tiny heads with eyes wide open. There were several older children who tried their hardest to squeeze their way in front to greet the elementary scholar, but were yanked by their ears by their mother to return back home. Amidst the clamor, a village elder took Pei Zi Yun by the hand and showered him with praises. He told Pei Zi Yun that years ago, when his mother and himself had arrived at the village, this elder saw them and knew that they were special. He then casted his vote in favor of allowing them to stay. With all the noise outside, Pei Zi Yun wanted to go home. He saw the village chief give the order for the slaughter of the boar. The boar, realizing that its final moments were near, gave a last struggle before it was killed. The ants of the village then gathered all the poultry and fishes and started their preparations. Not long after, the slaughter of fishes and chickens along with the cooking of meat filled the entire village with a delicious aroma. Someone then asked the village chief, "Third uncle, is it worth it to sacrifice and prepare such a feast for this elementary scholar?" "Asshole, the son of this Pei household is only 15 years old and might become a high scholar in future. Who would dare to offend him? Besides, even with a mere elementary scholar status, our village stands to gain in many areas." "How do we stand to gain? The tax evasions are only applicable to him. The Pei household are outsiders, and in recent years more people surnamed Pei have moved to our village too. Why would they share their benefits with us? I told you that you're an idiot, but you refuse to believe me. The county sends down a tax collector periodically and exploited the fact that we do not have an academic in our midst. Now that our village has an elementary scholar, we can save a great deal. We now have access to additional labor when he requests for it to the imperial courts, conflict resolution, and are able to lodge complaints, yet you choose to fret over the small expenses. And look, upon returning to the village the elementary scholar has even brought home patrolling soldiers." The village chief then turned his attention to the person who had just walked through the door. "You over there, where is the elementary scholar now?" "He has gone home." Although the background noise produced was loud, the village did not have the means to hire a band to make music. Pei Qianshi had known of her son's arrival long ago, and rushed out to meet him. Seeing her son who had lost some weight, she felt a stab in her heart as tears rolled down her face. Upon finally seeing his mother, he thought of the hardships his mother warned him about before he left. Knowing that his mother was looking forward to hearing the good news about obtaining the elementary scholar status from himself, he whipped out a document from within his inner shirt. "Mother, take a look." Pei Qianshi received the document with trembling hands as she read the words. Flipping it over to the next page, it was the official document indicating that Pei Zi Yun had obtained elementary scholar status. There was a huge stamp of the capital and the Ministry of Education. There was even the stamp of the county acknowledging its legitimacy. Pei Qianshi smiled and blushed as she said, my son. I have waited many years for this, and the day has finally arrived. Follow me to our house as we thank our ancestors." Pei Qianshi said before hastily rushing home. Someone wanted to follow them in as well, but he got restrained by the crowd. "They wish to thank their ancestors? You wish to follow them in?" Pei Zi Yun went in and saw his mother staring at their altar without uttering a sound. She then said, "Husband, can you see this? Our son has finally made it." She shed tears like raindrops, as if to cry out all the hardships she had been through these decades. Seeing his usually collected and strong-headed mother cry, he felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. The original owner had never managed to reach elementary scholar rank the entire time his mother was alive, and only finally attained elementary scholar status a year after she had passed away. He was filled with regrets. Pei Zi Yun then recomposed herself as she walked forward and retrieved a memorial tablet beneath many layers of cloth. Seeing the words written, Pei Yuanshan's memorial tablet, she broke down in tears all over again. My son, your father has been viciously murdered by the bandits and I was unable to take neither ashes nor bones of him. All I have left of him is this memorial tablet as I made my way to this village. On the way here I met a Taoist who knew of what had happened. He said, Madam, your husband was an official and died while defending his country, yet was unable to redress his grievances. I hate to see a hero being given such dishonor, yet I am helpless. All I can do is give you an amulet to keep with the memorial tablet. You should pray to it during special occasions, but it should not be exposed to light. In future, when your little one has achieved elementary scholar status and is able to protect you, only then can you take out this amulet. If you take it out any time before, your deceased husband will meet with unfortunate events in his afterlife. When I first heard this, I half believed it, yet was doubtful. However, I had a spiritual encounter that night. Your father entered my dreams. All these years I've never mentioned any of this, but now I can finally take it out and display it. At this point, Pei Zi Yun recalled the unfortunate events that had befallen her and cried out, Husband, you have not seen light for 15 years. Today, you can finally lay eyes on your son again. My son, why aren't you kowtowing to your father? Tien, a kowtow is a traditional greeting to a superior which involves kneeling and pressing your head to the floor. He then remembered how they used to pray to their deceased ancestors every year, and always towards the cloth-concealed tablet. When he was younger, he had tried to unwrap the tablet many times only to receive a beating from his mother. This time, he obediently knelt and paid his respects. Just as his head was reaching the floor, he saw something float towards his vision from the corner of his eyes, but disappeared in a second. It looked like a sort of white energy. After he had finished with the ritual, a small white plum blossom floated into his vision as it rapidly grew bigger. It became a semi-transparent information interface as the mission appeared before him. Mission 2, Obtain Elementary Scholar Status Complete. Please extract. Looks like the main point of the mission was to appease his family. He had already gotten the elementary scholar status days ago, yet it was only now that he could complete the mission. Pei Zi Yun looked at it in passing and extracted it. Whoosh! The plum blossom petal that was transparent on his forehead had become faint yet was slightly visible. Just as he tried to use his hands to conceal the plum blossom petal, it gradually disappeared. Thankfully, the plum blossom can be hidden. If not, it would be sure to attract plenty of attention. Pei Zi Yun reached a sudden understanding and thought, the first petal of the plum blossom enabled me to obtain wisdom, but not wisdom that surpasses my own level by too much. Now that the plum blossom has evolved from transparent to faint, I can absorb essays written by high scholars and grand scholars. It seems like when the plum blossom petal was still transparent, I could obtain only a maximum of high scholars' knowledge. Thankfully, I did not find a higher level piece of knowledge to absorb, if not there would have been no effect. The next mission is to solve the issue of spiritual roots. As for the white energy that I have seen earlier, it wasn't a problem with my eyesight. Rather, it was my chi energy. It was probably due to me becoming an elementary scholar. I do not know the outcome of using it this way, but since I have been given this body, even if I were to use some energy it wouldn't matter. After paying his respects to his ancestors, they came out to a few women congratulating them, "Your son has become an elementary scholar, it is a cause for celebration. You should be very happy." With the encouragement and praise from the crowd, Pei Zi Yun stopped crying and said, "Yes, I shall not cry, I shall not cry. In fact, I am overjoyed, really happy." She slapped her head and laughed, "Oh, I forgot something. Come, time to give out red packets." Tien, red packets were red envelopes containing money people gave out to others during festive occasions. The crowd laughed and cheered as Pei Zi Yun went into her house, retrieved some coins and came out, throwing the money in the direction of the crowd. The kids squealed in excitement as they caught the money. Although it was just 1 or 2 pieces of copper, it was auspicious money. When they had received it, their parents told them to keep it. "This is young master's auspicious money, who knows it might bring us good luck." With all the noise and clamor, some people were trying to indicate that the feast was ready. Leader Chao San, "Everyone else, please join me." Chao San and a few of his soldiers were initially not really happy about coming to such a remote and faraway village. However, seeing the presence of meat and wine, they smiled and headed towards to feast. The villagers were all lively with excitement, just like it was New Year's Day. Pei Zi Yun was asked to sit, and Pei Zi Yun beside him. At this moment Pei Zi Yun stood up and said, "Leader Chao San and men, please enter." The villagers casted unsure looks full of doubts. Pei Zi Yun then explained, "This morning, I visited the patrol officer and told him about the Black Wind sect and what had happened. Patrol officer was furious, and so he sent leader Chao San and a few of his brothers to help defend the village, set up patrols and form up groups with the men of the village. From today onwards, the village shall be looked after by the courts. If that's so, how can we not invite them to join us in the feast?" The village chief poured a glass of wine and spilled all over accidentally. He then shouted, "It is so, it is so." The smiles in the village all became warm. Chapter 24, Farewell. Chapter 24, Farewell. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Snail Village early morning. Pei Zi Yun got up early and realized that he still reeked of alcohol from the previous night. Since he did not wish to turn down the village's chief's toasts in front of his mother, he had no choice but to drink. When he woke up, he felt some discomfort and took a warm bath. Once he was inside the wooden tub, Pei Zi Yun shouted, "System." A plum blossom materialized before his eyes and expanded rapidly until it became a semi-transparent information interface, with faint light appearing before him. Mission 1, Rescue Yi Su'er, completed. Mission 2, Obtain Elementary Scholar Status, completed. Mission 3, Obtain a Taoist Cultivator's Legacy, incomplete. Now all that is left is Mission 3. Since the patrolling soldiers are in the village, no harm shall befall on it. The Black Wind bandits are still around though, and thus it is not the time to fetch Yi Su'er home. I still have to clean them up and exact my revenge on Zhang Jieyu. Maybe killing the rogue Taoist cultivator from Black Wind sect would lead to me finding my cultivator's legacy. But if I were to kill him, should I seek some assistance? For example from teacher Zhao Ning. Although it might be a little late now, is it possible that I could gain entry into the sect through him? As he was deep in thought, the water had become cold without him realizing. He picked up fresh clothes and got changed as he heard Pei Zi Yun talking outside the window. He pushed open the door and saw that she had prepared a present for him. "My son, now that you are an elementary scholar, you should visit Mr. Zhao and thank him." Since Pei Zi Yun already had the intention to visit Mr. Zhao, this reaffirmed it. Pei Zi Yun then prepared a gift for him to bring to Mr. Zhao. Pei Zi Yun felt it was unnecessary, but under the coaxing of his mother, he relented. He could see the bamboo forest from miles away, before finally locating the bamboo hut courtyard. The morning breeze was cool and soothing, while the bamboo plants were like waves, swaying with the direction of the wind. Just before he entered the compound, while he was still at the fence, he saw Mr. Zhao holding a plate of fried vegetables, walking into the yard. Benefactor. Pei Zi Yun hurriedly acknowledged his presence. Zhao Ning raised his head and saw that Pei Zi Yun had came. Laughing he said, "What a coincidence that you are here now. Just yesterday your fellow brother had managed to hunt down a hare. I was about to prepare it right now when you just arrived. You're lucky." Pei Zi Yun greeted him with cupped fists and the traditional greeting of respect. "Thankfully, I did not disgrace your name and reputation, teacher. I have come to tell you that I am an elementary scholar now. I arrived at our village yesterday and came here today to thank you, teacher, for I would not have been able to do this without you." You did it all with your own talents and with your own fate. Zhao Ning waved his hands, feeling moved. Although this disciple did have some ancestry favor upon him, it was very little. He had thought that Pei Zi Yun would only make it after a few attempts at the examinations, but he managed on his first attempt. He was surprised, yet relieved. No matter what, this secular disciple wouldn't have to worry about poverty. He poured a glass of wine and said, "That is one of the benefits of being an elementary scholar, you have a bright future ahead of you. However, you are on your own in the future." Pei Zi Yun's heart sank. He asked surprised, "Teacher, what happened? Did something big happen while I was away?" Zhao Ning waved his hands again and paused before saying, "I do not belong to the secular world. You should have already met some people from my sect. When you became an elementary scholar, you bumped into one of my fellow brothers in the Silver Dragon Temple with the monks, in the underground cave, the disheveled Taoist." Although Pei Zi Yun was somewhat prepared for this, he was still appalled. Zhao Ning sighed gently as the decades that had gone by flashed before him. It was all because of his inclinations to teach and mentor that he took him as a half-disciple. With a soft voice he said gently, his voice bearing loneliness, "I was initially a reclusive Taoist who came here to find my sect's elder who has been reincarnated. He is your fellow brother. Now that we've managed to find him, I have gotten orders to return. Benefactor, since you belong to a Taoist sect, can't you bring me in as well?" Pei Zi Yun asked sincerely. "With the matter at Silver Dragon Temple, I felt something extraordinary, as if the immortal path was real. I humbly request that on account of all these years spent together, you pull me into your sect." He then began to kowtow, in hopes that his teacher would accept. Zhao Ning, however, did not allow him to go onto his knees and propped him up. "Idiot disciple, fate is limited, you are indeed too late." Seeing Pei Zi Yun's anguished and disappointed face, Zhao Ning felt a certain sympathy for him. "My fellow younger brother gave you a manual to gain entry. Although the book is a copy, the contents are legitimate and it is indeed a way to gain entry into the sect. You have to cultivate up till the 10th step in order to gain access to the Tao roots. Then, you and I will have our teacher-student fate once again. Teacher, I have already settled everything. I just need to say farewell to my fellow brother and then we can leave," Zhang Yun said as he showed up carrying a bag of belongings. His hand was holding some items and he was with a youth. They were happily talking as they reached the compound when he shouted across to his teacher. Hearing that voice, Pei Zi Yun spun around and saw Zhang Yun with a youth following behind him. The youth had deep sunken eyes and was wearing a Taoist costume. He had a tall and sturdy frame, and seemed very charismatic. The moment Pei Zi Yun laid eyes on him, however, his eyes flashed and he recalled a memory from his past life. This was the accomplice of young Master Xia who had taken away his spiritual gift. His name was Song Ji and would eventually be his own fellow brother. In the previous life, it was this man, Song Ji, who had given away his secret to young Master Xia. He had helped young Master Xia, who eventually became the leader of a sect. Meeting his enemy like this, Pei Zi Yun felt an inexplicable anger in his chest and his eyes turned bloodshot. His eyeballs were almost bulging out with rage as he realized he could see his own eye whites, which were lined with red blood vessels, and giving off a ferocious look. Just as these emotions were apparent, Pei Zi Yun understood that this was not the right time to do anything since they were surrounded by members of an immortal sect. As he tried to appease the original owner's rage, he covered his face with his sleeves and used his hands to shield his eyes, saying, "Oh no, the wind blew some sand into my eyes." At this precise moment, the man beside Zhang Yun, Songji, caught a glimpse of that glare and got an uneasy feeling. It disappeared almost immediately and it was hard to tell if it was a result of Pei Zi Yun's reaction. It left him worried. Zhang Yun welcomed him and said, "My fellow brother has sand stuck in his eyes, let me blow it out for you. If you rub your eyes, the sand will go deeper in." He then removed Pei Zi Yun's hands away and blew gently into his eyes. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and his angry look, he was shocked. Pei Zi Yun then put his hands down and laughed. "It was just a grain of sand, but it is out now. My fellow brother, do not worry. Right after he said this, his expression and facial features returned to normal. Zhang Yun then realized he was being overly concerned. It was just sand in his eyes. Naturally it would cause his eyes to turn red. Seeing Pei Zi Yun and Zhang Yun having such a good relationship between them, Zhao Ning was pleased. Pei Zi Yun had thought that after being reborn into this life, he was able to overlook the original owner's past conflicts and view them objectively while he completes the missions. However, upon seeing Song Ji, Pei Zi Yun felt the full force of the original owner's hatred that was carved across his heart as though he had never forgotten. It was as if this hatred had dripped drop by drop into his very soul and fused both their souls together with the original owner's love and hatred. He then sank deep into thought, silently screaming in pain. Zhao Ning then said, "Since the both of you are back, does that mean your family affairs are in order?" Zhang Yun then clasped his hands and said, "My teacher and my benefactor, you have given me enough silver for my family affairs to be settled. I can leave with you any time." Zhao Ning then said, "Both of you brothers rarely get to see each other. This goodbye could very well be your final farewell. Go and say your last words to each other." When he had finished speaking, as if he felt the full force of his loneliness, he walked into his bamboo hut. Seeing a scene like this before him, Songji sighed, knowing that things will be different once someone enters a sect as he bids an eternal farewell to his worldly self. He then followed Mr. Zhao into the bamboo hut, leaving some time for the two fellow brothers. Zhang Yun took hold of Pei Zi Yun and spoke softly, "Brother, do not be upset. I overheard teacher talking to senior uncle, and they had spoken about you. Senior uncle said that since you wish to join the pursuit of immortality by joining the sect, you have to follow the manual and cultivate until you are at the 10th step, then you will be able to enter the sect. Senior uncle had also said there was somebody behind the Black Wind sect attacks." These words were not news to him as he had heard the same thing before. Even the fact that Black Wind sect's rogue cultivator could be linked to Holy Jail sect was not unfamiliar. Pei Zi Yun still thanked Zhang Yun as he recalled all the missteps taken by the original owner, and how he had to wait for 10 years before he eventually became a rogue cultivator and met Elder Zhao, who allowed him into the sect based on their relationship. He could not speak for a while, and it was obvious that this was what he had expected of himself. He shed tears, and looked miserable. He then hurriedly used his sleeve to wipe the tears from his face. Zhang Yun saw Pei Zi Yun using his hands to cover his face and asked, "Fellow brother, what's happened?" "Nothing, just the sand hurt my eyes just now, and it is uncomfortable now." Pei Zi Yun put his hands down as tears streamed down his face. Zhang Yun had planned to say more, but seeing Pei Zi Yun in this shape, he could not speak anymore. Before long, he said, "All right fellow brother, farewell." "Oh yes, teacher said the items and books around have no value to him, but if he were to leave it here, it might be taken by someone else. So feel free to take it all." "I understand, go on." Pei Zi Yun covered his face, and put his sleeve down only after some time. When he looked up again, he noticed that they had vanished from the area. Pei Zi Yun sighed and looked at the yard. There was still some tea left. As he walked into the bamboo hut, he noticed that several discarded items were strewn on the ground. He walked up to the library and found several thousand volumes of books arranged neatly. After some time thinking, he then decided to walk down and practice the 100 Beasts manual. He was sweating profusely while practicing but did not feel any spiritual energy coursing through him. Pei Zi Yun sighed. Since he had no spiritual roots, he was unable to cultivate. The only way was to complete the mission first. He had to make his move against the Black Wind sect and kill that rogue cultivator. This rogue cultivator had a very shallow skill set. Since his cultivation wasn't good enough to get into the sect, Pei Zi Yun didn't need any Dao arts to defeat him. All he needed was a little bit of spiritual energy. However, since he didn't have any Dao arts with him, it would be hard to kill even a rogue cultivator. He would need all the help he can get. Since Zhao Ning was no longer an option, he would have to think of another way. The village had enough young men. However, with the introduction of the patrol squad and with the training they provided to those young men, they would not want to leave the village since their job was to defend it. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he decided to act on it within the next few days. Oh yes, even if I do not intend to bring Isur back right away, I still have to explain the reasons to her. It's no longer early, looks like I shall eat first. He then headed back to the village where he heard someone shouting. He peered ahead and saw a middle-aged man. When he got nearer, he realized that this man was a butler. He was skinny and was happy to see Pei Zi Yun. I came here to find elementary scholar Pei yesterday, but I found out that you had just reached your village and thought you might need to settle your own affairs. Which is why I am here today. He looked at Pei Zi Yun and saw that this elementary scholar was young, handsome, and had a certain drive behind his eyes. He then continued, "This time I am here to return your lands back, elementary scholar Pei. The master of my house said that elementary scholar Pei's household had a need of money in the past, and thus used your land as collateral for a loan to you. But since Master Pei has already achieved elementary scholar status, we shall return the land to you," the butler said. Chapter 25, Idol. Chapter 25, Idol. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Shall we discuss this further inside? Pei Zi Yun understood that this was a gesture of goodwill from Li family since they had not brought up the issue of money. However, with what were they going to trade the land deed for? He clearly didn't have much money on him. He thus felt slightly suspicious. The look of suspicion on his face might have been too obvious because, as soon as the butler saw Pei Zi Yun hesitating, he hurriedly explained, "If young Master Pei is unable to amass the amount of 50 taels of silver now, it is all right. You can return it when you have the money next year, or the following year." This 10 mu of land was purchased with his mother's hard-earned money. Pei Zi Yun saw that the Li family was very polite in their handling of the affairs and that made him happy. He said, "It is a pity that Mr. Li was unable to come himself, for I would have loved to meet him. Do tell him to drop by and visit whenever he is free." That was what the butler wanted to hear. Pei Zi Yun was an elementary scholar now, although only ranked 10th, he was only a 15-year-old youth. He had a bright future ahead of him and the Li family wished to be in his good books. Now that they gave him back those 10 mu of land, how was he going to pay them back? However, this current arrangement was perfect for both sides. The both of them were still speaking when a villager came by to visit. The butler, seeing that he was holding Pei Zi Yun up, bade farewell. As the villager approached, Pei Zi Yun knew that he was one of the hunters in the village and looked very familiar. He brought a youth along with him who looked weak and skinny. Pei Zi Yun walked up to them and asked, "Uncle, what happened?" Hunter Zhang then dragged the youth in front of him, displaying the shyness of this youth as he was too embarrassed to speak when he was face to face with Pei Zi Yun. Hunter Zhang had a look on his face that was very conflicted before he started speaking. "This is my nephew, he is Widow Zhang's son. This morning, I saw the Li family butler making his way to your house and I knew that he came back to return your land. This is why I have come, to request you to rent some land to my nephew." He paused for some time before sighing and continuing, "My nephew's father passed away a long time ago, and his wife raised their child with much difficulty. Back then, his father was a gambler and had a bad character, he left no land for his family when he died. Now that his son is all grown up, I have to throw my pride away and ask you for a favor. On account of my pride, will you rent 3 mu of land for him to grow crops? However much the rental may be, we shall pay, and this will be his livelihood. This is the least I could do for him as his uncle." Pei Zi Yun heard Hunter Zhang's words and was about to agree when Pei Qianshi appeared. "Little tiger, how is your mother? Is she doing well? I haven't seen her for a while." The skinny youth then raised his head and replied, "Mother is doing fine, it's just that she has caught a cold recently and thus has been staying at home to rest." Pei Qianshi pondered for some time before telling her son, "Son, I am aware of their family situation as well. His father was a gambler, and had a bad character, gambling away all of their land. They are in much worse shape than we are, please agree to their request." Listening to his mother speak this way, he said, "My household possessed 10 mu of land, and the county will give me another 5 mu, which can be linked up to my current land. Since my mother spoke out, I shall rent out 5 mu of land to you." As soon as Hunter Zhang said this, he immediately tugged on his nephew's arm as they expressed their gratitude. Everyone was happy. Seeing that there were no more matters to resolve, Pei Zi Yun then said, "I am going out for a little while." Pei Zi Yun then left for Peachflower Origins Monastery. When he was at the entrance, he admired the abundance of plum blossoms all around, and just when he wanted to knock on the door, the monastery chief came out. Seeing Pei Zi Yun, she laughed and said, "Oh, it is you. Are you here to fetch Yi Su'er back? It is good, she has been missing you so much." Pei Zi Yun then replied, "Thank you for looking after Yi Su'er all this time. Since I have already attained elementary scholar status, I have come to meet Yi Su'er." Just as he uttered those words, Yi Su'er sprang out from behind the door grinning from ear to ear. "I heard the news yesterday. Snail Village has finally produced an elementary scholar. I knew that Brother Pei would come and fetch me today." The little Taoist nun then sulked as tears welled up in her eyes, as if she was about to cry. "Thank you, Monastery Chief and Shoer, for looking after me. Now that Brother Pei is here to fetch me, I shall take my leave." Yi Su'er looked down and saw the little Taoist nun reluctant to let her go. The monastery chief looked sad and said, "Yi Su'er, these few days we have developed a close relationship. Since you are about to leave, I can't bear to let you go." However, before she could complete her sentence, her ears pricked and she stopped speaking as if she heard something. She then suddenly said, "I am best at divination and predicting future events. So I shall make a prediction now, as part of my farewell gift." Just as she finished speaking, without giving Yi Su'er a chance to interrupt, she took out several coins and scattered them around. Her face suddenly revealed a look of shock, followed by worry. Yi Su'er stood beside the monastery chief and knew she had much experience in affairs like this. Seeing the look on her face, she asked, "Chief, what have you predicted?" with a surprised look like this. The monastery chief looked confused before thinking for some time and saying, "Su'er, your comet bodes ill for you. If you go back this time, a tragedy might unfold. It is best for you to stay here and wait for the comet to pass. This way you can turn tragedy into blessing." Seeing the serious look on her face, Yi Su'er bit her lips as if she was in some sort of internal conflict. She raised her head and asked, "Can monastery chief calculate how long more must I stay for tragedy to be averted before I can return home?" The monastery chief counted with her fingers and said, "All that is needed is half a month before tragedy will pass and you can go back. Brother Pei, what do you think?" Pei Zi Yun had some reservations since he felt that her reaction was somewhat strange. However, since he did not have any Dao powers, he was unable to tell what caused the change in her reaction. He pondered over it for some time, and realized that even if she was to stay there for another half a month, it would do no harm. He would then use this time to get rid of the Black Wind sect bandits. This way, the problem could be solved. He then replied, "Since monastery chief says so, Yi Su'er, you should stay for another half a month." "Oh, when the time comes, you have to remember to fetch me," she said, overwhelmed by her feelings. "Definitely." When he reached his home from the monastery, he couldn't shake off the feeling that something wasn't quite right. He thought for some time before telling his mother, "Mother, I have to return to the county once more and settle the issue of the 5 mu of land." "All right, but please be careful on the road." Pei Qianshi said, "Let the ox cart from the village chief's house send you." Pei Qianshi was feeling uneasy and so was Pei Zi Yun. When he had reached the county, he dismissed the ox cart and started looking for an inn to lodge in. The innkeeper sent up hot water and some food as it got dark. Pei Zi Yun was resting in his room when he asked the innkeeper, "Is the night market open tonight?" As of today, the county's temple fair opened and will last for 3 days. Many merchants set up in the streets to sell their items as the streets will be bursting with entertainments. Since it began today, am I too early? Pei Zi Yun thought. He then recalled, in the previous life, someone had came to this night market and bought a copper idol of a god. When he opened it, he had found many golden pearls inside the idol. He then made a big deal of money and was famous throughout the village. The original owner remembered feeling envious. But he could not remember which day, and did not know which stall as well. Pei Zi Yun laughed, "It's getting boring here in this house. Maybe I should check the market out." He then left the inn and headed out. The weather was perfect, with many clouds cast overhead blocking the moonlight. Based on what he could see, the roads were lined with stalls and were quite narrow. Both sides of the roads had many lanterns hanging, and stall signs. These stalls were selling many different items. There were even people gathered around, gambling, as onlookers were cheering. It was a very lively scene. There was at most 1,000 meters worth of stalls, not too many. I could look at the stalls one by one. The stall that he was looking for had to be one selling ancient artifacts. Pei Zi Yun focused and started walking down the narrow road just like everyone else around him, walking and looking, occasionally buying some items. This area sells food, it's definitely not here. This area sells cloth, it's definitely not here as well. The streets were filled with people, various pushcarts selling hot soup, and some selling fruits, candies, and fried food. There were such a wide variety of stalls around. Pei Zi Yun's mood was getting better as he continued walking, soaking in the atmosphere. He then observed a stall selling some food. 1 mu of land is now selling for 7 taels of silver. The country is gradually developing right now. While the population is still small, the land is cheap. I remember that in the middle of the previous dynasty, a land worth could grow to 6 or 7 times past the current price. Right now it's cheap so we can buy more. Yes, now that the emperor is developing the country, the value of our currency is big, and we have plenty of it. So the citizens are all happy. Unknowingly, Pei Zi Yun has drifted near the city temple. The city temple had many different affiliated temples around and this was one of them. There were plenty of incenses being lit inside the temple with halls that were several zhang tall. In front of the temple was an empty plot of land. Singers were performing on top of a makeshift stage built on that plot of land. People were getting closer, trying to get a better look. As Pei Zi Yun walked in, the sense of numerous incenses were overwhelming and he hurriedly left. The crowd was getting bigger and bigger. Several scholars were walking with fans in their hands, while a farmer was bargaining over the price of some tools, asking if the price could be lowered. Many children were running around, most of them towards the ice cream stall. Pei Zi Yun looked around and tried to find a stall selling old idols, but he was disappointed. He saw a shed and proceeded to sit down before ordering some food, a bowl of dumplings. "Coming," the lady boss happily replied. It was served in no time and Pei Zi Yun dug into the food with hunger. He was looking around while eating when he froze. Just beside this shed was a tiny stall, partially hidden from view due to its poor location. He peered into the stall and saw that it was selling old items such as lamps, teapots, and antique bowls. Next to those was a strange-looking idol. Looks like this was not a complete waste of time and effort. Pei Zi Yun's heart was racing yet he acted like everything was normal and finished his meal. He then walked over and took a casual look at the idol. It does feel heavy. But of course, it is made of pure copper. My grandfather used this to pray. A crippled teenager said and then sighed, "Why don't you buy it? It's an artifact from ages ago and it is worth lots of money." Apart from this idol, there were still several other ritualistic items around. There were several people gossiping about this youth. This household was a failure. Since their ancestors passed the business to him, he had gambled all of it away and now has to sell their items. Even his leg was broken because of his gambling problems. Hearing their discussions, Pei Zi Yun was even more certain of the idol he was holding in his hands. This felt different from other religious idols. As he shook the idol, he could feel several beads inside shaking. Ever since he has been practicing his manuals, his senses have been heightened dramatically. And he could feel something beneath the surface of this idol. 5 taels of silver and it is yours, the crippled teenager waved a hand and said without expression. Since Pei Zi Yun badly wanted to know what was hiding beneath the idol's surface, he agreed without hesitation, sure, I will buy it. This is 5 taels of silver, keep it properly. Seeing the silver, the color on the teenager's face gradually came back. He looked at the idol and his lips quivered as if he was struggling with himself while selling this. However, he said nothing and took a cloth to wrap up the idol. Chapter 26, Banknotes. Chapter 26, Banknotes. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. At that time, a voice could be heard behind him, wait a second, I have already brought the silver here. The item is mine. A middle-aged man walked over with some silver towards the crippled teenager. When he realized that the item had already been sold to Pei Zi Yun, his face went pale and he hurriedly said, I saw this idol first. I just came back from fetching some silver to buy it. You can't take it away. He made a move to take hold of the package. Seeing a situation like this unfold before him, Pei Zi Yun became absolutely certain that this was the idol in his memory. He snatched the package back before saying, You left to fetch your money, I have already paid for it. You can't fight with me for it. Pei Zi Yun glared at the crippled, an exchange of silver for the goods has already been made. Since the goods are still in your hands while I have already paid for it, please hand over my item. The crippled handed over the idol. Pei Zi Yun received it and turned around, in an attempt to leave. The middle-aged man chased after him shouting, 10 taels, I will pay 10 silver taels for it and you can earn an additional 5 taels. Seeing this idol made me realize how much I like it, and that's why I am so keen on buying it. If it were another person, he wouldn't be willing to pay 10 taels of silver for this. Pei Zi Yun glared icily at this middle-aged man whose eyes seemed to glow in anticipation as he finally caught up. Hey, are you a government official? Pei Zi Yun looked at him and asked. How can this man ever dare to offend an official? He replied, Little brother, you are kidding. Then are you an elementary scholar, or a scholar at least? Pei Zi Yun asked, his eyes full of decisiveness, or are you the relative of an important person? Pei Zi Yun tapped his own outfit as he asked. This outfit could only be worn by someone who had attained elementary scholar status. The middle-aged man paused as sweat trickled down his forehead, his legs trembled when he walked. Then, he tripped and fell. Pei Zi Yun spun around once more and walked away. Everyone around saw how afraid this man was, and they started laughing at him. The man stood up pathetically, feeling extremely unhappy, but he could do nothing except watch as Pei Zi Yun's shadow got smaller and smaller. He did not dare to chase further. A street thug, trying to steal this from me? Pei Zi Yun recalled that the original owner had obtained the golden pearls from a street thug. The street thug had probably heard the rumors of the golden pearls inside the idol and thus schemed to acquire it. However, he had not been able to keep the ruse up for long. He was quickly murdered by some officials on charges of robbery. Pei Zi Yun headed back to the inn and saw the innkeeper standing there. He smiled and asked, Did you manage to visit the stalls? The innkeeper had rented several rooms on the east side of the door to some people. Pei Zi Yun had heard that one of the rented rooms was housing a family of 5 that has been infected with abdominal illnesses. He then hurriedly replied, Yes, it was crowded, so I've returned early. I even bought an idol. Once he returned to his room, he shut the door and unwrapped the idol. He observed it and noticed that the copper had been scratched several times. He laughed and said, Who would have expected that there was something hiding beneath this ruined copper surface? Grabbing his dagger, he started to peel the layers of the idol. Once the copper layer had been scraped off, a wooden layer could be seen below. As soon as he cut past the wood, the shine of gold was visible. This is real gold. And this layer of gold alone is worth 10 gold. He then peeled open the layer of gold to see a cavity hidden within. Inside the cavity were many precious stones. Pei Zi Yun turned the idol upside down and all the stones poured out onto the bed. There were more than 10 of these. Pei Zi Yun gathered them all together while they reflected light from the lamp. He smiled as he picked up one stone. This is an emerald. Although it looks small, this alone is worth at least 500 silver taels. The rest of the stones are not worth as much, but added up they're worth a total of 4,000 taels of silver. This is a large fortune of money. Since I have the status of elementary scholar, it wouldn't be hard to sell these items. I can just say it was passed down from my ancestors. And that I only decided to sell them after I had acquired the elementary scholar status. Everyone would understand. Inside the idol was a red piece of paper. Pei Zi Yun took it out and it read, I have kept these gems inside this idol to prevent my descendants from harboring thoughts of acquiring it. It was hard to find these gems, and even harder to keep them. There was a date to it as well. Pei Zi Yun smiled and said, it's a pity his descendants were a disappointment and he did not want to pass these gems to them. Instead, outsiders heard a rumor and tried to acquire it. Pei Zi Yun counted the gemstones and made a mental note. Looking at the time, he noted that it was not late yet. He put them all inside his bag. This layer of 10 gold does not need to be exchanged, it can be used directly. As for the gemstones, I can find a pawnshop to sell to. He walked down the streets again, heading towards the nearest pawnshop. He found one that was already almost closing for the day. Since there was nobody there to welcome guests, Pei Zi Yun strolled in. He noticed that this was a wealthy pawnshop, and it had 3 levels. The backyard was very big as well and had about 10 rooms which were all along the river. Once he stepped into the shop, a middle-aged man welcomed him. Sorry guest, this shop has already closed for the day. You have not closed yet. I am big business for you. Pei Zi Yun walked in with a confident smile. Are you the broker? The middle-aged man looked at him before smiling. Looks like it's a young master. I am the broker here. And since there is business, I have to do it. Please take a sit, tea will be served. Approximately 700 years ago, brokers were all court officials and military people. After the first and second dynasty, the riches and bosses were also referred to as brokers. Of course, the boss of a pawnshop would also be referred to as broker. The origins of this word was similar to that of elementary scholar, as it gradually became a symbol of status over the years. Pei Zi Yun smiled and said, I am Pei Zi Yun, and my father was a court official in the previous dynasty. My ancestors were county magistrates as well. However, we were forced to flee due to some conflicts with the bandits back then. I have kept our family treasure and had been afraid to pawn it away. However, now that I am an elementary scholar, and have attained the 10th position in this examination, I am bold enough to take my family heirloom and pawn it off. Please give a price. These words were frank and showed Pei Zi Yun's level of critical thinking. Had he kept the gemstones in his house, he could potentially cause people to rob or steal his jewels and cause problems. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly said, Please come into one of the rooms inside. The room that he was being led into was indeed the prime room for pawning jewels. Pei Zi Yun then retrieved his jewels and the layer of gold from his bag and placed them on the counter. The middle-aged man scurried off to inform the owner of the pawnshop. The jewels glowed under the light and were spectacular. Soon after, someone else entered the room. It was a man who was about 50 years old, with a steady pace. He walked in and smiled. This must be the young Master Pei who has attained elementary scholar status at the age of 15 years old. Many officials around the capital and the county have been singing praises of your literary skills and essays. Your name has been spreading around. For you to choose this pawnshop, it is my honor. This was obviously the boss of the pawnshop. The middle-aged man whispered into his ears and the boss smiled. This gold is 98% pure gold and is worth 11 gold pieces. Since the pawnshop needs to earn 2, shall we price it at 10 gold pieces? Deal. These are precious jewels. The emerald is worth 400 taels of silver. The boss pointed at the rest of the gemstones and said, the rest of the jewels are worth about 3,500 silver taels. I shall give you a total of 4,000 silver's taels. What do you say? This was indeed a businessman. The total worth of these jewels were about 5,000 taels of silver, but he managed to quote 4,000 silver taels and made a profit of 1,000 silver taels. However, since this man was very honest, Pei Zi Yun clapped his hand and said, "Boss Tang does business with integrity and honesty. Your reputation is indeed fully justified. I am consenting to this price." Boss Tang was full of smiles. Doing business with young Master Pei was indeed pleasurable. Would you like your money in gold, silver, or banknotes? If you choose gold, you might need to wait for a few days. Banknotes is the main currency for the sales of gemstones. Boss Tang was surprised that he was aware of this fact. These banknotes were not cash notes. Banknotes were used by the richer population of people who were involved in business deals and wished to trade over large sums of money. The person would deposit their money into the banks, and the banks would give them a banknote indicating the amount of money it was worth. However, before the withdrawal, the person would have to pay 3% of the total amount as a fee. However, in this current dynasty, there were many more people with spending power and hence more banknotes were being used. The banknotes have been stamped, given a serial number and were handwritten by a particular banker, thus making it difficult to counterfeit. The banks then gradually realized that they could use this money to make profits. Hence they have stopped requesting the 3% fee. It was now a 1-to-1 exchange rate. All of the banknotes were regulated and were based on the credibility of the issuing banks. Since the current exchange rate for banknotes and cash was 1-to-1, a capable bank was able to issue up to 100,000 pieces without having more than 100 taels of silver in his bank. The rest of it would be invested. Banknotes that were worth more than 10,000 per note were usually used by government officials for country affairs. However, the dynasty only uses a maximum of a few 100,000 of those notes per year. Clearly the private banks would use considerably less. Pei Zi Yun then replied, "I am fine with using banknotes. I shall take 50 taels in silver and the rest in banknotes." Boss Tang clapped his hands and said, "That would be easy." Without wasting much time, he received the silver in denominations of 5 silver taels each, and he had about 10 of these. He also had banknotes, each one was worth 50 silver taels. When the transaction had been complete, Pei Zi Yun walked across to get an ox cart. When Pei Zi Yun was far away, the middle-aged man seemed slightly unhappy and he said, "Boss, it was only 4,000 silver's taels, not worth trying to scam an elementary scholar." Boss Tang kept his smile as his eyes looked fiercely cold. "Master, where are you going to?" asked the ox cart coachman. "Patrol office." Pei Zi Yun replied. Since the country was developing, the patrol officer had better equipment and was more decisive. However, he was also greedy for wealth. As long as Pei Zi Yun were to offer him some silver and ask to borrow some of his troops, he would go and defeat the Black Wind bandits. When he had reached the patrol office, Pei Zi Yun met the patrol officer. They then had a lengthy discussion. The next time Pei Zi Yun came out, he was laughing and said, "I just had to fork out a mere 50 taels of silver, and the matter is half resolved. But as for today's affair, I have yet to settle it." Pei Zi Yun then ordered the ox cart to the next location. It was April, almost May, and the ox cart was gradually pulling him to his destination. At the end of the street was an entrance and a man was sit there with a frown on his face. He was looking at his accounts book and calculating. He raised his head and saw Pei Zi Yun in front of him. He immediately smiled and said, "Would you like to buy something?" Pei Zi Yun looked at his items and saw that he had some books. Although these books were old, Pei Zi Yun flipped some of them and asked, "Do you have other books?" The stall owner said, "Customer, whichever book you want, I will be able to find. These books here are only a small part of them. I have other types of books as well, I am sure you will like them." He then revealed a hidden section and pulled out a book from that section. When he flipped open that book, it showed a drawing of a woman's exposed body on it. Pei Zi Yun saw and laughed heartily. I do not want books like that. Do you think you can find books written by scholars from the previous dynasty? Especially books written by elementary scholars or high scholars. The stall owner thought for some time before thinking, Customer, what do you want those books for? He looked curious and suspicious as he asked. Tell me if you can find those or cannot. Whatever I do, it's none of your business. The works written by scholars from the past dynasty are very expensive. The stallkeeper turned around and faced a box. His face was full of suspicion. There will definitely be some that had been sold. Customer, thus far I have not seen anyone looking for books like that. I can look, but whether there are any available I cannot be sure. The stallkeeper raised his head and pondered before saying. Good, what is your name? I am Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, since you have a way, find those books for me and you will be rewarded. As he said this, he tossed a tael of silver towards him. The stall owner picked it up from the floor and weighed it before realizing it was real silver. This customer was generous. If you happen to find any, come to Snail Village and say that you are looking for elementary scholar Pei. You will be able to find me. If the book you have found is suitable, I will reward you handsomely. Pei Zi Yun turned around and began to leave. The stallkeeper looked at Pei Zi Yun, who was walking away, and felt surprised. This youth is an elementary scholar? This stallkeeper Chen Yuan was also not randomly chosen. He would make it rich in 5 years' time. Although it was not a big fortune, he was able to earn a reputation of being capable and intelligent. Since this man competent, Pei Zi Yun decided to use him. He headed towards his inn in the dark of the night, without a word. The next day he left for his village. Chapter 27, Plan. Chapter 27, Plan. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Snail Village. Pei Household. In the bamboo forest, Pei Zi Yun was practicing the first step, consisting of 18 separate moves as written in the manual. Having completed it 5 times, he felt like his entire body was drenched with sweat. He retrieved a pill the size of a dragon's eye from his pocket and swallowed it. The recipe to make this pill was obtained from the memories of the previous owner, and could help to build his body and make him healthier. He had consumed a glass of rice wine in the morning and could only begin to ingest the pill after he had finished practicing. He opened the outer capsule, tilted his head backwards, and he swallowed the contents. As soon as he did, he felt a sensation of warmth and knew that it was having an effect on him. He waited for the warmth to envelop his entire body. He did this every day, and although it did not help with his spiritual energy, it made him physically stronger and faster. He slowly strolled back and noticed the entire yard was brimming with people. Someone then shouted, "It's time, release the firecrackers." The racket of the firecrackers along with the resulting smoke engulfed the air around them. It had only been a few days, but so much around the house has changed. There were now 3 rooms which had been renovated nicely and were all adjacent to each other. Pei Zi Yun laughed. Since nothing new had been built, there was no need to host a lavish banquet. They only invited the village chief and several people of the Pei clan. As he walked in, he noticed Pei Qianshi was dressed for the occasion with a majestic outfit, showing off her beauty. In actual fact, his mother was not old, being just in her 30s, it's just that poverty and hardships had worn her out. Now that her household was being gradually restored to its former glory and seeing her son returning home, she said, "Since everyone is here today, let's give away 5 taels of silver in celebration." Pei Zi Yun then replied, "Relationships come and go. I have already repaid the Li family's 50 taels of silver, and we still have 50 taels left. Mother, the 15 mu of land has been rented out to people of our own clan and village. Your life from now on will most assuredly be smooth sailing." Pei Qianshi pondered for some time before saying, "You have gotten lucky as well. Those 3,000 taels of silver you've obtained really shock me. Will there be any repercussions from it?" "Why would there be? I have already covered all the potential loopholes. If we do not tell anyone, nobody will know. Even if people do find out, although this sum of money is not small, it is not so big that our family could never afford it. Nothing bad will happen. Pei Zi Yun laughed and reassured his mother. The fact that in this life, mother was well and happy, compared to the previous life where she was sickly, assured him that she will surely live happily to a ripe old age. Since Pei Qianshi was not an uneducated random villager, she easily understood her son's meaning. She nodded and continued, "My son, you are right. It is just as well that the money should be left in the bank as it would facilitate the purchase of more land by trading directly in banknotes." Pei Zi Yun did not object. He knew that the banknotes had some risks, namely it had no interest rate tagged to it. Should the day come when that bank collapses, they would be left with nothing. For people with some money, if they did not dabble in business, they would buy land. This was because it was a stable investment that would give frequent payout in yearly rentals. In fact, nobody would hold on to banknotes in the long term, and anyone who does would be crazy. Just then, he heard footsteps outside and someone walked in. "Your Excellency Zhu, Leader Chao, you are here as well." The newest arrived guest wore an intricate garb while Chao San welcomed him in. Pei Zi Yun raised his two hands in greeting and laughed. "I have waited many days, and the wind has finally blown you guys over. Take a seat. What a coincidence that you are here now that my house is renovated. Please have a seat at the table where we can talk." Since patrol officers were all of 9th rank, they could be referred to as Your Excellency, hence Zhu Wei could be addressed as Your Excellency Zhu. He was a rank higher than Chao San, and wasted no time in entering the room and taking a seat. Seeing that everyone was seated at the table, he smiled and spoke, "Serve the dishes." Almost instantaneously, Pei Qianshi started giving instructions to people as the preparations got underway. Dish after dish was conjured and presented as they were laid out on the table. Pei Zi Yun waved a hand and invited Zhu Wei to have the first pick. Please carry on." Zhu Wei reared his head back and laughed. "It is indeed coincidental that the chief patrol officer had ordered me to this area and you have prepared a big meal. I have been ordered to bring 10 men along to join forces with Chao San's 5 men. Together, there are 15 of us." "Of course." Pei Zi Yun laughed and joked, "As long as you are here, you shall be well fed with rice. As for meat, you can each have a few pieces." Everyone around the table roared with laughter. Knowing that they were all military men, Pei Zi Yun had prepared a sumptuous meal of meat and wine. Zhu Wei then bent down and retrieved a letter and handed it over to Pei Zi Yun. "That is an official letter from the chief patrol officer. He has commanded us to present ourselves here. However, 15 men is almost half of the station's troops and thus we cannot be permanently stationed here. That is the first matter. The fact that you were able to convince the chief patrol officer to fight against the Black Wind sect is impressive. It is fine with us that we were sent here, however, it is not fine that we shall die here." He had an indignant look on his face while speaking. Ever since the country had opened up, the soldiers and patrol officers were all busy managing the security of the nation, and there have been increased numbers of orders to patrol different areas of the country. Not many amongst them have ever studied, and Zhu Wei was no exception. Pei Zi Yun smiled and replied naturally, "If you would hear me out, I have a plan, and if you find it agreeable, we can act soon. Based on what we know about the Black Wind sect, they have over 100 men under their charge, although only half of them are warriors. Truth be told, the lot of you have been fighting all your lives, and are now old. You have tried to annihilate these bandits a few times to no avail as well. These Black Wind bandits have brought harm to many neighboring villages, destroying and plundering them." Pei Zi Yun noticed that Zhu Wei had started to feel upset at the damage inflicted by these bandits, yet he was still far from being convinced to risk his life. Pei Zi Yun then added something. "It was because they had robbed so many villages that they are now rich and have plenty of assets. An example would be in Litangzhen, where they have a wharf and gambling dens." "Are you saying we should strike the gambling dens in Litangzhen, since it is their key asset?" Zhu Wei asked. No. Litangzhen is government land. Black Wind's sect also has limits in manpower, and so most of the people stationed in Litangjin are all hired locals. If we were to attack them, we would barely affect them. In fact, it would alert them to our activities and cause them to strike back at us. After Pei Zi Yun had said this, the few men around him were nodding their heads in approval. Even Zhu Wei was beginning to buy into his story. It seems like this elementary scholar knows what he's talking about. Ever since the establishment of the new dynasty, extortion and kidnapping would not be able to survive long before being eventually snuffed out. And that was why Black Wind's sect has to turn to other sources of income like their gambling dens. Zhu Wei and Xiao San nodded their heads in agreement. Both of them knew what had been happening over at the villages. These bandits would often borrow grains from the villages and strike fear into the villagers' hearts. Just a word from the bandits' stronghold and 1,000 kilograms worth of rice could be stolen without any resistance from the villages. However, now that stability was coming to the country, this was becoming harder and harder for the bandits to achieve. Pei Zi Yun retrieved a straw map with rough figures on it. He drew several circles. These are all businesses owned by Black Wind sect. We could spread a false rumor that some people wish to take over their territories. Pei Zi Yun lowered his voice when he got to this part before continuing. In order to defend their territory, they will send men to their different businesses to protect it from potential attacks. At this point, Black Wind Ridge will lack defenses. We will then bring the men from our village to Black Wind Ridge and exterminate them once and for all. When we do go up to Black Wind Ridge, the remaining people will be as sparse as sand. Then we could kill them off easily. Zhu Wei thought on this plan for some time before saying the elementary scholar has a good plan. It sounds like a strategy deployed by some superiors in past battles. Let's do it. He was thinking deep down, damn it, these academics are truly crafty and sly. To Li Tangjin, said a bald middle-aged man on a horse. He had a full beard and a crooked eye. Several people were following behind him. The middle-aged man was heavy-hearted and laden with worry. With a hoarse voice he said, "We are Black Wind sect. Do we not have a reputation here within 100 miles? Second elder who, that is certain." Replied one of his followers, "If there is anyone around here who doubts that, and refuses to admit it, we shall kill him." Second elder who said coldly, "Then, why is it that a mere village like Snail Village managed to cause the death of third elder? And now a lowly scum like seventh elder Tang has gotten bold and is trying to steal my territory?" With trembling lips, the man replied, "Third elder died in a temple outside the village and he died very tragically. It is very probable that it was a Taoist who did this. And now seventh elder Tang is stepping out of line and wishes to claim territories. I am afraid some Taoists are unhappy with us, and have put him up to this." Second elder who grunted in assent. "What you've said made some sense, and I have been suspicious of this all along as well. So when we reach that place, blood must be shed. We shall show these people who is boss." He then waved his hands and continued, "When we've reached Litangjin, assemble all our men. If seventh elder Tang refuses to listen to reason, we shall do him in. And it's not just the matter of seventh elder Tang. There is someone messing around in our forests, our dens, and our hotels." A wave of unease swept over him as a shadow of doubt loomed over second elder whose heart. He could not bring himself to speak further inside before sinking deep into thought. "Second elder, what did our advisor say?" asked a cautious follower. Black Wind's sect had originally been formed by more than 10 bandits. It was only after they had met the advisor that their strength had grown in numbers. The few years before the establishment of the dynasty saw the flourishing of the sect. However, their good years were short-lived as the dynasty cleaned up the country, ridding itself of pirates and bandits. Without a chaotic setting to thrive in, Black Wind sect's days were becoming miserable. They had even fought with the court officials. After losing many of their brothers, they crept back into hiding. The advisor did not say anything. "What do you want me to be anxious about?" Second elder who raged. They then traveled in silence under the gray vast skies. In a matter of minutes, they had traveled some distance. Black Wind Ridge, not far away. Under the cover of darkness, they crept slowly in single file. The young men of the village were behind, pale with fright. Some of them were shaking in apprehension, yet they managed to be completely silent. They saw an empty plot of land ahead, with untended long grass and abandoned crops. Walk another round. There are still at least 30 fighting men up on Black Wind Ridge. Pei Zi Yun retreated. Based on numbers, we should be able to overcome them. But the fighters defending their stronghold might not be easy to defeat. Shu Wei was ahead, leading the entire team of men. Tall hills could be seen about a mile away, where a sentry post was built and an entrance covered with sharpened bamboo spears were visible as well. There were several hidden traps nearby too, and some men were guarding the area. Your Excellency Zhu, if this was a soldier encampment, I believe we would not be able to fight them. However, these are bandits, and I highly doubt they would religiously patrol the entire night. If they had the discipline to stay alert the entire night, heck, they could potentially be the next king. Pei Zi Yun looked on and said emotionlessly. Indeed, in a matter of minutes, with the ferociously blowing cold wind, the men guarding the stronghold retreated. Gradually, apart from a fire burning in the middle, there was nothing else. You are right. Even our own patrol soldiers would retreat under such harsh weather, since it's impossible to stand guard the entire night, much less these ill-disciplined bandits. Shu Wei said before waving his hands. Chao San, take some men and advance forward. Try to open the gates to this stronghold. If you get found out and have no time to open the door, just release some ropes down for us. Yes. In the darkness, Chao San regained his usual military composure. With a wave of his hands, 5 men followed up as they crept their way towards the entrance. Chapter 28, Kill Them. Chapter 28, Kill Them. Translator, Translation Nation/Chuchatrain Editor. At this moment, the fire had just been extinguished and everything was pitch black. 3 people climbed over the wall as everyone else held their breaths and waited. Not long after, a chi sound could be heard as the gate was unlocked and opened. The sound was actually quite loud. However, since they were already poised to strike, they could not care less. Who's that? Someone abruptly came out from the bushes, as if the sentry had been urinating all this while. He heard a sound and paused in suspicion. Kill! Zhu Wei ordered. Following his shout, several men jumped out from their hiding places and made an attempt on his life. A sound was heard as the tautening of the bowstring was replaced by the hurtling of the arrow into the throat of the bandit. He gurgled wetly in pain, falling to the ground. Kill them! Since their plan for stealth had failed, they could only turn to open battle. Pei Zi Yun drew his sword and charged forward, shouting, Your Excellency Zhu, take control of the high ground. Whoever walks out that gate, kill them. The minute he had said this, a bandit wearing plain clothes emerged behind him. Pei Zi Yun ducked down, as if he had grown a pair of eyes behind his head. He swept his leg around and jammed his sword into the bandit's throat. Pooh! Fresh blood gushed out from the gaping hole in the bandit's throat as he fell over, his eyes wide open in surprise, unable to believe he had just been killed. This elementary scholar is really fierce. Zhu Wei thought quietly. His sword technique was effective and fierce, and is nothing like what an elementary scholar is capable of. Shoot them! He had so much military experience, yet his steps and thinking was the same as Pei Zi Yun. His first instincts was not to kill the enemy, but to secure high ground. Pu. The sound of arrows connecting could be heard as they shot incessantly at the bandits at the gate. As soon as a bandit managed to put a foot through the door, 3 arrows were shot at him. One sprouted from his chest, another stuck his throat, and the 3rd arrow plunged deep into one of his eyes. He perished without a sound. It is done. Pei Zi Yun and Zhu Wei were both people who understood matters of war and knew that they had already attained victory. The bandits were split up in different rooms, so long as they did not congregate, killing them one by one would be easy. using numbers to your advantage, and splitting the enemy until they were as divided as sand. That was a sound military tactic. Village men, break down the door. It was only at this moment that the village men that were following behind had a use. Picking up a large piece of wood, and with a boom sound, one of the doors to a room was rammed down. As soon as the door fell, a knife-wielding bandit dashed towards them. Stab! As soon as the villagers heard the command, all of them raised their spears and stabbed in the direction of the man in a messy encounter. It was a scene to behold as several spears rushed towards the bandit. No martial artist, regardless of skill level, could evade that many spears. The bandit screamed out in pain as numerous spears pierced through his chest and he took his last breath. The bandits had all been split up, with heavy casualties. The village men too started gaining courage. As soon as a shadow threatened them, they raised their spears and pierced the target. The pathetic cries and moans of the bandits filled the entire stronghold. Some of these bandits were impulsive and dashed out, only to be cornered and slaughtered. This was the might of good military planning, to overcome the enemy to this extent. All of a sudden, someone could be seen breaking through the ceiling as he tried to escape. Since the village men have no martial arts skill, they were unable to follow him. He then shouted, "You all wait and see. Wait for me to kill you all one by one." The weakness of these troops and villagers was that as long as a person with sufficient knowledge of martial arts kept his distance from them, they were unable to do anything. Seeing this man about to escape, Zhu Wei bellowed, "Shoot him!" In a panic, 7 or 8 arrows flew in his direction. This man raised his blade and blocked a pair of incoming arrows, before the rest pierced his body and he fell down with a loud thud. Seeing that the danger was over, Pei Zi Yun looked towards Zhu Wei and saw him laughing. Zhu Wei then said, "These bandits have only managed to survive so long because the dynasty did not see them as a threat." A rumble of the thunder, and they have all been reduced to powder. Pei Zi Yun smiled and nodded. In a world where martial arts didn't exist, there was no point speaking of it. However, even when someone knows martial arts, he could be overpowered by a large number of troops. If a person were to be skilled in the ways of the fighting arts, and he was surrounded by enemies who were well versed in battle strategies, no matter how skilled he is, he would die. However, a person who knows both martial arts and battle strategies would be hard to deal with. If he were to face an army of rushing troops, archers, even stealth attacks, he would come out on top. As long as his physical prowess, awareness and endurance were high, he could kill them all in the span of a night. It was a pity that not many people with such a brain exist. "Finish them all," Zhu Wei ordered. A strong stench of blood filled the entire area as all the men drew their knives, hung their bows across their backs and began stabbing at the bandits on the floor. It does not matter if they were already dead, the knives sank deep into their dead bodies anyway. A strange sound was then heard as one of the troops sat atop the bandit's dead body. This bandit had an arrow sticking out from his chest. The soldier mercilessly sawed through the dead bandit's neck and removed his head. The ways of war were morbid and dark. As soon as every member of the enemy was dead, it was time to start collecting their heads. Pei Zi Yun then observed as decapitated heads began to fill the hall. "Your Excellency, we have found the leader amongst them," Chao San announced happily as he took a head over. "I was looking for the man who jumped through the roof and confirmed that he was the leader." Pei Zi Yun looked at Zhu Wei laughing heartily as everyone acknowledged that the dead man was indeed the leader of Black Wind sect. It was unexpected that he would perish right in his stronghold. Pei Zi Yun clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Your Excellency. These bandits are all criminals of the country. Since Your Excellency has killed them all, this is a big achievement." "It is." Zhu Wei was not modest about this as he nodded his head in approval. His face was flushed from happiness and pride. Killing this very man meant breaking Black Wind sect, and that entailed rewards. Apart from receiving praise from the chief patrol officer, it was very possible that he might even get a promotion. "Your Excellency, there are many items of value and even money here." Chao San chimed in and emphasized, lots and lots of money. Guard it, and do not let anyone see. Xu Wei ordered as he rushed towards the room and saw some rice, meat, and weapons. However, what was valuable were in the chests beside those goods. He opened the chests and saw that it was filled with gold and silver, expensive silk, and coins. There was an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 taels of silver. Seeing all this wealth before him, Xu Wei let out a mighty laugh. Could this be the reason they were defending their stronghold? Even without the possible promotion and praise from his superiors, all this wealth before him made this worth it. Chao San dropped his usual calm demeanor and laughed loudly before breaking out into a dance. We're rich, we're rich. Chao San then asked, Your Excellency, with so much money, how do we split it? Xu Wei stopped smiling. Just moments before he was dreaming of a promotion to Deputy Chief Patrol Officer. However, seeing so much money before him, he had an idea. Take out 500 taels of silver and place it in the severed bodies around. This is for the Chief Patrol Officer. If even the Chief Patrol Officer can get some of this money, we would stand to gain the most. If he refuses to take it, at most we shall pass it to other offices. He then said, Keep guard over this money, do not let any outsiders see it. What about elementary scholar Pei? Him too. Xu Wei then dropped his voice and said, Take out the wine and meat and distribute it to everyone for the purpose of celebration. Distribute the coins evenly amongst our patrol brothers. As for the village men, some wine and meat would be good enough. The remaining gold and silver, we shall divide it amongst the both of us. Chao San paused for a second as his appetite grew bigger. He then said, The village men do not know about this affair. Since we have already killed the bandits, what about their family members? Hearing this, Xu Wei smiled and said, You can control them. Yes. Following this, there was a commotion going on as a group of people were brought before the Great Hall. Xu Wei sighed and looked calm under the light of the torch. His patrol troops surrounded him waiting for an instruction. He then said, As for the family members of these criminals, bring them all inside the room. The troops hurriedly followed his order. Just then, an old man struggled in defiance. Without a second thought, the patrol soldier whipped out his knife and stabbed him. Fresh blood gushed from the wound, spreading all over the place. Close the doors and have the room surrounded. Do not let anyone come inside. What does Your Excellency plan to do with them? Pei Zi Yun asked. He noticed that something was amiss and came over. He was greeted by Xu Wei's sinister smile before replying, The Black Wind sect conspired against the nation and committed atrocities across the country. The Emperor has no sympathy for any of them. Kill them all. As the orders were given, the troops rushed forward mercilessly and hacked their blades at the defenseless family members. The killing of these women and children were cruel and caused Pei Zi Yun's blood to curdle and turn cold. Xu Wei was immersed in his bloodlust and saw the disapproving look on Pei Zi Yun's face. He asked, What is it? Elementary scholar Pei pities these people. Damn, it is no surprise that these bandits have been fighting the nation's soldiers with such ferocity. Pei Zi Yun looked at the sinister and evil look upon his face and was enraged by this atrocity. Since he was not alone, with the presence of the village men, Xu Wei would not dare to attempt anything funny with Pei Zi Yun. Or would he? It would be tough to say for sure considering how he seems like a madman now. Pei Zi Yun had intended to inform Xu Wei of the presence of a rogue cultivator somewhere around. Seeing his stone-cold expression, Pei Zi Yun decided against it and turned around to leave. Xu Wei stayed under the illumination of the torch, not saying anything. Just as soon as the anguished cries had began, it ended. The 30 village men heard those screams and were scared stiff. Thankfully they were outside and did not witness the brutal killings. The dead bodies outside had all been dragged inside too. Apart from this matter, it seemed like Xu Wei was very understanding. Since all the carcasses were inside the building, he invited everyone outside to where it was clean. Before long, a fire had started outside where the smell of meat cooking and alcohol filled their nostrils. There were an abundance of meat, hot soup and wine, pleasing everyone around. Chao San kept cheering, "Come everyone, come and drink. Come and eat the meat." Since everyone was outside, they were unable to see the dead bodies or smell the stench of blood. It had also been some time since they had last eaten meat. With all the strength needed to kill and fight being used up, they turned to the food to replenish their energy. Zhang Dashan and Pei Zi Yun sat together with a pot of meat soup boiling before them, the smell of which was invigorating. Zhang Dashan drank the broth in large gulps before drinking his wine. After which he cast his bowl aside and asked softly, "Young master, what should we do next?" Pei Zi Yun held the bowl in his 2 hands and drank steadily. He replied it was obvious that he had killed them all to silence them. He did not want them speaking to anyone of the money he was going to pocket. What could we have done anyway? Fight on behalf of this bandits against the country's soldiers? In any case, even though we have 30 and they only have 15, do you believe they can slaughter us all easily? If that's the case, why does he not kill us? Zhang Dashan glared at them and asked angrily. If he can kill all of us, that would be a big matter, not something he can cover up easily. Pei Zi Yun said emotionlessly. However, do you think he will have a good ending? He has killed so many people. The grievances were between these 2 armies, yet the people he killed were women and children. With a temperament like this, there shall be retribution. Wait and see. These words had no backing to them whatsoever. In truth, half of the soldiers had their eyes fixated on him and were wary. Maybe the rogue cultivator will come out and slay this Xu Wei. Thinking of this, Pei Zi Yun laughed, "Pass your hunting bow to me. Maybe something interesting will happen tonight." Chapter 29, Legacy. Chapter 29, Legacy. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Black Wind's Sect Stronghold. Xu Wei decided to return to the hall inside the bandits' stronghold as it was getting noisy outside. There were 30 corpses belonging to women and children on the floor, and they were piled up on each other as blood covered the ground. Why should he be afraid of dead bodies or vengeful spirits? He did not let them affect him one bit. He lit a candle and entered the hall, playing with the silver in the chest. All of a sudden, he heard a whoosh and felt the room turn cold. The flame on the candle and in the fireplace were extinguished as the entire room was thrown into darkness. Woo! The cold wind blew as an indistinguishable shadow formed on the chest. This was followed by the sound of someone wailing, as several shadows of fallen people started taking shape from the smoke emitted from the candles. Who is it? Even after seeing the shadows of these ghosts, Xu Wei was unperturbed. He whipped out his blade and said indignantly, "I am a military official and you are rebels and bandits. It is the will of heaven that I've murdered you. Besides, you have no rights to any justice. I have killed you once and you can be sure I will kill you again." He slashed down ferociously at the air as soon as he was done speaking. Strangely, the wailing sounds and shadows dissipated instantaneously. Xu Wei started laughing maniacally. He was just about to sheath his blade when a black fog welled up and loomed over him for several seconds before rapidly transforming into a huge snake. With a hiss, it parted its jaws and bit down hard on Xu Wei's chest. "Ah!" Xu Wei shouted, clutching his chest as his body dropped to the ground with a dull thud. His face had turned black as he gritted his teeth in pain, before reaching for his knife and throwing it in the direction of the snake. The blade sliced through the air before a pop was heard, indicating the knife had met its target. A blurry shadow started taking shape as the man bent down, pale face. "This is bad, my disguise has been broken now that I am bleeding. Your Excellency, Your Excellency." The archers outside realized that something untoward had happened and ran in. They glimpsed the shadow of someone escaping and were immediately alerted to the situation. Xu Wei was spotted, body slumped on the floor. "Not good, His Excellency has been murdered." Chao San was immediately informed of the situation. With blood-stained clothes, he dropped his meat and wine and ran into the stronghold. He divided his men into groups of 3 to 5 and ordered them to search the area thoroughly. Pei Zi Yun and his village men were looking on with passivity at the commotion unfolding from outside. Pei Zi Yun was the only person among them armed. He slung his hunting bow across his shoulders and looked around intently. He suddenly noticed a shadow from afar. Without any hesitation, he unslung his bow, notched an arrow and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow flew across and hit something in the darkness. The shadow started to take actual form as he screamed in unbearable pain. "Who is it? Who is it?" the brave village men shouted. Pei Zi Yun did not advance but watched from where he stood. A man in white revealed himself with an arrow stuck in his shoulder. He was writhing and screaming from the pain coursing through his wound. The bowstring was pulled back once more before the sound of the arrow slicing through the air could be heard once more. This time the arrow connected with its victim squarely in the chest. Another scream could be heard before the man went rigid and fell to the ground dead. Fantastic! The people around were cheering his marksmanship and applauding. Even Zhang Dashan could not help but be amazed by his remarkable accuracy. Who would have expected elementary scholar Pei Zi Yun to have such archery skills? Pei Zi Yun approached the corpse and affirmed that it was indeed the rogue cultivator. He muttered silently under his breath, "If only you weren't blinded by rage and turned impulsive, I would not have been able to kill you." In actuality, this was not true. Even if he had not killed Zhu Wei, Pei Zi Yun would have organized a party to seek out the rouge cultivator. He knelt down and started searching his pockets and the folds of the rogue cultivator's clothes. His hands were trembling as he hoped with all his might, "Please let it be there." Just as he was searching, his fingertips touched something. In exhilaration, he hurriedly pulled it out. Just by touching it, he felt something and was certain that this was indeed what he had been searching for. He had found the spiritual legacy. Upon further searching, he had acquired a mountain pearl and a diary. The pages of the diary were still intact as Pei Zi Yun flipped it open and took a look at the contents. It contained many accounts and techniques of his own cultivation experiences. As he was reading through, he felt the plum blossom tingling. This diary was soaked with his feelings and encounters while cultivating the Tao arts and thus became a legacy in which spiritual knowledge and energy were being stored. Pei Zi Yun kept the mountain pearl and the diary in his pockets and saw an enraged Chao San approaching. Without a word, he started slashing and stabbing the lifeless corpse on the ground. After his anger had been vented, he then asked in between ragged breaths, "Elementary scholar Pei, what should we do now? What else can we do?" Pei Zi Yun straightened his body and said blankly, "With a problem as big as this, we can only wait for the chief patrol officer to come and resolve." Pei Zi Yun then swept past Chao San indignantly and walked away, completely ignoring his dissatisfied expression. The next day, as soon as the chief patrol officer had received the letter, he hurriedly made his way to the mountain stronghold. He was greeted with the sight of numerous bodies and blood trails all over the area. There were also several piles of corpses with heads severed from their bodies. The chief patrol officer noted that most of these bodies were dressed in servant's garb and were soaked in blood. A prominent black wolf marked their clothes in the middle, clearly distinguishing them as members of Black Wind sect. The blood on the floor had dried up and had solidified, yet he paid it no attention. "What's the big deal with soldiers killing some people?" Chao San hastily stepped up and spoke in hushed voices to the chief patrol officer. When he had finished, the chief officer's face turned grim and spoke harshly to the corpse on the floor. "You idiot! You had managed to wipe out the entire Black Wind sect without a single death. This was supposed to be a huge victory. But your greed for money has caused you your life. What a disgrace!" The chief patrol officer proceeded into the stronghold and walked into the room where the chests lay. Upon laying eyes of the wealth before him, he sighed and finally understood the greed that indirectly drove Zhu Wei to his death. These were accumulated by the Black Wind bandits over years. In killing them, they had gained much wealth for themselves. The patrol officer's heart skipped a beat all of a sudden and his lips quivered. Laughing, he asked elementary scholar Pei, "How do you think we should solve this problem?" Pei Zi Yun glanced back at him and smiled. "Chief Officer, Your Excellency, in annihilating this sect and killing their leader, we have done a great service to the county and nation." Chao San was fearless and was the first to rush forward and killed many bandits. And His Excellency Zhu led the charge last night, but died in battle. As for these, Pei Zi Yun stepped forward and scooped up a handful of white silver pieces. With the other hand he waved over the chest and said, "I've taken my share." He then spun around and walked away. Seeing a scene like that before him, the chief officer sighed and said he is indeed a scholar. Seeing that Chao San did not understand what was happening and appeared lost, the chief explained to him, "We soldiers are really no match for these scholars. If he did not take some of this money, we would not feel at ease." So he took a small amount from the chest, as a sign that he had taken his share, and left the rest for us as a reward for our hard work. He is so young, yet is already so graceful and talented. The only other person I know with such elegance is His Excellency Su Men. Come, bring this chest back. We must also clean up this scene. Snail Village, Pei household. Pei Zi Yun made his way home as soon as he could. He reached his destination around noon and made it in time for lunch with his mother. He ate and chatted with her for some time before eventually returning to his room. His newly refurbished room had a very clean and neat layout to it, with a screen dividing his room into two sections. The inner section contained a bed and the outer section had a bookshelf and a table for his studying efforts. The bookshelf contained more than 1,000 books given to him by Zhao Ning. On the table lay his writing materials. Only after sitting on his bed did his heart eventually settle down. The entire incident that had taken place yesterday left him reeling in fear, yet he did not show it. These patrol officers were really cruel and heartless. But I am an elementary scholar, and by taking a small part of the money, I should be safe now. In fact, it seems like they owe me a favor even. He had taken about 10 taels of silver worth from the chest. In the past, that would have been a considerable amount for the Pei household, but was small money to him now. Actually, with Zhu Wei's death it would have been hard for them to cover the issue up. If I really wanted more, I could have asked for at least 200 to 300 taels of silver. But would it be worth it? Although the money I have taken is not much, I managed to exact my revenge on them. Everything that happened there will now be the responsibility of the chief patrol officer, even the death of Zhu Wei. I shall have nothing to do with that scene. Moreover, I have gained quite a fair bit from the incident. Pei Zi Yun took a drink from the bowl before placing it on the table and giving a sigh. He took out the two objects and took a look at them carefully. He scrutinized the mountain pearl first. The original owner had been a member of a sect and knew something. This mountain pearl could actually be a spiritual weapon, but was of low quality. The rogue cultivator did not have anything exceptionally good. But if I were to sell it, it would be worth at least 1,000 silver taels. Let me take a look at this diary. As soon as the diary was flipped open, Pei Zi Yun observed the details meticulously. The words were written in red ink and resembled blood. There were several drawings of Tao symbols, and of men and women naked, which made him giggle out loud. As he flipped on, he noticed there were ancient seals and many lines of notes and annotations written by the rogue cultivator. Since the original owner did not have much knowledge of magic arts, Pei Zi Yun read on. As he got to the end of the notes, he shivered. It seems like there were details of a certain sect making their moves, and this rogue cultivator was just a pawn in action. It was also written that a particular government official was among the masterminds of the sect, and his surname was Zhang. Pei Zi Yun sighed and said, "It seems like I now have proof that Zhang Jieyu is responsible." As he read on, he felt a sense of curiosity yet was amused. This rogue cultivator had very shallow roots and practiced crooked dark arts. It is very similar to the Tao arts practiced by Holy Jail sect and seems like there is some sort of relation. If one were to learn Tao arts like these, bad endings would be in store for them. Thankfully, I do not have to learn any of these. All I need is a thread of spiritual root. As he gathered his thoughts, he picked up the diary and could feel the powers in his hands, the powers invested into the legacy by the rogue cultivator. It was a strong feeling, unshakable, that almost seemed to say, while a mistake had been made in cultivation, and the wrong path had been taken, as long as the pursuit for Tao is still there, it makes no matter. He placed the diary under his pillow and gently lowered his head onto the pillow and waited for the dream to envelop him. Once the dream phase has passed, he would be able to obtain spiritual wisdom and Tao arts, and everything will change. Due to his fatigue from the day before, and with the help of the plum blossom, he fell asleep almost instantly. It was a sunny afternoon, different from the last dream he had. It was late spring and the cold had almost completely dissipated. The sunlight entered the room through the window and Pei Zi Yun woke up. Pei Zi Yun rolled off the bed and stood before the window. The flowers and lake were glistening under the sun and made for a beautiful sight. He looked up at the sun and realized that he had not been asleep for very long. He did not feel very much of a difference and crinkled his brows. When he fell asleep, he did dream. But it was different from the previous two dreams. This time it was blurry and very unclear. When he woke up, he could only remember that the dream was about a person's life, but the details could not come to him. This was not right. Did the legacy fail to work? System. Without needing to imagine, a small white plum blossom appeared before him. It gradually got bigger until it had become a transparent white interface with faint light perception. As it came into his sight, it vibrated. What? My authority now is just a single petal, and in order to absorb Tao arts, even the most basic Tao art, I will need to have at least 2 petals? So in order for the second petal to blossom, will I need to fulfill my family's dream and reach high scholar? As he was deep in thought, there was a change in the information interface. And a line of words appeared before him. Mission 5, reach high scholar to fulfill mother's desire, incomplete. Chapter 30, Maiden. Chapter 30, Maiden. Translator, Translation Nation / Chuchatrain Editor. Snail Village Pei Household. Mother, the Black Wind sect has been annihilated and the village should be safe from now. I have to fetch Yi Su'er back. He smiled as he spoke, his eyes emitting warmth as he thought of his childhood sweetheart. My son, I am aware that you and Yi Su'er are childhood sweethearts. However, the Yi family are not known for their academic success and thus she might not be a perfect match for you. Pei Zi hesitated and continued. There has been some talk of the second daughter of the Li family. She's only 14 years old, and is intelligent and polite. What do you think? Seeing the look of shock on Pei Zi Yun's face, she sighed and said, a high scholar in the county, old Master Lu, had the intention of matching you with his daughter as well. See? Have there been many people with this intention lately? Pei Zi Yun furrowed his brow as he asked. Yes. It's strange that you are just merely an elementary scholar yet are drawing this much attention. But after the release of your test papers, everyone noticed the high standards of your answers and are speculating that you could even attain high scholar status in the future. Currently, you are only 15, with a bright future. It is no surprise that many people wish for their daughters to marry you. Pei Zi continued, you are my son, of course I want you to find someone compatible, and someone who can look after you. Mother, a wife cannot be measured in terms of grains or anything else. When I was a scholar, you thought that Yi Su'er was suitable. Now that I am an elementary scholar, you think that the second daughter of the Li family and daughter of High Scholar Lu are suitable. When I become a high scholar, who will be suitable for me? Pei Zi Yun asked, clearly aware that several families have started eyeing him for marriage. Mother, I know that you wish for nothing but the best for me. But as for choosing a wife, mutual feelings are most important. Seeing that Pei Zi had no further retort, he rose up and said, Mother, I shall leave now and fetch her. As Pei Zi Yun walked through the village, he noticed that the looks he was getting from the villagers were different from the past. Without letting anyone from the village die, he had managed to wipe out the entire Black Wind sect. The man who was guarding the entrance was Zhang Tuesday. He looked up and said, "Young Master Pei is really a descendant of immortals." After attaining elementary scholar status, he was able to plan with the chief patrol officer and wipe out the entire Black Wind sect. Zhang Dashan opened his sleepy eyes and focused on the approaching Pei Zi Yun. With a grateful tone he spoke aloud, "It is our good fortune that someone like him belongs to our village." He suddenly thought of Yi Su'er and felt that they had done injustice to him. Could the village's treatment of Yi Su'er be the reason she is currently missing now? Although the villagers are maintaining a harmonious relationship with Pei Zi Yun on the outside, I think he is scornful on the inside. Ha, Zhang Dashan, you really think far ahead. Now that I have come to relieve you, go home and rest. You are tired from an entire night of standing guard, stop thinking of such matters. Go home and hug your wife and warm pillows. It was April and summer had descended upon them nearly in full force. It had drizzled slightly last night, but the bright afternoon sun was blazing across, beating down on the trees and grass below. The path in the middle of the forested area was beautiful and was almost as if it was taken from a painting. Pei Zi Yun stared into the peach blossom forest and saw a river further ahead, snaking across a huge part of the forest. As several blossoms occasionally dropped down onto the lush pastures, fishes jumped out of the water and made splish sounds as they fell back in. Pei Zi Yun reached the entrance and found that all was still. It seemed that this monastery doesn't usually get visits from people to light incense, and only practiced meditation in quietness. With this thought in mind, Pei Zi Yun hesitated to break the silence as he stood in front of the door. When he finally made up his mind to knock, the person who received him was not the little Taoist nun but the middle-aged monastery chief. Pei Zi Yun greeted her with a smile. "It seems like it is the monastery chief. It has already been half a month and I have managed to dispel all danger. I am here to fetch Yi Su'er." Although the monastery chief knew it was Pei Zi Yun, she did not fully open the door even after hearing him speak. She replied coldly, "You have come to fetch her up, but she is no longer here." "What?" Pei Zi Yun turned pale as his eyes emitted a cold stare. "Chief, do you mean that something untoward had happened to Yi Su'er?" The monastery chief looked upset herself and said, "Yi Su'er's relative had found her and taken her away." "Relative? Taken her away?" Hearing these words, Pei Zi Yun hesitated and was full of suspicion. "Impossible, it is impossible that Yi Su'er would leave without informing me first. Unless you have forced her to, or has something happened and you are hiding it from me?" The monastery chief looked angry and replied, "You think I am lying to you? After renaming my peach blossom origins, my fellow older sister came by to take a look and saw Yi Su'er. She realized that they were related and took her away. Since you have attained elementary scholar status and have wealth and riches coming your way, do not look for her." Footsteps could suddenly be heard. Raising his head to take a look, he realized that it was the little Dao nun. She was holding a letter with neat handwriting that looked very familiar to him. Passing the letter to him, she said, "This is the letter Sister Su'er left for you. Do not make things difficult for my teacher. My teacher speaks frankly and truly. Sister Su'er left of her own accord, do not blame my teacher." Looking at the letter, it said, "Brother Pei, Aunt has found me and told me some things. I have to leave for 3 years, after which I will come back and find you, Su'er." The monastery chief had a cold attitude and knew that Pei Zi Yun had been rejected entry into Free Cloud sect. Pei Zi Yun understood what had happened and turned around to leave. Locating Yi Su'er would not be difficult. But in order to blend in while looking for her, he had to become a Taoist cultivator. At this point, the top priority was to complete the mission and repay the original owner's mother and clan. Just as he was heading back, he saw an ox cart approaching. A maiden stepped off with 2 maids behind her, fanning her. They looked anything but ordinary. "You are Pei Zi Yun?" asked the maiden. It was almost dark as the sun was gradually setting. With the evening sky painted orange with the setting sun, a poem came to her mind. She has an ideal figure, but is humbly clothed. Her relatives are all men and women of authority and renown. Her hands are tender like a young sprout, her skin pale like the frost of winter, her teeth white and seamless, her brows long and thin, her smile is cheery and bright. She is of unparalleled beauty. Pei Zi Yun thought to himself silently and clasped his hands in greeting. It is truly the work of a literary student. The maiden said plainly, "You are looking for Su'er?" "That is so." "Where is Yi Su'er's current whereabouts?" Pei Zi Yun frowned and asked, while some sort of a clue appeared deep in his heart. "I am Su'er's aunt. Thank you for looking after her all these years. But she cannot follow you now." The maiden spoke gently. "You are not an evil person, but why is this so?" Pei Zi Yun replied with respect. "Although your ancestral ties are weak, you are gifted with literary talents. You have already attained elementary scholar status and have dreams of becoming a high scholar. It is just that Yi Su'er is not an ordinary person. Her innate character is special. Please do not hinder her Tao cultivation." Her words were plainly spoken as Pei Zi Yun raised a brow. He was not offended and replied, "Although I look plain and not the least elegant, I am not as ordinary as you might think." The maiden then said, "I've heard that Free Cloud sect has given you their Tao manual. All you have to do is cultivate till the 10th level and you will be able to enter the sect. Maybe you will be fated to see her again." Pei Zi Yun's heart sank as he held his hands together. A sort of unspeakable strange feeling welled up deep within his heart. It was a mixture of regret and happiness and bewilderment. In his previous life, Yi Su'er didn't manage to find her mentor and thus wandered around lost and destitute. These feelings from the original owner remained within his heart, and Pei Zi Yun thought for some time. Recalling her words, he asked, "How did you manage to find her?" "That is all thanks to you. After renaming the monastery, I was very fond of the new name. Hence I came to see if you have any capabilities of entering a Tao sect, but am disappointed. Your Tao potential is shallow at best." However, upon reaching here I chanced upon Yi Su'er. She is the missing daughter of the Yi family. Maybe it is the will of the heavens that caused you to name this place as such, and prompted me to come down, and thus I've found her. The maiden was honest, and whatever she had said was aligned with what the monastery chief had said. She then asked politely, "Is there anything else?" The maiden was polite and respectful. However, Pei Zi Yun had a feeling that she was closer to Zhao Ning than he ever was. He pursed his lips and said, "I do not believe that Yi Su'er simply left just like that and forsook our relationship. How did you manage to convince her? You are very sharp. This is interesting." The maiden smiled and replied, "I convinced her by saying that your mother had met many people hoping to matchmake you and their daughters. And she was just a mere orphan. If she did not have substance, how could she ever hope to marry Brother Pei? Aren't you afraid that she would find me after her cultivation?" "Not the least. If you are unable to enter the sect, her feelings for you will gradually dissipate. She will eventually be unmoved by you and be indifferent towards you. That is the way a Taoist will feel for an ordinary person, since they are worlds apart." As she finished, the maiden stepped on the ox cart and nodded her head. The ox cart turned to leave and she bade farewell. Pei Zi Yun stood there for some time before he too turned around to leave. Sweat was running down his back, staining his clothes. Although the maiden was very courteous, there was something about her demeanor that terrified him. In order to stop himself from shaking with fear, he had to clench his fist tightly, fingernails sinking deep into the flesh of his palms. There was no violence or anything related, in fact it was the opposite, and yet he still felt this way. Pei Zi Yun headed towards the village with his brows furrowed. The sky had suddenly become overcast with clouds as the cold wind blew ferociously. The entire sky was gray and was threatening to rain. After some time, Pei Zi Yun sighed as if he had finally gotten an idea. The first step is to increase the overall authority of the plum blossom before successfully acquiring the contents of the host. For this to happen, I need to fulfill the mission of appeasing my mother and family. Passing the county examinations makes someone a scholar. A scholar does not have elementary scholar status and is usually referred to as a white elementary scholar or pre-elementary scholar. With the elementary scholar status, I am not compelled to obey orders from a county. If I wanted to, I am able to further my education in other countries. However, the elementary scholar status limits my authority to myself. I am unable to use his authority for the benefit of my clan. However, it is different when I become a high scholar. Although the emperor has placed some restrictions on the amount of taxes I am able to evade, being a high scholar would allow me to become a powerful official in the county. Using the attitudes of the villagers as a measure, being an elementary scholar would clearly earn the respect of everyone around. However, if an elementary scholar does not attain high scholar status after some time, he loses the respect. Becoming a high scholar earns a lifetime of reverence from everyone else. Although everyone is eligible to purchase any amount land, there is a sort of unspoken rule. If an elementary scholar were to own 100 mu of land, it would be normal, but he would not be allowed to have 3,000 mu of land, as that would mean something fishy is happening. A high scholar would have a minimum of 300 mu of land. Even if he has 1,000 more mu on each side, it would be perfectly normal. That is the inherent difference between the high scholar and an elementary scholar. The ancient people from my clan had always valued three things: a shrine to remember their ancestors, education, and common land for farming. Pei Zi Yun thought to himself, I am an elementary scholar and can now erect a shrine for my ancestors. I should call a meeting with my clan and start building the shrine. All it takes is for me to pay some silvers for it to be done. As for education, the next tier of examinations will be held in the middle of autumn. There was still some time for me to prepare. Although the old elementary scholar's standard is that of a high scholar, there are still some flaws. In order for me to attain high scholar status, I would need to improve on those flaws. I've already set my plan into motion, and the stallkeeper Qin Yuan shall assist me. As for the land, my mother has 2,000 silver taels with her. Since the establishment of the dynasty, peace has been gradually restored, but the population size is still small with a vast amount of lands. The price of land is now very cheap and would cost about 7 or 8 silver taels per mu of land. Mother can start purchasing land now, with 350 mu of land as the end goal. 300 mu for my house and 50 mu for the rest of my clan. The entire Pei clan will be settled for the next 100 years. This way, I can fulfill my obligations to the clan. In doing so, the system's mission of fulfilling my family's mission will be accomplished. Chapter 31, Tangjin. Chapter 31, Tangjin. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. I can get started on the ancestral shrine and land now. Looks like I would need to work hard from here on. So what if my karmic luck is thin and not substantial? With my plum blossom, I still turned out successful. Yi Su'er is destined for good fortune and would eventually be a member of the 3 Yes and 2 Guas. However, based on the original owner's memory, the person who actually succeeded was Xie Chengdong and none out of the 5 of them. He had relied on the plum blossom to attain success. With regards to the plum blossom, the original owner had felt confused, regret, and bewilderment. Pei Zi Yun, however, would not allow these feelings to interfere with him and would just pursue his ambitions without inhibitions. At this point, he raised his head and realized he had already reached home. He then shouted, "Mother, I have something to discuss with you." The heat of the afternoon sun was unrelenting and harsh. Pei Qianshi was adorned with a flowing satin robe and a silver hair tie, and she had recovered her noble demeanor from before as she replied, "What do you wish to discuss?" "Mother, you mentioned some time ago that you wanted to purchase some land. I think the time is right for that." Pei Zi Yun was wise and would never think poorly of his own mother regardless of the situation. Some people had considered themselves worthy and offered themselves to him in marriage. Seeing that there were better prospects for her son, his mother hesitated at her son's choice. Frankly speaking, this was all normal human behavior, and his mother could not be blamed for their previous interaction. The maiden that he had met earlier seemed very courteous, when in actual fact she was no different from the monks. Finding a reason to manipulate and confuse others in order to achieve her desired outcome. What has this got to do with Pei Zi Yun though? We had initially owned 10 mu of arable paddy fields and 5 mu of non-farming land but sold it to the Li family. Now, they had returned all of it back to us. Pei Zi Yun heard this and replied, ho ho ho. You achieved elementary scholar status at such a young age, and have created a reputation for yourself in the county. The 5 mu of land that was rewarded to you for retaining elementary scholar status is arable land that is connected to our existing lands. We are now a rich household in Snail Village. Pei Zi Yun laughed heartily and continued, even if we wish to purchase more land, there is no more land for us to buy in this village. Mother, ever since the previous dynasty, the officials have realized that allowing landlords to own vast amount of lands was undesirable. Therefore there was a decree passed enabling the officials to split up the great households as they deemed fit, to ensure nobody becomes too powerful. Pei Zi Yun smiled. It was true that the previous dynasty enforced these rules and all the landlords owned no more than tens of mu of lands. However, I am an elementary scholar and thus am able to purchase lands nearby my own village. If I were to become a high scholar, I could buy lands from anywhere within the county. Mother, now that you have some money, you can start looking for prospective sellers to buy from. Purchasing 300 mu of land could be a bit of stretch for my current status, but once I attain high scholar status it would be perfectly normal. As for the ancestral shrine, I feel that now is a good time to start erecting it. Then we can put Father's shrine up too. From there we can start rebuilding our Pei clan from within this county. Pei Zi Yun nodded her head in agreement and smiled. My son has considered all the possibilities. However, as for the matter regarding the shrines, it is better for you men to handle it. I am a woman from another family and it would not be appropriate. Mother, you can start looking for my Pei clansmen and discuss it with them. You can pay them while they work for us. Sure. Since you wish to become a high scholar, the spring examinations are in 2 to 3 months' time and thus you'll need to start working hard. Leave these matters to Mother. Pei Zi Yun exuded a graceful and capable demeanor. Having had a good upbringing, coupled with all the hardships she had been through, nothing was too difficult for her. Dong'an City, Zhang household. The walkway was ornamented with decorative pebbles which led to a magnificent primary building. The rooms within were spectacularly extravagant and the library was adorned with numerous jewels. Zhang Jiayu took a sip of soup from a bowl and was currently making his move in a game of chess with Li Wenjing. They were in the middle of play when someone hurriedly entered the room and handed Zhang Jiayu a letter. Young master, there's urgent news from Slow River County. The patrol officers from Slow River County have exterminated in entirety the Black Wind sect and order has been restored to the county. What? Zhang Jiayu's expression changed as he received the letter and ripped it open in evident rage. He looked at Li Wenjing and said, Slow River County's patrol officer and Pei Zi Yun dare to make a move against my Black Wind sect, we should act in revenge. Li Wenjing considered for some time before eventually replying he could be a member of Free Cloud sect, and is now an elementary scholar. Since he had worked together with the patrol officer, his existence is now known to the county officials. Besides, the patrol officer is an official. Merely an elementary scholar and a 9th rank official, so what? Besides, can we really tolerate such an insult? If others were to see us tolerating this, they would think us weak, and that won't do. Young master has a point. But to make a direct move against his life would have huge repercussions. Let's plan to destroy him in other ways. Li Wenjing maintained a stoic expression after speaking as he sank deep in thought. What plans do you have in mind? Zhang Jiayu straightened up. The patrol officer is an official by status, however small his rank is, and thus have to act accordingly. We can plan an elaborate ruse to entice, mislead, and corrupt him until he has reached his predestined fate and lost his reputation and official standing. Li Wenjing glanced at the window, a gleam appearing in his eyes before speaking. We are Taoists and have 1,000 methods under our sleeves. In one simple move we can alter a man's entire fate. Indeed, we shall plot and act accordingly when the time is ripe. Zhang Jieyu laughed and said, plans like these are boring. What shall we do about Pei Zi Yun? I've checked up on Pei Zi Yun. His ancestors did hold positions in the imperial court. However, the highest ranking among them was only a 7th rank official. And his own father was a convict in the previous dynasty. He has no ties to anyone in court now. All he has to fall back on is his mere elementary scholar status. Then we have to take drastic measures to take away everything he has. We have to think of a way to make him appear immoral to the mentor. Although the mentor is unable to directly remove his status, he has the authority to advise the relevant officials to discharge him of his elementary scholar status. After that is done, he will just be any ordinary person. We will kidnap his family members in the dead of the night. Then, young master could do whatever he wants with him, kill or humiliate or both. Li Wenjing opened his fan and spoke, expressionless. The mentor is an upright man and does not belong to us. How can we persuade him to get rid of this Pei guy's elementary scholar title? It is precisely because he is upright that he will not be able to stand a speck of dust in his eyes. We can use this to our advantage. As for Free Cloud Sect, it is the link between Zhao Ning and Pei Zi Yun. But as long as he has not cultivated, he cannot be considered a member of their sect. Even if we plot to kill him and eventually succeed, who would stand up for him? Li Wenjing lowered his voice at the last sentence so that only Zhang Jieyu could hear. He listened attentively before springing up in excitement. Fantastic! Mr. Li really isn't ashamed of his ingenuity. As he said it, there was a smack, as he killed a mosquito on his leg before calling for someone. Li Kuei, Li Kuei. Just after he had exhaled, there was a knock on the door and a tall man entered. Without a word, he stood by the side with his hands to his back, listening. Li Kuei, call Tang Jin in. He has been living off me for quite some now and should be assigned some tasks. I have something for him to do now. Yes, young master. Dong'an City, Bright Autumn Park. A small building stood where flowers and trees enveloped its surroundings. There was a huge bed inside the building, and the quilt was being tossed and flipped around. There were several ladies cheering, young master is so good, young master is really good. Please spare this slave of yours. An exasperated ayah resounded before the sound was muffled as the rest of the girls burst into laughter. At this point there was a knock on the door. Tang Jin was in the middle of all the fun and was interrupted. He screamed out in anger, who is it? It is me. Just as the voice sounded, Tang Jin recognized the familiarity of it. It was the bodyguard of Zhang Jieyu, Li Kuei, and was extremely important to him. If he had came now, it was definitely something big. He pushed the quilt aside and prepared to leave the bed. After a few disapproving jeers made by the girls, the quilt came off to reveal several young ladies with pale and smooth skins and were entwined with Tang Jin. As the quilts revealed them, they turned red with embarrassment and were ashamed. Tang Jin followed Li Kuei into the room and walked through an underground passage. When they emerged, they were already at the Zhang household. After making another turn, he laid his eyes on Zhang Jieyu and Li Wenjing, who were playing chess. Tang Jin entered the room as Li Kuei left. With a slam, the door closed shut. Through the windows, sunlight shone in. Zhang Jieyu began to speak slowly. Brother Tang, how are you enjoying this village of intimacy? Tang Jin was stumped and Zhang Jieyu continued, as for normal girls, once you've tried them, you will forget them. There is plenty of such fun to be had at the brothel. But someone like you, who have been going for the beautiful ladies of prominent households, the feeling of taking someone else's woman must feel really good to you. Tang Jin's face blushed a deep red and he remained there wordless. If it didn't feel good, why would Bea have been caught before in just such a situation? Just as the room grew more tense, Zhang Jiayu's face broke into a cold smile as his eyes gleamed. Since you've had your fun, it is time to do something for us. I've heard that you two were from Slow River County, and are in fact close friends with Pei Zi Yun. I have an instruction for you. He then instructed Tang Jin on how to deal with Pei Zi Yun. Tang Jin listened, his face contorting into an ugly expression. This plan involved him being heartless and ungrateful. Zhang Jiayu looked up as he finished speaking and saw that Tang Jin's expression was uncertain and unwilling. He cleared his throat and said in a mocking expression, "You refuse to go?" Upon those words, Tang Jin trembled and thought for some time before replying. "No, I have joined Holy Jail sect and thus will obey the orders of the sect and complete Senior Brother's missions and orders." "That is more like it." Zhang Jiayu smiled and immediately retracted his cold demeanor and replaced it with a caring one. "And, although the intimate village is fun, you should not overdo all these pleasures. Seeing your pale face, I think you have to slow down on the alcohol and girls. Our sect has a good reputation that just being a member would allow you to get all the ladies you want. However, vitality does not come about without cultivation. There have been many outer sect disciples who have died on the bellies of women. If you wish to play around, that's fine. But if you really wish to be somebody, you have to take control of yourself." As he said this, he handed over a piece of paper and spoke once more. "This is the report. All the matters that need to be done are on it. Since you've been in the city for long enough, it's time for your return." Tang Jin had some unknown feeling welling up within him as he returned through the secret underground passage. Once he had emerged, he headed towards a nearby stream. Bending over, he stared at himself in the reflection of the water and noticed that his face did seem pale and he had lost some weight. To be playing day and night, of course I would look this bad. Tang Jin thought out loud. He was not unwise. If my fellow brothers did not restrict me, would I eventually be rid of this phase and return to the way I once was? The emperor of the previous dynasty had removed the corrupted officials, restored order to a chaotic country and established a lawful nation upon coronation. But alas, he died due to excessive womanizing and drinking. Within a year of taking the throne, his body had weakened tremendously and his death came. I think I would end up like that too. To think I was one of the top few scholars. Somehow I have fallen prey to these vices and was unable to pick myself back up. But there is definitely a limit to that. The other 10 elementary scholars, apart from Pei Zi Yun, have not been dragged into this mess. Thinking of this, Tang Jin took out the document. It is the history of Brother Pei. His ancestors were government officials, no wonder he has achieved elementary scholar status so easily and at such a young age. Oh, there are only 7 or 8 households belonging to the Pei clan in Slow River County. Which means he doesn't have much ties here. It says here the patrol officer had killed off the Black Wind sect in one fell swoop. They only suffered 1 casualty, whereas they managed to kill off 37 Black Wind sect members. Tang Jin inhaled a breath of cold air. It was precisely because he is local to Slow River County that he knew to achieve such a feat was not easy. He forced a laugh and said to himself, it is hard to believe that I, Tang Jin, have become such an evil person. I have planned to harm someone as good as Brother Pei. Chapter 32, Invitation. Chapter 32, Invitation. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Snail Village, Pei Household. Raindrops trickled down from the edges of the roof. The left and right wings of the house had been rebuilt. There were several bamboo trees planted along the recently built walkway. Several orchids could be seen beneath the window, freshly planted as well. Pei Zi Yun raised his pen and started writing when he heard some people entering his courtyard. He paused for a moment before continuing to write. After writing several words, he put his pen down and left the study. Young master. There were several men waiting outside in anticipation. Upon seeing Pei Zi Yun, they immediately rose to their feet. Pei Zi Yun hurriedly said, "We are all part of the same clan, don't stand on ceremony. We should all erect a shrine for our ancestors, what do you guys think?" An old man stood up and spoke, "Young master, this is definitely a good idea. We can earn our keep from this since you are the one paying for the expenses. We can get started once we've bought several planks of wood. The plot of land for the shrine would be around 15 mu, of which we can use some for a school." Among the men, he was the most aged, and it was evident that he was wise. It looks like he was the former leader of this clan. Everyone's surname was Pei. It was clear that they were all related to a certain extent, although it could be distant. However, since they shared blood ties, and were in a foreign land together without many connections, they decided to stick together. Pei Zi Yun picked up the map and took a closer look. It was a simple illustration of the village. He asked, "Third uncle, which location have you chosen to start building?" "To the north of the village sits the Zhang clan, and they've already built their own temples. I'm afraid we are unable to occupy that area, besides, it's not suitable." Third Uncle Pei continued as Pei Zi Yun nodded his head in agreement. "The south of the village isn't bad, there's arable land there that we can use. Most of our families live here anyway and it is close to the river." Pei Zi Yun nodded his head. "If we wish to build it south of the village, how much would it cost?" "This plot of land costs about 5 taels of silver per mu of land. We can approach the Li family to buy it over. 15 mu of land would cost 75 taels of silver. We can build 3 shrines and it wouldn't cost too much. We just need some money for the workers' salaries and the materials cost and we can start working." This was close to 200 taels of silver. Third Uncle Pei turned his head to look at Pei Zi Yun. Pei Zi Yun smiled and waited for some time before asking, "Mother, the clan genealogy that you and third uncle have traced, did you miss anyone out?" Pei Qianshe replied, "We've gone through it several times, and we haven't forgotten anyone." As soon as the words went out, several families from his clan approached him, which wasn't an issue since they were all related in one way or another, and everyone present looked at him expectantly. After the ancestral shrine is built, they can offer incense to their deceased ancestors. By joining their families to this clan, they can take advantage of the fact that there's an elementary scholar in their midst. Not mentioning other benefits, just the fact that they can get additional food by kicking grains would be the deciding factor for them. Kicking grains was the unspoken rule of grain collection. When the officials come to claim their harvests, the farmers have to gather all the grains and put them in a huge knapsack for measurements. These sacks will be filled to the brim. The farmers are then allowed to kick the sack and collect all the grains that have spilled to the ground. This is a way of compensating them for all the hard work and to give to the masses since food and warmth are what they are the most worried about. Furthermore, contributing to the clan's lands would ensure that their children are able to attend the school built there. This is definitely a huge blessing for them. Realizing that everyone was looking at him, Pei Zi Yun said, "Then this is how we shall do it. Mother, you will purchase the land. Third uncle, you can start preparing the bricks for building. All the money will be provided by my family." As he said this, everyone became overjoyed. At this point someone said, "I am a mason. As long as there's food provided, I will contribute. I will help too. I will go up to the mountains to cut down some trees for wood." Soon, everyone was voicing out how they would contribute. The original Pei ancestral shrine had been destroyed during the previous dynasty. Seeing the clan being reunited once more, this time with an elementary scholar among them who's willing to pay for all the expenses, everyone decided to contribute and do their part. They even agreed to stay for lunch while the discussion continued till the afternoon, before they happily dispersed. As they returned home, some of them shouted, "Don't worry, we will be able to finish building it within a month." Seeing them leave, Pei Zi Yun couldn't help but smile proudly. It was said that there was strength in unity. As far as the authorities are concerned, the weaker the clans are, the better. But for a person and his clan, the stronger the bonds between each other, the stronger they are. This was similar to the world he was originally from. In order to get a job, the more connections he had, the higher his chances of success were. Then all he had to do was to pick up the phone and make a call to get whatever he wanted. If someone was an orphan, even if they were to beg for help from their mother or father, no one would come. The situation can't be more different here. As an intelligent individual, Pei Zi Yun sat upright and felt that people of the same clan should gather together. A person was prone to ups and downs in his lifetime, who could guarantee that all his offsprings would prosper and become officials. However, with a clan, the hardships couldn't be tougher than the hardships faced alone. Brother Pei. Just as he was lost in thought, a cheerful voice rang out. Pei Zi Yun smiled and stood up to open the door. Once the door opened, the wind brought in the rain that started pouring a while ago. So it turns out to be Brother Tang, he exclaimed as Tang Jin walked through the door. Pei Zi Yun and Tang Jin could be considered of the same rank and thus got along relatively well. The both of them greeted each other with a salute as Pei Zi Yun brought Tang Jin into his house and offered him a seat. Tang Jin laughed and spoke cheerfully, "It's been a long time since we've last met. Ever since Brother Pei has returned home, he had many accomplishments. He even annihilated Black Cloud sect with a flick of his sleeve." Pei Zi Yun looked at Tang Jin and exclaimed, "That is embellished. I am a student, how could I claim the lives of such infamous bandits? It's just that we've been threatened one time too many by them, and so I approached the chief patrol officer for help." The patrol officer is a just man, and immediately acted in a decisive manner to wipe out the entire sect. That is the might of the imperial court and His Excellency, the patrol officer. How would I dare to claim credit for that? These words were indisputable and didn't cause Tang Jin to suspect otherwise. Regardless, it was Brother Pei who convinced the patrol officer to act, and thus, achieved the desired outcome. After pausing for some time, he continued, "But after the matter has concluded, Brother Pei started staying at home and hasn't left his house. I wonder what's the matter?" Pei Zi Yun pointed at the ink and paper and replied, "Brother Tang is aware of my heritage and knows that I used to have relatives in court. However, my family met with some difficulties and moved here, in Slow River County, where our connections run thin. I was extremely fortunate, as well as astonished, to achieve elementary scholar status. However, my mother has been urging me to attempt for high scholar status. Only then will my Pei household be stable in the county. Since my mother requested me to attempt it, I dare not refuse her. Which is why I've been preparing myself for the examinations, and reading more to ready myself for this year's spring examinations." Seeing Pei Zi Yun's sincere demeanor, Tang Jin couldn't help but admire and respect him for that. He replied, "Ever since the release of Brother Pei's examination papers, many scholars have praised your works. They said that Brother Pei's essays are reaching its peak in maturity. If you continue like that, the upcoming exams will be too easy for you." Pei Zi Yun shook his head. "In the upcoming spring examinations, there will be 3,000 elementary scholars participating and only 33 will be successful. There are plenty of heroes under the heavens, how could my talents in literature compare? All I can rely on is fate. Brother Pei is such a forthright person." Upon hearing his words, Tang Jin was moved. He didn't think that Pei Zi Yun was being overtly modest. In fact, he knew that he was being sincere. He too had seen Pei Zi Yun's essay and agreed with the masses that he was indeed talented. Although for him to rise at the top of the entire country, he still had work to do. Clearly, he did have a good chance of succeeding in the spring examinations. However, there were many capable candidates. Every 3 years, only 33 candidates would succeed. Evidently fate and luck played a crucial role as well. Tang Jin didn't voice his thoughts and changed the topic. They spoke about famous students, especially those who had humble beginnings from Slow River County. As Pei Zi Yun listened on, he felt a sense of indescribable happiness and said, "I returned to the county to pay respects to the elder generation of my village. If it weren't for the fact that I was preoccupied with family matters, I would welcome more of your visits." Tang Jin then replied, I know that Brother Pei is busy lately. But going out and have some fun occasionally can be good for you. Not only do you get a good opportunity to let off some steam, you can exchange knowledge with other people and make more friends. I've heard that there was going to be an upcoming literary event, and I think Brother Pei should attend. He retrieved an invitation and handed it over to Pei Zi Yun, who paused momentarily before taking it and reading its contents. It seems like there is an event organized by the county's elementary scholars, and they invited all worthy students to participate and have fun. This was a tradition upheld by the elementary scholars of the county. Pei Zi Yun wanted to accept the invitation but glanced over at Tang Jin, who was smiling. A wave of uneasiness crept over him as his heart seemed to flutter. He thought to himself, if this were any other normal literary event, it would be fine. But after the commotion at the Silver Dragon Temple, and if rumors could be trusted, Tang Jin is now an outer disciple under Zhang Jieyu. I'm afraid Tang Jin isn't the simple scholar he once was. With suspicion in his heart, he looked at Tang Jin once more. He looks pale and his eyes give off a strange look. It seemed like he's been drinking more than he should be, and had recently been rescued from his alcoholic tendencies. In the short span of time that we've drifted apart, he's returned with an invitation. Is there something up his sleeve? With these thoughts in mind, another thought from the original owner entered his brain as well. The original owner had wasted 5 years of his life before barely reaching elementary scholar status. Since the original owner had taken a longer time to become an elementary scholar, he had missed this particular event altogether. No wonder he had no recollection of this event happening. In the county, there was a youth of the Jin household, whose name was Ji Xing. Although he was still young now, he would become an elementary scholar in 3 years' time, after which he would meet Zhang Jieyu. Apparently he would go on to compose many great poems. Ji Xing would go on to participate in the elementary scholar literary event, but for some reason would offend the mentor and cause his elementary scholar status to be cancelled out. A few months later, he would be found drowned. As these thoughts flooded his mind, Pei Zi Yun smiled and nodded his head. May I ask how many people will be present at the event? Tang Jin paused, before rattling out a few names. It seemed that they were all names of popular students. Pei Zi Yun was apprehensive. This event turns out to be rather lively. Looks like the original owner did have some impression of the event despite not being there. The people mentioned by Tang Jin showed up in the original owner's time and will show up here as well. What is he trying to do? According to the diary and the original owner's memory, Zhang Jieyu was a cultivator of Holy Jail sect. There had been clear proof connecting the sect to the bandits. Furthermore, the commotion at the temple caused some trouble. Could this be a ploy for revenge? If he declined, another malicious plan might hatch, and quite possible one that he couldn't thwart, and he would lose the upper hand. He smiled and said, since everyone's going to be there, how can I miss it? Fantastic. Tang Jin was all smiles. Brother Pei is such a spontaneous person. Then it's settled. As he said that, Tang Jin said his goodbyes. Pei Zi Yun nodded his head, stood up and saw him out. After he left, Pei Zi Yun's expression turned cold. The rain was gradually receding, but the sky was still overcast. He retrieved the sword hanging on the wall before leaving his house. Elementary scholars were permitted to carry a sword with them, therefore he kept his sword in its sheath unconcealed, as a proof that he was armed. Most of the elementary scholars carried it for show, and weren't proficient with it, but Pei Zi Yun was different. Pei Zi Yun had been reciting the mantras from the manuals. Although he didn't have any spiritual abilities and thus was unable to enter the Tao, he was physically strong. The sword techniques in the manual were designed for entry into the Tao sect. But as a form of martial arts, it has increased his skills by leaps and bounds. In the light drizzle, Tang Jin got onto an ox cart as it hurriedly departed. Pei Zi Yun followed closely behind, with a sigh in his heart. Thankfully it was just an ox cart. If he had rode a horse instead, there would have been no way to catch up with him. It seems like this Tang Jin does indeed have a guilty conscience. He was very cautious and edgy, sticking his head out of the carriage regularly to see if anyone had been following him. Only after he felt safe did he order the carriage to proceed. The first time Tang Jin looked back, Pei Zi Yun was caught off guard and thus was almost discovered. With this as a warning, Pei Zi Yun didn't dare to go too close and hung back far behind. His heart was growing increasingly suspicious. Chapter 33, Decay. Chapter 33, Decay. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. The scenery along the way changed as Pei Zi Yun continued tailing Tang Jin. From mountainous villages to forested area. The ox cart started slowing down as a river could be seen from afar. Pei Zi Yun ducked and hid himself from view. There was a brothel next to the river which was surrounded by dense weeping willows. Several flight of steps led to the river. Fishermen were rowing their boats and women were washing their clothing along the steps of the river. This river was called the Black River and was a river connecting to 10 other counties in many different cities. Many merchant boats were drifting along, adding a lively feeling to the river. Aside from the merchant boats trading their wares, there were several luxury boats. These luxury boats had double decks and on each deck were more than 10 spacious rooms. It was a vessel of choice for leisure. The ox cart had stopped and Tang Jin had disembarked before walking towards a luxury boat and boarding it. The shadows of several women on the deck reflected onto the water, apparently applying makeup onto their faces, beautifying themselves. Since it wasn't completely dark yet, Pei Zi Yun didn't approach but stood at his current position and watched from afar. There must be a restaurant around here that sells wine. Since there was still a light drizzle, he decided to enter a wine shop owned by the House of Ji. He entered the shop and noticed that it was a small shop with only 6 tables. Candles have been lit since the daylight was fading. There were about 7 or 8 patrons. Some were having their meals and others were chatting over wine. As soon as the waiter saw Pei Zi Yun, he waved a towel and invited him to come inside. "Please come in, young master. Although the shop isn't big, we serve very delicious dishes. Come and have a bite." He then pointed to a newly made signboard. Pei Zi Yun glanced at it before nodding his head. He chose a table by the corner of the shop and said, "Bring a jug of wine. Since this place was established close to the river, you must definitely have fresh carps. Bring me a plate of steamed red carp, a plate of poached chicken, some peanuts, and fry some vegetables for me." The waiter took his order. "Will do, young master, please wait while I serve the dishes." Due to the fact that there weren't many guests, the dishes arrived rather quickly. The poached chicken and the peanuts arrived within a minute or two and the steamed carp and the fried vegetables arrived shortly after. The wine was common yellow rice wine, although it was average at best. Pei Zi Yun sighed after drinking a cup of wine. The rain had already stopped but the wind was still howling and it was rather chilly. Now that he's had some wine and food, he started feeling warm. He peered outside and noticed that despite the rain that had been going on just now, there were still people wearing raincoats boarding the luxury boats. Pei Zi Yun was having his meal and thinking, when it comes to women like these, they are divided into 4 ranks. First-tier women were the playthings of a sect member, but they weren't part of the sect. Pei Zi Yun contemplated, could it be that these women were wives and concubines of some holy jail sects members, and they came out to play tonight? The second-tier women were high-class courtesans. They called it selling an art instead of selling their bodies. They used this approach to attract customers. As for the third tier and fourth tier, they were the normal prostitutes. Since they were aboard a luxury boat, they must belong to the second tier. He finished his meal just as the sky turned dark. As he walked along the river after leaving the shop, it started drizzling again. There were several luxury boats drifting along the banks of the river. As the officials manning the area seemed at ease. Some people were lighting lanterns aboard the boats as candlelights flickered in some of the rooms within. The river, covered by reflections of the flickering lights, had the appearance of a starry sky. Moans and grunts of pleasure were emitted from the boats. These boats, swaying back and forth along the river, weren't used for transportation, but rather for leisure. Seeing that the sky was completely dark, Pei Zi Yun hid under the cover of darkness and approached the riverbank. Confirming that nobody was watching him, he jumped onto a boat, using it as a foothold, and leapt to a luxury boat he had been eyeing. Pei Zi Yun noticed a signboard, hanging from the semicircular boat deck, with the word color. He inferred that color was the name of this particular boat. Standing on the deck, he could see small ripples spreading across the surface of the peaceful river. The light produced by the lantern was faint and it swayed gently in the wind. He could hear someone singing in the background, as if a performance of some sort was taking place. The voice of the singer was rather high-pitched and she had lovely black hair. Someone shouted in the distance, "Sister Lan, hurry up and bring out the dishes." "Right away," responded a middle-aged woman. Pei Zi Yun hid himself. He noticed several officials standing on one of the decks. The smell of good wine drifted to his nose. A quick look made him realize that he recognized a few of these officials, one of which was the chief patrol officer who seemed to be in the limelight. The officials looked as if they were entertaining someone important. Someone then said to the chief patrol officer, "You got really lucky. It's been rumored that you earned a lot by wiping out the Black Wind sect and you even got yourself a possible promotion. When you eventually become a lieutenant of the county, don't forget us." A courtesan raised a toast to the chief patrol officer. He took a sip and smiled. "Naturally I will, but let's not discuss work here. To be here with the rest of you, along Black River, on this boat, is my great pleasure." The few people surrounding him burst into laughter. "You took advantage of the Black Wind situation, but you still try to appear magnanimous. What's with being here with us on board this boat along the Black River? We are all here to indulge and soak in the good mood." The person speaking then pulled a girl into his arms and said, "Little one, what discomfort are you experiencing? I shall ease it for you." The girl in his arms giggled and replied, "Your Excellency, the only discomfort I have is underneath my skirt. Please relieve it for me, Your Excellency." They all burst into laughter. Never would I have expected someone who appeared as upright as the chief patrol officer to have his morals compromised so easily. Pei Zi Yun didn't expect to see the patrol officer here among them and sank in thought before finally reaching an understanding. After achieving success with the matter at Black Wind sect and acquiring a large amount of money, he had split the money with his superiors. Because of this, he was able to be promoted and become a county lieutenant. Before this, it was known that the patrol officer wouldn't be able to ascend another rank. However, now that he had exceeded the 9th rank, people know that it was through corruption and that he wasn't an honorable official. However, his new rank was of a much higher status than before. He was a direct agent of the imperial court. The lieutenant came under the direct order of the magistrate and shared authority with the deputy magistrate. They both assisted the magistrate in maintaining law and order. The registrar officer was in charge of politics and handles documents. The county lieutenant holds judicial authority to pass judgment and send guilty convicts to jail. A lieutenant was the superior of the chief patrol officer. He would clearly have much more power after the promotion and stood to gain. However, this is none of my business. Even if he were to be beheaded and punished for corruption, that is his problem. Pei Zi Yun continued walking along the boat and slowly walked to the next deck. Taking a peek into the window, he could see a faint candle light flickering. A man was inside, and upon closer inspection, it was Tang Jin. Tang Jin was holding two women. Both his hands were extremely busy, weaving in and out of the two women's clothing. He was teasing the women by scolding them, and there were periodic moans by the women. He was still drinking, however, and was mumbling some unintelligible drunken words. Pei Zi Yun listened attentively and gradually understood. It seems like these two women had lofty statuses. One of which was the mistress of the Qian family, and the other was a young lady, also part of the Qian family. The Qian family was an important and influential family in the county, with upstanding and proper women. Pei Zi Yun couldn't comprehend why they would be fraternizing with this scum Tang Jin. The breeze brought along by the wind was somewhat chilling. One of the women said in a tantrum, "The wind is so loud and cold, it makes me afraid. Can Mr. Tang shut the windows?" Tang Jin's hand moved before looking at the woman and laughing. "You have been in holy jail sect for so long, and you know some Dao arts, why would you be afraid of a mere wind? I find it hard to believe." The woman then gave a slight nudge. "Mr. Tang, stop playing around. I wonder how the preparations for the mission you've been assigned by the young master coming along. What are you anxious about? I've personally invited him. In 10 days' time the literary event will take place and we can make our move then." Tang Jin was caught up in intense lust and didn't want to back down now. The young woman then said, "Sister-in-law, with regards to this matter you weren't informed. Mr. Tang and I have been strategizing and we managed to convince him to attend the event. There will be some special incense placed on the boat on which the event will take place. This incense will emit a fragrance that is harmless by itself. In fact, it promotes concentration when smelt. Nobody will think that it's suspicious. But when a drug is placed into his drink, it will create a special reaction with the incense. Even members of Holy Jail sect wouldn't be able to resist its effects. Then we will find an excuse to be near him. He won't be able to resist us and will humiliate and abuse myself in front of everyone, thus ruining his reputation. The mentor is a very conservative person, he won't be able to tolerate such a sight, especially in front of everyone. It is certain that he will cancel out his status as an elementary scholar, and he won't rest until it has been done. At that point, our mission will be a success." Hearing these words, Tang Jin didn't say anything, and his expression was one of grief. The woman who had been speaking pushed on Tang Jin's chest and said, "What are you unhappy about? You and I have been arranged for marriage, and I even brought my sister-in-law here to have fun with you. We are both cultivators of Holy Jail sect and don't care about norms. And in front of the crowd, he wouldn't actually succeed in taking advantage of me. However, even if he does, it's not a big deal. Don't forget, we are only pretending to be married so we are able to enjoy each other. We are only able to act this way because we are both from the same sect. If not, do you think you would be able to enjoy such privileges?" Pei Zi Yun let out a silent laugh as he heard what was being exchanged. It seems like this was Tang Jin's plan. So this was the revenge plan for killing off the Black Wind sect. With a plan forming in his mind, he decided to take his leave when he heard more voices, and not just Pei Zi Yun, even this patrol officer is someone that young master wishes to exact his revenge on. To deal with him is going to be too easy. All we need is some people to do us some small favors and he will be dragged down. It is because he is an official and has a fearsome reputation to maintain. Just a snap of my fingers and he will be implicated. We will expose his vices of alcohol and womanizing, and trap him into doing something immoral and illegal. These are a lot of ways he can be dragged down under. As for the person who's going to implicate him, he will provide all the evidences and cause him to face the capital punishment. Once his head rolls, we will raid his house, and take his wife for ourselves. Then all will see the might and methods of the Holy Jail sect. The person who is going to report him will be able to gain a good reputation for himself. Because we, of the Holy Jail sect, are exposed to the imperial chi. We won't able to rise higher than the 7th rank. Now that this person can be established as an official, we can have another person wielding power official." Hearing these words, Pei Zi Yun sneaked a peek at Tang Jin and realized that his facial expression had taken a huge change. These words about the chief patrol officer was in fact a warning to Tang Jin. Talking like this was able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Pei Zi Yun, however, had no compassion for Tang Jin whatsoever. To think that you were such an upright person back then, with the demeanor of a gentleman. Now you have regressed to this extent. It's a pity you've ended up this way, and no one can be blamed except yourself. And regardless of how pitiful you are, you've designed a trap to implicate me. Not only will I not save you, I shall return in kind. And you've even decided to implicate the chief patrol officer. Have no further use for him, so I shall not do anything. At this point, he realized that the boat had drifted away from the bank. Without hesitation, he stepped on the hull of the boat and jumped. A soft splash could be heard, but nobody noticed. Some ripples could be seen along the surface of the water. Although someone had jumped from the boat, it was dark and late into the night. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of being spotted. He then started making his way back home. Thankfully, it's almost May. It doesn't matter that I'm only wearing a thin shirt since the weather isn't very cold. Since I now know their plans, I can retaliate and act accordingly. Looks like I have to return to the county at once. Chapter 34, Chen Yuan. Chapter 34, Chen Yuan. Translator, Translation Nation / Chucha Editor. Nightfall. Pei Zi Yun emerged from the river, completely soaked. The wind blew against him and caused him to shiver in his clothes. He turned back and saw the numerous luxury boats on the river with many lanterns hanging on their decks, while the faint music could still be heard. Pei Zi Yun touched the blade of his sword to feel safe. Water dripped from his pants onto the ground. His clothes were sticking to his body, making it harder for him to breathe. He turned and moved away from the river bank. There was a temple nearby. It had a shrine inside a small hall. The thick smoke from the incense shrouded the shrine, making it hard to tell which deity the shrine belonged to. The spirits of deities roamed this world, but they've never revealed themselves, thus there was no proof of their existence. People were still careful in this regard. Pei Zi Yun walked into the temple and saw some incense and joss sticks. He picked up the incense and lit it before placing it into the burner. He bowed his head, took a step back and clasped his hands into a salute as a show of respect. Seeing that some wood was left in the fireplace, he smiled. This must have been placed by the person guarding the temple. A chaotic world would bring about difficulties for the deities as well. Most of the temples around have been abandoned and were dilapidated. However, now that the new dynasty has emerged, order and peace was gradually being restored, and so were these temples. Shortly after, Pei Zi Yun started a fire to warm himself up. The heat from the fireplace was comfortable and reassuring. Since there was nobody in the temple, Pei Zi Yun undressed himself down to his briefs and hung his clothes over the fire to dry. Since the cold wind was still blowing, he stayed close to the fire for warmth. The warmth of the embers crept over his skin as it glistened under the flames of the fire. He waved his hands over the fireplace as he was lost in thought, a worried look on his face. After annihilating the Black Wind stronghold, he carefully looked through the diary and the original owner's memories. Thus he had a much clearer understanding of Zhang Jieyu and of the Taoist cultivators in general. Zhang Jieyu must be a core disciple being groomed by the Holy Jail sect. In the previous life he had heard of Zhang Jieyu, in his later years, in Free Cloud sect. There was a mission sent from above to cooperate with the government officials to kill him. But he was crafty and sly, and managed to escape, thus we failed the mission. Zhang Jieyu made a name for himself and accomplished many things. He was quite a formidable character. Due to his repeated success in the sect, he managed to rise up in ranks and received orders directly from the top. Eventually he managed to reach the cultivation of an earthy mortal and was beyond the grasp of the original owner. However, in his 11th year, he was murdered in unknown circumstances. Pei Zi Yun's water-soaked clothes had begun to dry under the fire. He took several branches of firewood and stuffed it into the fire, causing the fire to glow even brighter and get even hotter. Holy Jail sect didn't get into much entanglement with the original owner. In this life, however, it was different. After he became an elementary scholar and got into trouble, he was rescued by someone. Following that, he surrounded and killed off the Black Wind sect and thus met the disapproval of Zhang Jieyu. He had initially thought that all this was none of Zhang Jieyu business, and that he shouldn't need to intervene. However, it seemed like he had to do something to solve the issue now. It's just that the Holy Jail sect has been around for more than 200 years. When the previous dynasty had first been established, they have established their foundation in the county and hold significant influence. He understood this point from the conversation he had picked up earlier on the luxury boats. Even a low-ranking official with sufficient authority, who would go under the control of the sect, would have immense power. This authority, when being put into context, can be tremendously difficult to deal with. Pei Zi Yun held onto his sword and stood up by the fireplace. Feeling somewhat bored, he thought to himself, regardless of what happens, I have to find a solution to the issue of the literary event. I've managed to overhear the plans laid out against me, and it can be said that this plan would be executed with the assumption that I would be completely unaware. When the time comes, all I have to do is be alert and avoid drinking the drugged wine in order to foil the plan. These people aren't crazy and won't drug all the cups, for that would cause a stir. To avoid it once would be easy. However, to avoid it a second time would be difficult. The whole point of this plan was to ruin my image in the eyes of the mentor. Since we aren't close, as long as there's a rumor against me, my reputation will be tainted. Three men talking makes a tiger, TN, idiom for repeated rumors make a fact. Even if I can absolve myself once, it would be hard to have to keep clearing my name. The mentor has a reputation of being upright and uncorrupted. In the previous life, the original owner had experienced this. It is clear that this man isn't a pawn of the Holy Jail sect. He is known for his love for literature and his admiration for literary geniuses. I have to seize this opportunity to impress him, then it would be hard for anyone else to spoil my reputation, for his impression of me would be cemented. Obviously, the best way would be for me to become a high scholar. Noble people are above the law. Although to be a high scholar is different from being nobility, Taoism and imperial qi are spoken with the same breath. Then there is no harm in being a high scholar. Be it to win the approval of the mentor, or to become a high scholar, both share the same benefits, to improve my literary talents. For that, I need to obtain a new legacy of wisdom. With this thought, Pei Zi Yun thought of the storekeeper Chen Yuan. Some days have gone by without a word from him. I shall check on him today and see if he has already made a purchase. Chen Yuan might be a mere storekeeper, but he possessed good qualities and virtues. What's more, he enjoys reading as well. Although he might be of low birth, in 10 years' time he would strike it rich. The original owner had the chance of meeting him after he had become prosperous, and he would be much fatter compared to how he was now. The society today was such that a family of scholars wouldn't remain as so after a long time, due to the poverty faced. A rich family like Chen Yuan's, in the future, would have at least a few thousand silver taels. Rising to prosperity like that was almost impossible for a normal person like himself. Pei Zi Yun wished he could borrow some of that good fortune and fate. Thinking this way, he hatched a plan in his mind. Seeing that his clothes were already dry and that it was no longer raining outside, he decided to not return home yet. Under the starlight, he recognized a road which led to the exit of the county. He headed in that direction. There was barely a soul on the streets since it was late into the night. Pei Zi Yun walked down the big road, with the cold breeze brushing against his skin, blowing through his hair. In the blink of an eye he had disappeared into the darkness. Border of the county town, house and hotel. It was drizzling yesterday, but no longer today. The sun was out in its splendor. Although Pei Zi Yun was in the county town, he couldn't hear the hustle and bustle of the crowd. A warm wind wafted, gently, causing the flowers and plants to sway. He could hear the faint sound of the chanting and drums from afar, and was intoxicated by the smell of fresh grass. It was year 500 in that dream, but he didn't know which year it currently was. Hearing footsteps approaching, someone said in a low voice, "Master, storekeeper Chen Yuan seeks an audience." "Enter." Pei Zi Yun shouted as he sipped his tea. He had actually reached the county town yesterday, but chose not to seek out Chen Yuan. Instead, he looked for a hotel nearby to reside in. In the morning, he requested for the serving staff to seek out Chen Yuan, as this was only befitting of someone of his status. Thinking of this, it was clear that Pei Zi Yun planned this thoroughly. Chen Yuan smiled wryly as he entered. He was carrying a bag. Seeing Chen Yuan with self-confidence on his face, he smiled and asked, "You know who I really am now?" Chen Yuan had been looking for old books everywhere within the city to sell for a profit. It was through this that he had gradually become rich. He had relied on his awareness and intellect to become successful. Ever since Pei Zi Yun had paid him in advance the last time they met, he had made some inquiries about this man. A few days ago, Pei Zi Yun had teamed up with the patrol officer to annihilate the Black Wind sect, and made a name for himself. Chen Yuan naturally discovered tea. He said, these past few days, a young master's name has been quickly spreading out in the entire county. According to the rumors, this young master has wiped out Black Wind sect, and is none other than Master Pei. Hearing these words, Pei Zi Yun laughed. That was why he had waited for him in the hotel and made Chen Yuan come to him. Merchants are crafty and very aware of their surroundings. Had Pei Zi Yun approached him in the middle of the night, he would have been able to sense the urgency of the matter. Not only would he have demanded a higher price, he also would have been curious and attempted to find out his motives. The reason the original owner's talents had been revealed was because of his failure to hide his desperation, and thus people saw through him. Pei Zi Yun then said plainly, "It's good that you know who I am. As for the task I've assigned to you, is there any progress?" Chen Yuan then replied, "After I've received Master's instructions, I've been on the lookout. I have some results to show for it today. I had initially planned to visit Master's house tomorrow, but young Master showed up here today. Please take a look. This man doesn't know my aims, but used all his resources to investigate for me." Pei Zi Yun thought to himself as he opened the bag, where several old and tattered books laid. Pei Zi Yun randomly picked out one volume and glanced at it. There was a signature on the top of the book, Xie Qianjia. Xie Qianjia was a high scholar in the previous dynasty, but is now a regular citizen. Your servant, referring to himself, has bought this book for 500 coins. Chen Yuan said hurriedly. As he flipped a couple of pages, the scent of old books permeated the entire room. Some pages of the book had smudged and stuck to other pages. Actually, he didn't even have to look through the book to know that it wasn't a legacy, and didn't contain any knowledge or powers. Pei Zi Yun put it down. He picked up another book with the signature Lingding Xie. He flipped open the pages of the book and noted that the contents of the book was very good. Just one look could tell that the contents far surpassed the previous book. However, it too wasn't a legacy and didn't contain anything special. Only when Pei Zi Yun took out the fourth book did he feel something course through his veins. After flipping through, he was somewhat disappointed. Although this book is a legacy, based on the contents, it was written by an average high scholar, and thus is worthless to me.